When you dream, do you see beautiful rays of light shimmering, guiding you through the night? I know it feels like the night's getting longer and light is harder to find. I promise I'll always be there, I'll remind you when you close your eyes. If they send for me tomorrow, even if I leave right now, you'll find comfort there in knowing whenever in doubt, you can find me when the lights turn out. When the lights turn out. Hundreds of miles away, I can see you and me like it was yesterday. I know it's not the same, but I'm still behind you every step of the way. Look in yourself and I'll be there, I can guide you. All the love is the same. If they send for me tomorrow, even if I leave right now, you'll find comfort there. Find me when the lights turn out. When the lights turn out. You can find me when the lights turn out. When the lights turn out. You can find me when the lights turn out.
I need a second to take a breath, to keep me guessing with what you said. You're in my head. We're under pressure, we're sinking deep like stormy weather. Can't seem to breathe when you're with me. If you're gonna break me, I know I won't stay. I don't wanna wait here, you push me away. If you're gonna choose, you don't know what to do. I don't wanna lose you, but don't wanna to fix a love. If you're gonna break me, I know I won't stay. I don't wanna wait here, you push me away. If you're gonna choose, you don't know what to do. I don't wanna lose you, but don't wanna lose me too. message from a new world I'd never known. Something about it felt like it'd been waiting my whole life. Is this home? I can hear each sound calling my name, and I feel angels around when I start to sing. And suddenly it feels like heaven is not so far away. Tell me, can you hear the symphony? Panic, panic, I can't help but think that it's meant to be, that I'm finally right where I'm supposed to. If I let you into the secret, would you listen? I can hear each sound calling my name, and I feel angels around when I start to sing. And suddenly it feels like heaven is not so far away. Tell me, can you hear the symphony? Panic, panic, and before too long I found where I belong. I can hear it, I can hear it, oh, I can't stop the rush. Every note I touch, I can feel it saving me. Tell me, can you hear the symphony?
Where you look, where you touch, where you feel, yeah. Where you look, where you touch, where you feel, yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Can we talk about me and you? Can we talk about the truth? I wanna know, I wanna know. Can we talk about me and you? Can we talk about me and you? Can we talk about the truth? I wanna know, I wanna know. Can we talk about me and you? truth. I wanna know, I wanna know. Can we talk about me and you? Can we talk about me and you? Can we talk about the truth? I wanna know, I wanna know. Can we talk about me and you?
Where you look, where you touch, where you feel, yeah. Where you look, where you touch, where you feel, yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Where you look, where you touch, where you feel, yeah. Where you look, where you touch, where you feel, yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
I wanna know your dark side. I wanna know your secrets. I wanna be your lifeline. So I wait for you, wait for me. Wait for you, wait for me. Tell me you're more than just a highlight. Pretty pictures on the outside. I hate to stare at you through these lights. So I wait for you, wait for me. Wait for you, wait for me. Click and scroll, I can't let you go. They say I'm addicted to you. Click and scroll, I can't let you go. They say I'm addicted to you. Oh, oh, this ain't love, no, no. This ain't love, no, no. This is artificial. This ain't love, no, no. This ain't love, no, no. This is artificial.
I wanna know you inside and out. Wanna know what's behind the light. Wanna feel that real love from within. Let me in. I want real love, real hearts. You're just enough to get me through, get me through. 'Cause you're officially perfect for me. So wait for you, wait for you.
Up all night thinking, passing the time, anxiously waiting. You're on my mind, losing and winning. You can't get it right. Hoping you see me for more than just that.
Up all night thinking, am I on your mind? Will you come meet me and change my life?
This love could be deeper. Just
Sinking,
I need a scarecrow after what you did. 'Cause all of the birds know that I'm almost dead. I'm barely breathing, I'm barely awake. You left me in pieces, there's no more to break. Don't wake me up, not in this century. Don't wake me up, 'cause you're just a ghost inside my head. You're just a ghost, you're never there. You're just a memory on my lips. 'Cause you're just a ghost inside my head.
Welcome here, everyone. We're excited to be back with another amazing week of League of Legends actions here with NECC. I'm excited to be here. We will be your casters for the next 2 series. My name is Orbital. With me is Random Minion Caster, the best minion to ever wander off the rift and who has been on vacation for quite some time. RMC, how you doing?
Doing good, Orbital. I was over in Korea watching play-ins, and now I'm back. So I went from the highest levels of play to the highest levels of collegiate play tonight, Orbital, because we are starting in the Legends division, and not just the Legends division, but the top of the top, with the 2 undefeated teams, series-wise at any rate, Ole Miss and Maryville University.
I mean, these 2 teams, if you know anything about collegiate, you know both these names. Currently, Maryville, one of the longest running organizations that have currently continued to top the charts. And then Ole Miss, a relatively newer incomer, but at the same time, making waves. I mean, right now, as we said, 4-0 in series score, only dropped 2 games over the course of the last 2 matches. But at the same time, these 2 teams also have history outside as well in some other tournaments. There has already been a matchup here, so this can be called the rematch.
Yeah, just this last weekend, these 2 teams actually played for 3rd place at the 66 Games LAN event, and there at that event, Orbital, Ole Miss took the win 2-1. But having spoken to the teams, Maryville's not going to take that lion down. And you know what, LAN, strange things happen sometimes. Today, we're going to see if Maryville can get their revenge.
Oh yeah, that's going to be the fun here. We are already going to see some awesome names come out here, some new, some old. For Ole Miss, we are seeing the likes of Geiger's father, who, again, formerly known as Nemesis 9, I believe. And then taking a look at Icelandic Hero as well coming out here. Your Uncle Sam is a great name as well. And then Shogo as well coming in. And then Rhino on that support.
I wish my Uncle Sam was half as good at mid lane. And I want to highlight too, Nem9 likes to change his name a lot. Last week he was Ryan Gosling top. So apparently Geiger's father is Ryan Gosling. That's actually kind of cool. For Maryville, we've got PCL in the top lane. I'm actually curious if they're playing PCL tonight or whether they're using Spyrax in that top lane. Ski. Is that, did Iconic name change again from Amazo to Ski? Get back in the mid lane. Silly Billy 66 or what? Scary Jerry, Silly Billy. This roster looks really sus for Maryville. That's all I'm saying. And Zyko, thank you for keeping your name the same. And Get Back, if you did change your name back from that string of letters, thank you for being sane again and letting us actually pronounce your name.
You know, that ain't gonna fly at any point. We are gonna see a name change in game 2 and then another in game 3. The orgs actually have a specific bankroll specifically for name changes. I think that is the best thing in the world. So if they're out there, please go ahead and do that. Just make a caster's life hell. That is what we want to see. But getting into the nitty gritty here, these 2 teams, they do have a storied track record. Specifically looking at Maryville, I mean, again, this squad has some amazing talent here. But specifically one, in my opinion, should be known in the solo queue ladders as well.
True. Yeah. Iconic or Amazo or Wallflower, whatever name he's running on, made top rank 1 in North American solo queue about a month ago. So that's pretty amazing. And, you know, Maryville, they're undefeated for a reason. Part of that is, of course, the strength of their individual players, because it's not just Wallflower. I mean, they've got players like Spyrax, like Get Back, who all have experience at the very top tiers of play. It looks like draft has actually been completed, and on the blue side, we've got Ole Miss, while on the red side, it's Maryville for game 1.
Yes, and we have also gotten word that I think again, all players should actually do this. Again, to the chagrin of every production crew out there, if you're using an outside source to draft, which these players did do, go ahead, just knock up a blind draft because, of course, no one actually needs to see the picks coming up on the other side. At the same time, you don't need a pause function. You don't need that at all. Don't worry about pause. You will never have technical issues in League of Legends. That has never been a thing that has ever been seen outside. I mean, listen, I've never had any technical issues. I've never, ever lost a game. I don't know what you're talking about. Taking a look at the draft here, though, we are seeing some very fun things. And to take a look at the bans as well, Ole Miss on the blue side banned away the Rumble, the Ivern, the Zaya, as well as the Kaisa and Rel. And then on the flip, it was a couple of their ADCs. It was the Draven, the Rakan, the Jinx, the Maokai, and the Senna, to give you what those blind bans are right there.
Yeah, for a second, I thought you were serious about the blind draft for a second. So I was like, wait, they're actually insane. What's interesting to me a little bit, actually, is the Draven ban targeted at Shogo a little bit, because I think it was 2 weeks ago that Scary Jerry whipped out a Draven against, I believe it was Grandview University, and absolutely took over that game. But Shogo is another player who does play that Draven, and the respect to Shogo as one of the best AD carries in Collegiate. You can see how many bans were thrown at him from Scary Jerry, another top tier AD carry player in his own right. Now, in terms of the rest of the picks, what's interesting to me, Maryville, very meta, right? We've seen Orianna, we've seen J4 really come back into meta and be really, really solid picks. The Lucian, less so. So they're still going with lane dominance for that. Whereas Ole Miss, Wukong is not something we've seen too much of at Worlds so far. Maybe the meta has changed a little bit. We are a couple of patches ahead in live, and I'm going to admit I'm not fully on top of the meta currently on live patch. Syndra, really, really strong. But Cassante caught my eye because of the changes he got for the last 2 patches, where they've tried to widen the opportunity window. So now, especially early game, he's a bit slower to get his combos off, but he hits a little bit harder. So the fact that Nem9 is picking this Cassante is interesting to me, because it feels a bit more like, hey, I either win this lane or I might struggle really, really badly, especially into the likes of a Jax, who can skill up and become that 1v5 monster later on.
Yeah, and so many little pieces moving here and there. This is also a great test because for us, we are interested in seeing these two teams duke it out here on the Rift. So let's go ahead and get in. It is Ole Miss versus Maryville University, kicking it to you live in just under a week. Their second rematch here. It is going to be also entertaining because we got a pause. Let's go. The best thing in the world. I told y'all it is. League of Legends is perfect. There is no such thing as a pause. This is totally not a pause. This is actually a really cool function of the game. This is actually where the teams play tic-tac-toe and see whoever wins. Whoever wins actually wins the early level 1 invade. That's how that goes.
No, Orbital, what you've got to understand is this is a rematch in all its glory, including the pauses and tech difficulties that they experienced at the 66 game. So, they've got to get back right into the groove of things, with that pause to get right back in the mindset. Unfortunately, we do not have word on what the pause is about, but hopefully it's short and we actually get into the game soon.
Yeah, hopefully as short as my hairline, because good lord, I don't want to sit here and wait on pauses because these two teams are making me very, very excited, right? Taking a look at the compositions, game number 1s to me, especially between top teams that have played against each other, do have a little bit of rivalry, whether we see it or not. And I mean, these are all players that have played against each other constantly, whether on these teams or on others, and that's why I'm very interested. As you said, a lot of interesting lane matchups in the top side. But in the mid lane as well, you're taking a look, the Orianna has been touted as the premier mid lane champion to go ahead and pick up in this meta. It's great all around, has great power out there and great balance. Yes, you're not going to have that insta-kill feature, but the all-around value that Orianna brings right now, this matchup may not be as simple for Synders as it was in the past.
And for both Ole Miss and Maryville, at least from what I've seen their games here in the NECC, both of them have excelled in the mid game, which is where Orianna really starts to pop off with that shockwave. Early on, a lot of times she might not have enough damage to fully secure those kills. And we've seen both these teams sometimes get a little bit loose in the early game, for better or for worse, and then turn it around in those couple of team fights. So I think Maryville really got comfortable. They've got multiple ball delivery systems, not just with the J4, of course, but with the Jax, with the Nautilus as well, and with the Lucian. They're actually really set up for good, strong control on the bot side of the map, a lot of lane pressure down there as well, and then buying space in the top lane for PCL to really skill up on that Jax. On the other hand, when you look at Ole Miss's composition, Syndra needs time to skill. Ezreal needs time to skill. And what is this? They're trying to secure priority here for Scary Jerry, or Silly Billy as he's calling himself right now in this bot lane. And I love that. You pick the Lucian, you want to dominate early with it.
And I think this is also appropriate from Shogo, understanding that, hey, this is a problem. You know what this composition wants to do. You know exactly what they plan to do. And, you know, you drop the ward, you lose that early initiative in laning phase, but that's fine, right? You're in Ezreal. Once you hit level 2, you are going to be relatively okay. This is also going to be a nice little look. Sam going ahead and being that living ward there in the brush, and then the ward's going down, so checks all the way around. Apparently something is taking 9.9k damage in the bush and just didn't want to be seen, so that's another fun one.
Now, bro, you mentioned the ward sort of that Shogo loses in that bush there, but I do want to highlight Zyko taking that sweeper early. It's the trade-off, right? No matter where you drop that ward, as long as Scary Jerry and Zyko were aware of it, they would clear it anyways. And Maryville, with that sweeper in the bot lane, that's what they want. They want to deny vision so they can do the push play. Even if we look bot right now, you can already see Zyko and Silly Billy. They're sat in that middle bush, daring Shogo and Rhino to step up. The Bard, actually, did we know it was a Bard? I thought it was a different champion at first.
No, it was listed as Bard on there. So that's the interesting thing as well. And also, yes, this is the fun part. We are getting 9,999 at every kill, whether that's a minion or camp. So just keep that in mind. You will see 9,999 a lot this game.
Okay, for now though.
Oh wait, maybe not. I don't know. I saw it earlier. There it is. I see it. Okay, apparently our numbers are massively OP right now. That's going to be a jump in. PCL, who is actually playing this time around. You were questioning that. They are going to be playing here in game 1.
Yeah, for now, I'm just not looking at the numbers. I'm just looking at the health bars and how quickly Nem9's vanished in that top lane. That's not really what you want to see as the Cassante that early on, but Jax is notorious for his level 1, his ability to just kind of walk up and counter-strike you as well. So, you know, with the regeneration from Duran Shield, with the extra biscuits, Nem9 should be fine. Much more interesting to me is the jungler pathing. Both of them started in that top side, so Icelandic Hero is not trying to get Nem9 ahead. He's going to try and stop this pressure that we're already seeing Scary Jerry and Zyko put down. You need to make sure you don't get dove early by that J4.
That is going to be that big problem. Keep eyes, keep track, keep vision, and at the same time, keep your HP bars alive. At the current moment, though, the pressure is coming in from Maryville. You can see all 3 lanes currently pushed past the river and identifying that, hey, we are going to get the early lead. Our champions love to do this, and we want to continue putting the pressure down. Right now, though, it is a challenge for Ole Miss to kind of figure out their own identification, how they want to get out of this, plucky situation.
For Ole Miss, they just kind of want to farm right now. Like, the onus isn't necessarily on them to get out of the situation till the situation appears. And normally, if you're Ole Miss, you are kind of worried about that J4 gank, right? Jarvan oftentimes likes to skip camps, get those early ganks down, and that's why we're seeing Icelandic kind of just hover in that bot lane. We're seeing Shogo and Rhino play a bit more carefully, but Iconic has actually opted to full clear his own jungle before coming down there. And while that's not usually ideal for a J4, if it kind of desyncs the gank and you can actually clear out the vision and some of the wards expire, then it's very, very much worth it. We'll have to see though, because Iconic actually just walked away completely from bot lane, decided we're not even going to try and dive this. Rhino and Shogo have healed up, they're healthy. Where are we going instead? Sam spots him out again.
And that's the power of the wards once again. Sam saying, okay, we know where you are. The first gank, and honestly, I would say the first pressure movement has been thwarted, which is appropriate. However, take a look at the vision as well. Maryville setting up a strong set to cover this dragon, ensure that they don't lose out in the global objective game as well, which I can very much appreciate.
And I mean, considering you've got that Lucian in the bot lane, for you to lose that first dragon would be very, very painful. And we're seeing a CS discrepancy already as Scary Jerry is pressuring down. Now, of course, with the whole clear and because nothing happened in the bot lane, our eyes have to go to the top lane instead because junglers are back up in the top lane. It looked for a second like Nem9 was pushing in onto PCL, but without any jungle pressure, Nem9 is just using that for a fast reset instead. And with the ward situation, I think this favors Ole Miss, right? We said before, they are the ones who want kind of extended laning phases, safer laning phases. So nothing happening is a good thing happening for Ole Miss right now.
I would also like to point out in the back of my mind, everyone should know that Bard's heals actually heal minus 2 million, I believe is what I saw right there. Very, very impressive. Taking a look, though, it is taking a look at the top side once again. We are seeing Nemesis. I believe was able to get back in time or has been healing up. No, actually did recall. I take a look at the item. It has been traded out and was able to find a good one as well. Didn't have to burn that TP. So getting back to lane with that Sheen will be a lifesaver in some of these situations.
Iconic sitting in the mid lane, trying to find, gets the knockup, but unfortunately, I just don't think Get Back's in position yet.
And the other side is Sam has been playing very, very safe, very smart as well. And now you also spotted out that Nautilus on the bot side because the bot lane had gone ahead and recalled in. It was a chance movement. So Sam said, I know what's going on. I understand what will happen. However, because of that, the dragon will be started here for the side of Maryville.
I kind of find it amusing overall that the mid lane hasn't been using wards to spot out a lot of these ganks incoming. It's been Sam literally, like you said, playing Living Ward at level 1. And in this case, it was Icelandic actually spotting the roam up from Zyko as well that's been keeping Uncle Sam safe. So, kind of scary top side. Nem9, oh my goodness.
I also feel that was a little bit cheeky. I wonder if PCL had actually stuck on that. That would have been a kill, especially since you have
Maybe.
Grasp and Sheen in your own pocket. So the fact that neither player burned Flash shows a lot of restraint, I think, on their sides.
Yeah, I think PCL was just kind of holding back. He already burnt the full combo as the Jax. If you go in with the all-out, that's the risk you kind of get dragged under turret and pinned to the turret and everything. So just kind of playing it a little bit safer. And why not, right? You're forcing the teleport out of Nem9 up there, and that's going to give you pressure later on. Bot lane, Shogo gets caught out.
And was not able to draw that nice E buffer and instead eats a massive chunk of damage. You still have Flash, thankfully, but your HP bar is looking dreadful.
And you might have Flash, but you don't have TP. So Shogo can't pull the same thing Nem9 just did, where you just go back to base, TP back to lane. You're relying on those Bard Hills, and I'm worried about level 6. Once Scary Jerry hits level 6, that is eminently diveable. Heck, actually, more importantly, when Zyko hits level 6, that Flash is not going to save you.
Nope. It is going to be insta-death, and that is what you have to be careful about. Taking a look here, top side, we are just drawn up to the top side time and time again, but take a look. This is going to be a jungle battle. Looking in the jungle side, we are seeing Icelandic look for a chance. However, on this bot side, another big chunk taken out of the Bard, and Rhino not enjoying that one. However, Icelandic really going for this camp, and I'm not sure if it was really worth it. You are going to be taken quite low. You get another knockup, and you are going to be safe. So Icelandic is allowed to live because Sam rotated around. I don't think that should be allowed, but it has happened. So Ole Miss happily getting away with that one, but they're still going. Take a look at that mini map. They're still fighting here, as this is going to be that big problem. Get back now, getting sucked out and forced away as we get a dive on the bot side. These are times, moves, and moves and moves. Take a look. You block 2 moves. The bot side will take the pain. Sam going a very cheeky route now. However, the J4 is going to cut them off, and all of a sudden, it's actually Sam that's in a bad spot. Throws the W, tries to throw in, tries to get some damage, gets stunned out. The damage unleashed will not be enough. So for all that just occurred, it is actually going to be 2 kills to Maryville side. Icelandic, though, wants a little piece of the pie. Round 3, ding, ding, ding. All right, you go back to your corner. Just stay there, please, for now.
The insane thing, Orbital, was how little mana Maryville had as well. You saw Uncle Sam just chasing Get Back all the way up there, chasing Iconic out. Why? Because Get Back had no mana. So they couldn't actually turn it around, but they managed to wait it out. And the fact that PCL didn't die, I think, was the single biggest thing. He was down to slivers, but because he didn't die, that gave Maryville the strength on the top side. Now, Ole Miss trying to make up for that. They've got the health advantage, and while they might not have gotten the play up top, they should be able to get this Herald if they're not distracted.
Well, Zyko trying to dance a little bit more.
Zyko
the Knight should take it, and it is going to be the kill. And now the Herald. So you could actually see Zyko trying to keep things in level. And actually, it does reset. You know what? Maryville, they're going to be like, okay, that's not a horrendous situation. They're actually going to look in towards mid, and Sam going to get chunked out to about 50.
Okay, that was massive. The fact that Iconic was around and had the smite ready, Ole Miss didn't want to flip on that Herald. And with how mobile Jarvan is, especially with the flash up for Iconic right now, I don't fault Ole Miss for that. Unfortunately, not getting the Herald means they lost out on the plays, right? They lost that topside play. Bot side as well. The fact that Rhino recalled and Shogo got left alone. We talked a lot about the fact that, hey, Scary Jerry hit 6, Zyko hit 6. That's a kill in the bot lane. Without the support, you saw it. As soon as Scary Jerry hit 6, they just dove and got the kill. Got even more pressure down. And then now, Maryville gets their resets. Everybody's back on. They get to walk towards that Herald pit. And for Ole Miss, because you just lost out, because the resets just came through, you kind of have to seat that Herald and most likely the Dragon in minute as well.
I'm also very curious where Iconic's actually going to drop this Herald, because I was taking a look, right? We talked about the fact that pretty much every lane has had some form of pressure in there and have been more than willing to be proactive. So you really have your pick of the litter, where you want to drop it, where you want to get in everyone's face. And I'll just be very, very interested to kind of watch how it goes down as the supports have a little bit of combat. The fact that Rhino doesn't have an ADC, though, means it's a little bit more slated over towards Zyko's side. Now in mid, we're getting the usual exchange of greetings between the two as Dragon is up in just 35 seconds.
Okay, I'm getting a little bit worried for this top lane right now as we see the trade between Nem9 and PCL go down. We mentioned before in Champion Select that, hey, Jax really does outskill that Cassante later on. And usually with Cassante, you just need him to be an absolute unit to buy space. But if he's dead, he can't buy that space. And PCL right now is just whacking him away. The split push pressure is going to be massive. And Jax is a strong team fighter as well with that Counter-Strike, with the way his Grandmaster at Arms, his ultimate kind of works. And now you can see Nem9 just being zoned out completely. Doesn't even have flash, so has to be careful stepping up. Oh, that landed?
Now this mid lane as well, getting a problem here. The shockwave actually draws him away, though. But because you have that value, 10k all the way around, because you got that kill, especially with the Dragon coming up here, Ole Miss don't really have a chance to go for it.
And just say overall, I hate Nautilus Q. The lollipopping on that skill is ridiculous. I thought Uncle Sam was actually safe. And it was a great scatter of the week, but it just doesn't matter when there's that much gap closers. TPs being called into this bot lane. Before?
Oh, and that's a great Bard ulti. Drops two, and now it's going to be Icelandic to go in. That's going to be the knockups, and they're going to go in. Remember, the kills earlier don't really matter, as that's going to be the trade. Zyko and Rhino both pick up a kill apiece, and I'm not sure if that's exactly what you like. However, the Dragon does reset. It should sit at about 4 or 5k. However, round number 2 coming up. Sam, you're about to die as soon as you came back up. That'll be the kill picked up by Get Back. Following up, Dragon resets again as Rhino tries to get some revenge, but that'll be iconic to happily help out. Yes, you fall, but you're getting right in their face. Shogo actually arcing just in the middle of a minion wave and tried to back them off. However, with the quick exchange of blows, I think it still lands in Maryville's favor.
Well, kind of. So it does, but at the same time, Shogo gets kills. And for a second, it could have gone a lot worse for Maryville, and that Shogo could have picked up even more kills. Right now, this Ezreal is one of the 2 big ticking time bombs for the side of Ole Miss, and I think Shogo's going to be fine with that. Not only did he get some kills, he also gets to pick up farm in the mid lane, which is something he's been starved of in that sort of 2v2 situation against Scary Jerry. I'm much more interested in what happened top lane, because I saw the TP come through from Nem9, and then he's suddenly winning this matchup. So I'm just very curious to see if, like, was it just the TP? Did PCL just not have as much health? This bot lane fight's still not over. Dragon's still up, and Ole Miss is still trying to secure it.
Okay, and I mean, they do get it because Icelandic was on it much earlier after those recalls, thankfully, because you died, right? We don't talk about that. But you died, you came back, you got the Dragon, and now those Hex-Tech Dragons are going to be up and available. 3 to take the soul, and now Iconic is still dancing inside because you still have that Herald to play with. As you were talking about on the top side, though, that was a Mythic versus a non-Mythic setup, so I wonder if that slow from the Gauntlet was enough to deter that PCL push outside of it.
Well, we will never find out overall because PCL picked up his own Mythic. Divine Sunder as well, and using that teleport to get into lane, into pressure. Now, that does mean that both Nem9 and PCL will be out of it for the next little while. Great flash from Uncle Sam to keep him alive. And this bot lane just don't quit. I feel like I keep thinking it's over. Like, we saw the team fight, and then I thought the Dragon was done. It's not done. And now we have to dive.
Yeah, they say, look, the ADC isn't there. It's actually just Sam, and we can pinch Sam. However, you do divert a kill back to Icelandic, and now the tower is actually going to be safe as well. So with everything going on, heads up play on both ends, you kind of negate how much you are going to lose thanks to that Bard as well. You lose 1 for 1. Now, Silly is getting laid up because Scary Jerry can't be Silly and Scary at the same time. Geiger now, in the face of Divine Thunder, is falling out just a wee bit. And action across the map. Baby, fire in the hole. Shogo with the snipe.
Oh, that's huge. And we were just talking about Shogo getting kills, getting scary. That as well, Trinity Force completed. Once that Mirror Mana comes online, that's when I'm really scared. Rhino? Rhino doesn't have flash? Do they know? Oh, Maryville doesn't know.
That is ballsy. By the way, that is pretty ballsy to back right there.
Yeah, with Zyko especially too. I guess they didn't really have full vision of Zyko, but I was just thinking like, hey, if Zyko shows up right there, I'm not confident Rhino gets out, but Rhino does. And more importantly as well, Shogo continues to push on that bot lane, gets the wave shove in, picks that up, denies it away from Silly Billy. So far, Ole Miss, yes, they're down gold, about 2k, but as far as their game plan is concerned and their composition, they're okay with this. They managed to snag one of the dragons. They're keeping very even. If anything, pressures on Maryville to really start getting a more significant lead, especially as mid-game rolls around.
And I'm very interested as well. We are seeing that Getback is going for that Leandri, so a little bit more burn because of the tanks coming out here. That will actually, I think, drop a little bit of the damage, right? It's burn over time, right? You're looking at the dot, you're looking at the burn and all that. It's not the Ludens or anything like that. But it's still applying that 2-0-3 scoreline that they've been able to back up. This Orianna will be powerful coming into this mid game and looking like a strength to not be too disrespectful to, I think is the best word to say.
Yeah, and with the Orion, I do think that's a wise buy. There are some members who'll have to try and cut through later on. The poke from the ball, command move and command attack can be, command distance, pardon me, can also be very, very strong. Most importantly, your burst doesn't have to just come from Oriana, right? You've got the Lucian. Sillybill is really, really strong. Kraken Slayer is picked up. So that's going to be one way to pick off target. And PCL as well. We've not seen the top laners get involved in fights just yet. But I'm just waiting for that massive Counter-Strike to go along with that command shockwave and dissonance to just absolutely vanish some of the squishier members of Ole Miss.
I mean, it'll be like a Houdini act right now as we got 4 grouped up here, 1 off on the flank for Ole Miss. But they're just going to look, again, Sam, this is about the 3rd or 4th time that they've been caught out, and it's a problem. You lose another member, and they are down in the waters. You can't finish off, or actually you did. You were able to grab the Herald, but you still lose a member for it. PCL now on their own side. But look at the ganks. Rhino's going to get drawn in 2-on-2v, 1v1, and they're looking to fight ever further. Getback's going to try and get over the wall, but you can't get away from death. Now it's another grab behind as Icelandic is going to get cut down. The shots coming out of Scary Jerry are scary to behold as they are 3-2-1 with the Kraken Slayer.
How did Ole Miss not win that? I thought they had it when Rhino dropped that beautiful Bard out onto multiple members on Maryville. It really stopped the advance because it looked for a second there like Maryville was just going to roll right over Ole Miss. But unfortunately, Shogo wasn't able to kill PCL. And Shogo made the choice to go and back up Nem9 instead of that rest of the fight. And despite that, despite not getting Herald, Maryville, I think, are going to be pretty happy with the Herald fight. What happens after, and in this case, losing first turret to Shogo, probably less happy about. But there's nothing they could do about that. Great from Ole Miss to identify that, but still strong fighting from Maryville, and I expect to see more of that as their comp is starting to come into form.
Not just that, Dragon's coming up in just a little bit as well. These fights have been happening time and time again around the global objectives, and I really, really like it. But that also means that they're very predictable as well. You're taking a look at the compositions and how they're drafting up. The wards going down, but not as far for Maryville. All their wards, remember, the last time the Dragon came up, I believe most of the wards were actually shoved into the other side of the jungle. They were at least contesting. At this point, though, Ole Miss have control. Their ward line is pushed up. Pretty much all vision is taken away. And now you have double buffs coming in on both sides. That is going to be on Shogo as well as Icelandic.
Good little bit of burst of damage caught onto Scary Jerry there. You'll have to be careful that doesn't happen when there's more members around. And yeah, this is a little bit what I was concerned about overall. The fact that Ole Miss just surrounds the Dragon with the strength that they just showed. They had the better timings. Now, Maryville is answering with PCL pushing the top lane. And we've seen Jax's kind of 1v5 and turn things around. Are we fighting here after Dragon's gone?
I don't think it's supposed to happen, but it's like what they're wanting to do here. Look at this. They're on a ward, by the way. They think they're not on a ward and are constantly getting bitten off, and now they're going to try and draw Icelandic in. However, there's a fight on the other side going on as Sam and Getback fight each other. This is actually what happened at the last time as well. There's so many little pieces, and because of that Bard ult, the TPs are going to be one-on-one as well. Look at the split. That's going to be iconic to try and get out and alive, but the rest of Maryville are chasing down these kills. Look at the dash getting away from the likes of Nem9. Nem9 going to get some help over the wall as well. The two-shot barrage is going to crush on 2. That's going to get him low enough to kill off Scary Jerry is going to fall. This is Ole Miss saying, hey, we can take these fights as well. What a brutal, brutal bloodbath.
Ole Miss got Dragon, and they got the kills. They bought the king at 82. Like, what on earth, bro? And I am so puzzled by Maryville's decision right there. PCL still playing with fire. PCL was split pushing top. He got a turret. He was continuing to push. And if you leave him in isolation with Nem9, he'd have eventually won as well. Maryville had no reason to be poking their head around there at that time, but they got a little bit greedy. And Ole Miss, give that team an Oscar, because the way they played Iconic right there, Iconic had no clue that he was in full vision the entire time. And even then, with all those advantages, it was close, Orbital. Get Back actually zoned out the majority of the back line of Ole Miss. And if not for the fact that, once again, Pocket Rhino being that hero, using that Bard so well, using that magical journey to get this team back together again, that could have gone a lot worse, but didn't, thankfully, for Ole Miss.
Take a breath. Take a deep, deep breath. Because we said these global objectives have been the point of contact, and the fact that these teams are fighting time and time again, Baron is up on the table. you can already see that Maryville are like, I don't think we're going to go for it, but we have to get the wards down already. Wards being dropped, 2 covering in the river. Well, this mid lane is now going to be tempted. Ole Miss going to drop the Herald, and again, no Bard ult on the side of Maryville to deny this tower breaking. However, it is going to catch out Zyko, who is going to get drawn in. You flash into the queue, but it's enough under the tower that you're happy. Take a look on the other side, though. This is going to be the teleport.
Iconic,
and now you're going to try and get a Cataclysm in. Yes, you do, but there's no Orianna. That's going to be the backside. Get back is able to get back. Low HP, but can they follow up? No, they can't. Look at that. They had the combination, but they can't have the follow-up. PCL is the only one going to jump forward, but the rest of the team isn't there because of that. Ole Miss take the kill. Silly has to run. Scary Jerry is nothing more than a light novel under your bed, and now you're probably going to fall here. A final kill from Shogo as Ole Miss dance the dance of death and come out of hell alive.
Who needs Baron Orbital when you can just kill pretty much the entire team and keep on pushing? They actually don't take the inhibitor at this point. I'm a little bit surprised they didn't want to push too far in. They still have 20 seconds actually on that respawn for Scary Jerry, and PCL was like 18 at that point, but instead they're just going for these outer turrets. And we should be in the mid game, Orbital. This should be Maryville's power spike, but you can see they just are lacking a little bit of gold and a little bit of damage. The idea of the flank was good, but Get Back didn't have enough follow-up to actually get those kills. You saw the outline of it when PCL kind of got in there, but once they filled the burst, this team from Maryville is really going to struggle in these extended fights unless you can get PCL on critical targets. And this Baron now becomes a lot more dangerous because now Ole Miss is stronger, their comp scales better, and for Maryville, you don't have the turrets either. You've lost most of the turrets that access that Baron area. So Ole Miss, if they set down a ward line to try and catch out Maryville coming in, Maryville is really going to struggle to even walk into their own jungle at that point.
Not just that, we're also taking a look at some of the other matches and where Maryville is currently looking, because in that last fight, it was the ults actually landed, but they were disjointed, I think is the best way to put it, right? We saw the Cataclysms go in, and then Get Back was nowhere close to getting that ult off. So, you know, Maryville, they may be looking to force one of these big fights coming up here. However, take a look at what other objective is on the map, one that may not be as gamble heavy as the Baron. Dragon will be coming up in about 35 seconds. So, you know, both teams may not want to attempt to aggro this big ticket item. However, right now with that recall, looks like they'll be okay. Zyko spotting out that the Bard does fall away and instead is able to walk back out safely.
Okay, so here's the thing overall. I agree. The Baron's a lot riskier. It's a big ticket item, and you know the Dragon's easier to take. But that's not working in favor of Maryville right now, because with the gold discrepancy, with the comp discrepancy, a fast objective like Dragon, Ole Miss can burn that and turn and still fight. Whereas at Baron, that's when he gets squishy. And I think, Uncle Sam, is he caught?
Kind of, because there's not really any damage behind it. I just want to point that out. They're trying. This is the third time, and that's actually a great combination because now Sam can get away and the rest of the team is coming in. I mean, not really caught because there was no damage behind it. We watched him try and wail on this APC, and they were doing fine. Sam turns a 2v1 into gank heaven.
So remember when I said for MU, you know, they want Baron because that's where Ole Miss might get shredded. They might take more damage. Yeah, no, not when your jungler's dead. Then now Ole Miss gets to pick that up. I'm glad Maryville have recognized that, hey, you know what, we lost the top side. Let's just go do Dragon instead. Silly Billy going to solo that one out. And PCL, he's still trying to split push, but he doesn't have the magic resist to deal with the Syndra.
No, Sam's been punished enough, by the way. Most deaths on the team, actually more so than the rest of the team combined. And yet just furious, right? Dropping those orbs time and time again, saying, let me go ahead and get some damage down as well. And this big split pusher in PCL is not going to carry over as much as they would like. So taking a look here, Maryville now have to face off against the threat of a 5-man Baron, depending on where they wish to go, whether that go mid, top, bot, or all of the above.
Now, for Maryville, there's still a chance. One good thing about a wombo combo composition is that the damage is often always going to be enough to actually kill the squishies if you can reach the squishy. So if they can... Okay, they're trying to kill the squishy. They are definitely trying.
I mean, if Sam can actually bait this one out well, that'll be great. Your flash is coming up in just a second. I mean, you dodged just about everything you could. However, you did ramp up enough time to make sure your team gets that inhibitor. Not just that, you're now flooding into this top side where the Cassante has pushed forward. Because of that, that will be a happy one as well. For your singular life, your team has now gathered an inhibitor, as well as 1, maybe 2 towers.
I have very mixed feelings about that, Orbital, because now they are numbers down. This is Maryville's opportunity to try and turn the tides. They just need to hard commit to this. Icelandic hero gets caught out. There's no shockwave from Get Back.
No, there's not, but there's enough chunking that, hey, you get that kill. However, look on the top side. Again, that is now 2 deaths for another inhibitor, and this should feel great. For Ole Miss, their Baron is now very much worth it.
Okay, so I had mixed feelings about Uncle Sam getting caught over. I don't know if that one was worth necessarily, but what Icelandic hero did, that I think is worth, because he actually bought enough time for them to take that second inhibitor, and you were a downer person, so if you tried to brute force into a 3-1 split push, there was a chance that Maryville would just turn the tides with a numbers advantage. Baron is still ticking. Ole Miss is still pushing. Uncle Sam is back up. Did TP back in?
Oh, they caught 2. Can they follow up? Yes, they do. They go ahead and grab 1 life. Psycho actually jumps into the fray and is going to die as well. In comes the redemption to keep them all healed up, and because of that, they can continue. That is iconic, being iconically punished, as that is a triple kill for Shogo. Shogo's looking for the ECL, trying to jump in, looking for the peripheral counter-strike. Can't find it. That's a quadra kill. That's an ace. And Ole Miss pretty much burst into the mid-game with a dub. GG to game number 1.
As they back off waiting for minions. They still need their minions to tag for them. But yes, this is going to be a wrap. And, well, bro, we did say it was a rematch, so I guess they had to kind of go run it back a little bit, right? Give Ole Miss game 1. And huge props to Ole Miss with the way they played it, because they played that incredibly well. Even at the end, as much as I criticize Sam for getting caught, part of me thinks, do you remember those old, Uncle Sam wants you posters, like those military recruitment posters? That's what it felt like. Uncle Sam was like, I want you. And Maryville was like, we'll go. And Maryville went, and Maryville died. Or it took way too long for them to respond, and Ole Miss were getting better macro trades all throughout the map. So well played to Ole Miss, really knowing what to do in this situation, making the best of bad plays.
And taking a look into game number 2, I don't think the composition was really that bad, because we take a look at Maryville's side, it was great, but just Ole Miss had a fantastic time. Time and time again, we saw that combination. It's like a cannonball, right? You take a look at the side of Maryville, it is a cannonball. You go ahead, press R, you win. That cannonball was never given an opportunity to even be forged in fire. So going into game number 2, where do Maryville go? Do they draft a different setup? Do they go into a more skirmish-heavy composition, or do they try this cannonball once again?
I think Maryville, it's game 1 of a best of 3. They took a little bit of a risk putting Scary Jerry on something like a Lucian, because when you pick a Lucian, much like a Draven, you have to win early, right? You are looking to dominate the lane, and while Scary Jerry did manage to do that, and I think in the 2v2, Scary Jerry and Zyko did really, really well. The problem was when they started getting drawn out of lane, then Shogo started picking up kills, Shogo started picking up farm, and then Shogo started winning the game. So Scary Jerry can do the exact same thing. I think going to game 2, Maryville maybe dropped a little bit more insurance. Don't necessarily all in that early game, because if it doesn't work out well, then you start to fall off a little bit. And then I think we'll have a much more even game that we expect to see between 2 teams of this caliber.
All right, well, there you go. Some thoughts moving into game number 2. We'll be right back here in just a little bit from the NECC with some more League of Legends action in just a bit. Don't go anywhere.
It's been a while and such a ride, the stars align. I love the fact I didn't let her go. She loves the fact that I just let her know. Now we're together, it's a different mode. We getting crazy in a different role. I love the fact I didn't let her go. She loves the fact that I just let her know. Now we're together, it's a different mode. We getting crazy in a different role. We getting crazy in a different role. She loves the fact that I just let her know. We getting crazy in a different role. We getting crazy in a different role. She my do or die, my bona fide. My up when I'm down, she's always beside me. She makes me feel alive, I won't deny. Her love for me is real and kinda suicide-y. She's not the same, she's such a rare type. She's far from plain, at least in my eyes. She said if I cross her, I'll be in the grave or under her type, but yeah, that's still my babe. I love the fact I didn't let her go. She loves the fact that I just let her know. Now we're together, it's a different mode. We getting crazy in a different role. I love the fact I didn't let her go. She loves the fact that I just let her know. Now we're together, it's a different mode. We getting crazy in a different role. We getting crazy in a different role. She loves the fact that I just let her know. We getting crazy in a different role. We getting crazy in a different role. Getting crazy in a different role. We getting crazy in a different role.
I'm cutting dice. Look at these eyes. They're not here to please you. There was a time you could be mine before all that you put me through. I knew that you were trouble, but I let that you were bad. I'm living in this bubble and it makes you so mad. You can say hello, but I don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like. You can watch me go, 'cause I don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. You can say hello, but I don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like. You can watch me go, 'cause I don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like. Don't need you to like. Don't need you to like. You can say hello, but I don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like. You can watch me go, 'cause I don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like. You can say hello, but I don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like. You can watch me go, 'cause I don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like. Don't need you to like. Don't need you to like.
When you dream, do you see beautiful rays of light shimmering, guiding you through the night? when the lights turn out. Even now, laying down hundreds of miles away, I can see you and me like it was yesterday. I know it's not the same, but I'm still behind you every step of the way. Look in yourself and I'll be there, I can guide you. All the love is the same. If they send for me tomorrow, even if I leave right now, you'll find comfort there in knowing whenever in doubt, you can find me when the lights turn out. When the lights turn out, you can find me when the lights turn out. When the lights turn out, you can find me when the lights turn out.
I need a second to take a breath, to keep me guessing with what you said. You're in my head. We're under pressure, we're sinking deep like stormy weather. Can't seem to breathe when you're with me. If you're gonna break me, I know I won't stay. I don't wanna wait here, you push me away. If you're gonna choose, you don't know what to do. I don't wanna lose you, but don't wanna lose me too. So complicated, don't mess it up. Feeling frustrated, it ain't enough to fix a love. If you're gonna break me, I know I won't stay. I don't wanna wait here, you push me away. If you're gonna choose, you don't know what to do. I don't wanna lose you, but don't wanna lose me too. Drop the clutch, pedal to the floor. Turn that giddy part into a lion's roar. Dream machine, racing queen. I'll take you wherever you wanna go. Let's blow this town, break the speed of sound. Tonight we own the road. Dream machine, racing queen. You make my heart beat. You make my heart beat. Dream machine, racing queen. You make my heart beat. You make my heart beat. Red on the highway, blue lights flashing behind me. Dream machine, racing queen. You make my heart beat. You make my heart beat. Dream machine, racing queen. You make my heart beat. You make my heart beat. Dream machine, racing queen. You make my heart beat. You make my heart beat. Red on the highway, blue lights flashing behind me. Dream machine, racing queen. You make my heart beat. You make my heart beat. Started as a whisper, message from a new world I'd never known. Something about it felt like it'd been waiting my whole life. Is this home? I can hear each sound calling my name, and I feel angels around when I start to sing. And suddenly it feels like heaven's not so far.
Welcome back, everyone. We're excited to be here once again. This series is popping off the rematch, one that we did not see earlier, but now seeing here is very, very fun. The game number one, it was only about 27 minutes, and yet we had enough blood for about a 35-minute game. RMC, we're interested in this game number two coming in here.
Yeah, and we do have news that the teams have swapped sides, so Maryville will be on blue side this game, Ole Miss on the red side, so Ole Miss will get counter pick. Now, a couple of interesting picks did happen in game one overall. One which I kind of missed in draft was the Bard pick, of course, for Rhino. Really, really key in that game one. It's a very versatile pick as well, so I'm curious if Maryville actually ban it away in game two. I feel like it's a bit hard against Rhino specifically. He does have other champs he plays. Thresh especially comes to mind. And the other one that was interesting to me overall was Cassante first pick. We saw the Rumble ban that came through from Ole Miss, and that guaranteed them a Cassante. And with the changes to Cassante, I don't know if you can handshake a Renekton anymore. I think Cassante wins that. And we just saw him win against the Jacks. So if Maryville's blue side, do they go for that first pick? And does Neb9 have an answer to a potential first pick Cassante, or do you have to ban it on red side?
I think those are very excellent questions that I will never be able to answer because I can't play Cassante to save my life. Taking a look here, though, it is, I think that is something to mention, are these power picks that came out, because I took a look back at draft and the Bard was very influential. However, it was a B5. It did not come out until much later in the draft phase. So you're taking a look there, and for Ole Miss, you're also sitting there going, I mean, we don't expect it to get banned that much if it fell all the way to B5 to be able to be picked up. So it sounds like it for Ole Miss, it was almost like a counter to that type of engage. And that was the other question that I think we set up is, Maryville, are you going to do another dive? Because we know the J4 and Oriana is so strong. However, if you're on blue side, there is a high chance of not getting both of those champions back to back. That's just the flow of the way it goes.
Yeah, you got to give up some sort of OP, right? Like, right now in the current meta, I think there are enough champions that are first pickable or very, very high prior that you could kind of go with. The other thing that, of course, we mentioned at the end of last game before we went for our break was the AD carry position for Scary Jerry, right? Like, what do you actually pick for Scary Jerry? I like the Lucian. I like the idea, and certainly worked in lane. But the late game, the mid game was when it started to really fall apart, and there's nothing you can do as that Lucian. So I'd like to see Scary Jerry on some other sort of champion. Oh, did he go? Okay, I saw the Ezreal hover for a second. So is that a Xayah or is that an Ezreal?
They did the same thing again. They are in a blind pick lobby here, and so we're I want to give a big shout out to our production side. By the way, we haven't been able to do so. It is Shira as well as Peta running our production here, giving us the bird's eye view. However, as you normally see, as those may be tuning in, going, how the heck is there a Jace mid or anything like that? Because actually there, I believe, was a Jace. But taking a look at how they kind of hopped in here, it was one of those situations where they just grab the champion and go. So we get to talk about these champions though, because we are just pretty much bombarded. Taking a look at Maryville's roster, it looks like they were able to grab the Cassante early. They also were ones to ban the J4, Oriana, and Maokai. Heavy influence onto Icelandic there. On the flip side though, the Rel and then the Jinx are two that really stood out to me, because those were R1 and R2 for Ole Miss's side.
Yeah, and we should just quickly mention the bans as well that came through from Maryville, because we were talking about OPs being traded. J4 is one we mentioned, but overall, Maryville on the blue side banned Maokai, J4, Oriana. So despite the fact they ran the J4 Oriana last game, Maryville is very aware of how strong they are and probably didn't feel super confident giving that one over. And I think Ole Miss took massive advantage of that. Now, you mentioned the sort of Jinx and Rel that got picked up early. It is worth noting that Jinx is very strong still on the current patch. She just got nerfed on today's patch, where last patch her get excited could be stacked. So she could go from excited to very excited to super excited to just blow your brains out excited. Like, where she was just, what was it? I can't even remember what her attack speed cap was hitting, but it was something absolutely
There was
ridiculous.
no cap at that point. There was no cap.
Yeah, she was just raining missiles down. You thought the end of Arcane was bad. She was just, that was her basic auto attack effectively. And now on this patch, it got nerfed a little bit so that in order to hit those ridiculous numbers, her passive can only stack on kills. The first one procs off epic monsters or structures, but beyond that, she actually needs to get kills. So still very, very strong. What surprised me was the fact that Maryville answered with a Xayah. And Xayah traditionally struggles against longer range champions who can outrange her. But Maryville decided, no, we are picking this into a Jinx. And you can see immediately the answer from that from Ole Miss is, oh, they picked a Xayah? We just pow on the bodies. Now you've got a Braum there to block as well. Gwen with the squealing. Victor, another champion's actually really good at playing backwards and defensively. I am looking at these compositions and I am scared for Maryville right now. I don't see good ways for them to actually team fight. They've got a Jace. That's good. You've got Poke. They've got one source of Poke against the Braum and a Gwen. I'm not sure I'm seeing how team fights are supposed to go for the Maryville comp.
And I mean, you're also praying for that Taliyah to work out. We kind of glanced over it, but this jungle situation has become something very, very apparent. Icelandic drawing 2 bans at the early phase of this game, number 2, and then the fact that Iconic is going something drastically different. That Weaver's Wall is nothing like a J4 Cataclysm. This is going to also signal a little bit of, hey, we're trying to disengage. That is what a Taliyah likes to do. So, I mean, pile on the fact that we have that difference at Jace in the mid lane. You now have a pretty short stack in the jungle. You're not having that tankiness that you had in game 1.
You know, bro, you say it's very different, but J4's out raises terrain. Taliyah's out raises terrain.
All right, I'll give you that one.
J4's out can help his team. Taliyah's out can help her team. And both of them can get you killed if you screw up. So
Yeah.
some similarities there. No, but you're right, of course. The Taliyah not going to be anywhere near as tanky as the likes of that J4, and it's not as strong an initiate as well, but what it does give you is zone control. Now my problem is I don't know if you need that zone control against what Ole Miss has. Ole Miss is the one that wants to sit back and pew pew from afar, and unfortunately they banned the J4, so they don't have that ease of engage to come through. And if I'm looking at the Taliyah, if I'm looking at what Iconic's trying to do with it, it's got to be early ganking. You got to try and shut down these lanes. Gwen needs time to skill, Victor needs time to skill, Jinx needs time to scale. And early game, I want to see Iconic, once he hits that level 6, just zipping around, taking that zip line down to the lanes, get some kills.
All right, well, there you go. And I mean, I'm a little bit foggy on my end right now. I can't really see too well, but that top side is one that we need to talk about as well, because the Cassante came out in B1, and the Rumble was actually banned away by Ole Miss. Obviously, those that are watching here cannot see that, but we have insider knowledge about that one. The answer to it, though, was that Gwen. Now, this matchup is still Magic versus that Cassante. Do you like this matchup leaning in to the likes of PCL? Once again, are you looking over on the other side at Nemesis saying, hey, this is great for you, now you get to play against the Cassante?
Well, I think in lane, it's not great for the Gwen. We've seen this matchup even before the Cassante sort of shift, and a lot of it is just about more Gwen trying to scale up and be a force to be reckoned with in the late game. But in the 1v1s, it's not super favorable necessarily. And in fact, I think it was in play-ins we saw that if a Cassante starts getting ahead of that Gwen as well, she ends up not hitting the point where she can cut through the absolute unit that is Cassante. So PCL, we used to make jokes about Pi can lane, Pi can't lane. Well, this game, Pi has to lane, because if Pi doesn't lane well against M9, then things are going to be very, very bad. But on the other hand, if he can shut down that Gwen, maybe that's an opportunity. Maybe PCL can be that engage that Maryville needs to be able to hunt down Shogo.
Would you say that if Pi can't lane, Pi can't game? Is that where we're leaning into now? Is that going to be a problem later on? All right.
No.
Take a look here. We are having the battle lines drawn. It is going to be very simplistic as well. Taking a look at the situation, remember last time Maryville were on the charge. This time around, you don't really have that threat engage tool, the 4-man bodies that you can just throw into sign. And because of that, we're actually getting some fun wards being dropped down here. You can go ahead, take a look. One ward over there, I believe, on those Raptors, saying, hey, we are going to see where Iconic decides to start.
Oh, Rhino in a bush alone. It's worth noting, Shogo is not even nearby. And Zyko and Scary hesitated for a second. They're like, wait, surely Rhino's not alone, right? If they had all in, they could have done more damage. But I'm going to be honest, from Alistar at bot lane, like, neither of them care about taking that level 1
Right,
damage.
I was about to say, like, there's not much that's going to happen either way.
Yeah, it's just going to be tickles. They're just going to heal right back up. Right now, it's this bot lane is a farm fest, which actually surprises me that Icelandic Hero is starting top side, because now I don't necessarily think you're going to really get kill threat. And I guess Ole Miss, it's kind of similar to game 1 where we said nothing happening is a good thing happening for Ole Miss. And I think it's the same mentality right now.
And I mean, if it leans the way that it did before, I think that's great, right? They stalled out the early game. I think the least amount that they've had was that situation of, I think it was only about 2.5K difference, right? And then they quickly made it up. So if the same trend follows, they're going to be quite happy. Not just that, though, we are seeing a little bit of a lilt in terms of Ole Miss actually having pressure in this early game. Remember, last time in game number 1 as well, all 3 lanes were bullied into them. They were the ones on the back foot waiting for those towers to kind of free farm up.
Now, part of that is just the lane shelf part of me and just how the lanes are going. I do expect to see top and mid kind of go the way of Maryville, and I expect to see them get that pressure. Bot lane, on the other hand, though, that's the lane where I don't think we're going to be able to see Maryville really bully out Ole Miss, at least not in isolation. If Iconic ganks down there, maybe that happens. But if not, I think the range control and the wave control that Jinx has, their ability to just use the rockets to shove waves from such a safe range, is going to make it really difficult for Scary Jerry and Zygo to move around, which is one of my concerns with this Zaya pick. And I'm still waiting to kind of see how Scary Jerry is going to be able to make this one really work.
I mean, not just that, you're talking about waiting for that little invitation, that little bit of help coming out from the jungle side. We did see Icelandic already get a first gank off on your minimap. You saw the flash go down, so that is actually get back that is on the receiving end of that point. Because of that, you now go back to lanes. Icelandic is going to be a little bit slower behind in terms of clearing out that bot side into the scuttle. So for Iconic, you do get that quick tap. You're already up on level 4, and you're looking to try and hit level 6 ASAP.
And the trade-off, of course, for that speed orbital, as you mentioned, the gank, the flash down for get back does mean that on this Jace, you normally want to play quite aggressively, get the poke, go in and trade hard on Victor. You won't be able to do that safely anymore, especially if you don't have eyes on Icelandic. So Iconic has to make good on that advantage because it comes at the cost of the mid lane. Now, you can still gank pre-6 with that Talia. I just don't know if necessarily you're going to be able to pull it off successfully.
Well, this is going to be the second one as Icelandic is looking good. Stun under the tower, but a knockup coming out from Zyko, and it actually grabs Icelandic near the tower range.
Nice.
And there's no chance out Very well done. Quick pick up there, and that'll be Scary Jerry looking a bit better here.
Okay, so a gank from Talia can be a little bit difficult pre-6, but the counter gank is good, and they're just revisiting this. Rhino has flash.
I think the shove is there as well. That's going to be a route into almost automatic shove, and that combination is deadly, by the way. We will see that time and time again. Feathers into shove, into stun. That is going to be the bread and butter of Maryville. Right now, though, good out by Rhino.
Yeah, that was a super long CC combo that can come through, and that's why we're a little bit worried, when Rhino gets caught by the first bit of it, but we're early enough in the game, and we mentioned, Braum, very, very tanky champion, doesn't care too much with damage. Ooh, the Braum Q didn't hit, so I don't think they know Scary Jerry's still there.
No, I don't think they stepped out of bush either.
No support.
And that's going to be the feathers, but the wall is up, so again, it's that scary point, and both teams may be saying, hey, we got the better of the situation. We kept Scary in lane, so a little bit more time without that full damage. Of course, you're sitting on 50% health on the Jinx, so maybe it's not exactly as nice as you would have liked.
Icelandic hero, that man truly national hero. He died, right? He was first blood. It went over the way of Scary Jerry, which is, of course, a terrifying thought to think that you're giving that man first blood. But he comes back onto Rift, takes Scuttle, and immediately invades. And you can tell that Iconic was not ready for that. Successfully invades, gets back out. So Ole Miss, specifically Icelandic hero, still a lot of spunk in them. Top side, what? How is Nem9 so far hit this early?
I was waiting for you to say that because you laid it up like the Gwen should not be winning. The Gwen is up about 10 CS and just chilling. There has been no problems for N9 right now and is about to take a plate as well. That's amazing.
Okay, so maybe it's the changes they made to K'Sante. I'm going to be honest. I still haven't made up my mind on whether K'Sante is a buff or a nerf, the way they changed him. It seems like from a lot of the people I've spoken to, they say it's a buff and that he's really, really strong in trades right now. But I guess with the wider windows of opportunity, Nem9 has been able to take advantage of them. And maybe the matchup between Gwen and K'Sante has also changed a little bit. So seeing, Nem9 get that early shove, be up that CS, granted it was just that wave, was kind of weird to see. Uncle Sam has flash. Shouldn't die here.
Good flash, and that's going to be a tower shot as well. The laser behind actually keeps them locked in mid because take a look at what they're doing on the other side of the map outside in Dragon. It's taken. So Sam going to be more than okay losing that flash if your team gets Dragon.
Great sidesteps from PCL to make sure that he doesn't get run down either. Both Nem9 and PCL actually running the ghost, one thing we didn't mention. So they're very, very equal. But yes, bought first Dragon, and it's Ocean Drake as well, going to Ole Miss. So that's going to be good to them. They've already got really, really good scaling on their side. The extra regeneration in lane is going to just slowly give them the edge, considering that there's not a lot of insta-burst damage to come through just yet. So when it just comes down to a lot of chip damage and a lot of poking between the lanes, Ocean Drake's probably the best for that, and that's why I love it as a first Drake.
It's so nice. Every time you take a little bit of fragment damage, you're like, that's okay. Give me 5 seconds. I'll be fine. It's a nice little setup there. Taking a look here, though, we are seeing that pressure back out, and PCL is trying to gain some traction here. Now, keep in mind, the big thing that we saw in game number 1 is PCL and N9. They were pretty much trading early on and actually burning those teleports very, very quickly. In this current situation, neither has actually done so. Instead, they coordinated their backs very, very well. They've been able to buy up in a decent manner as well. So I'm very curious to see how this is going to play. Right now, though, Sam is about to get treatment number 1 game. The same of 3 or 4 joining him in mid lane.
Well, bro, I think part of that goes back to the teleports you're talking about for these top laners, because we're at 8 minutes. Herald's coming up. And that's why I think we're seeing Silly Billy or Scary Jerry and Zyko roam out to get that pressure onto Dragon. I think that's why we also saw the top laners hold the TPs to try and get that shove, reset, and then TP back into the fight. Now, Nem9 used his to get the Leeching Leer, the component for that Rift Maker, but because of the early rotate that came through from Maryville, they're just going to see this Herald, completely to Maryville. They're not going to bother about it. Instead, they're just going to try and farm up where they can answer somewhere else on the map.
That'll be fun to kind of watch as well. Now, with those lines drawn, it's actually in Iconic's pocket. Where do you want to go with this? You are level 6. You do have that roam potential. You have that chance to actually fight against Icelandic as well. But Icelandic is saying, hey, I got a much better chance. But look at that get back there. Get back said, nah, don't worry too much. Actually dodged away. And I want to give huge props there. That takes some balls to dash away back into the mid lane and then hammer back to Icelandic to try and get out of there.
Yeah, it looked kind of weird for a second because, why are you running away from safety? But it dodged out the stun or the additional stun from the rel, and it created all that space that allowed get back to just barely survive. And hey, a win's a win. Can they catch Uncle Sam? Though Icelandics over the wall.
Oh, that's
Can't
going to
get
be
over two
the
walls.
force stun. That feels bad, and it's well done. Maryville collect a kill, and, Get Back's like, ha, that's what you deserve.
Get Back didn't even actually complete the recall. Just decided, like, hey, you got the kill. I'm going to try and get in there. Didn't get the assist. Gets the shove instead. Well played from Maryville. And that's what we said we wanted to see from Iconic, right? Hit level 6, get the ultimate, start making the plays around the map. Now, I was thinking more bot lane, but hey, taking in mid, that's fine too. We did say that Jace being the poke is the most effective champion right now on the side of Maryville as the game goes on.
And I want to ask, right? That is now the second time that we've actually watched a chase happen on Iconic, right? Iconic chasing after Icelandic in terms of where they're actually trying to punch into the map. Do we see that continue with that Weaver's Wall kind of chasing after the curtails of Icelandic, or do we start to see Iconic try and make their own plays around the map?
Well, I'm hoping we see something, because for a second there, I saw nothing.
Right.
Well, I think for Iconic, especially being a Talia with the Weaver's Wall, either kind of works. If you are going to be the aggressor, if you are going to be one making the ganks, I'd like to see Iconic make a play away from Icelandic, because I think if it's kind of funny with these jungles, I think whoever makes the later move actually is going to win out a lot of times. Whoever can disengage and allow their laner to pump out the damage on that CC, especially once the initial burst is out, wins that out. So I think Iconic has all the cards, whereas Icelandic doesn't. We're seeing the attempted engage and not landing it.
I think this is exactly going back to what you said, because this time Icelandic chases behind the likes of Iconic and grabs a kill for themselves. You're a psychic, RMC. Jeez, what the heck?
Hey, and it happened when the Talia Weaver's Wall wasn't up, so Iconic left, couldn't actually come back. That bot said, I was watching Rhino not land anything at first. I was like, no, this is not. Surely Zyko doesn't get out, right? His ult is down, but there's just too much chase down potential. And speaking of chase down potential, we did talk about Ghost in the top lane. I do want to highlight Shogo is running Ghost on Jinx, not Cleanse. So Shogo's positioning not only is going to have to be on point and easier with the Ghost, but let's not forget the potential chase down as well from this Jinx. Once you're excited, you move fast. But to get that first kill, I'm expecting to see Shogo get some very aggressive forward movement later on in some of the later team fights.
Especially with that Ghost, I'm excited to watch it happen. So we'll see if it does happen and if Maryville can shut it down. Right now, Dragon is coming up here, and this is going to be the Cloud. So not only do you get most of the secondary, almost passive buffs here, if you get the move speed, that's going to make these movements around the map that much more difficult. However, take a look at the wards that are currently being cleared out. Majority share of Ole Miss has been set up and being forced to clear out. Get Back is going to try and make some move, but they do draw the teleport. Rhino a little bit late to try and back away, and because of that, you do get caught, and PCL is going to run down that ADC. The wall is going to come through and also draw them in, but a great magnetic storm is going to keep Shogo alive. Because of that, you are safe, and that could have been a heck of a lot worse. Well done by Ole Miss to kind of stem the flow of bleeding, but Maryville with a great collapse on bot.
Yeah, and there's that giant you're talking about. I was hoping we'd get to see a massive team fight orbital, but that's not to be as they're pushing back. I love that they dropped the Herald as well. They're tripling down on this bot lane, and Rhino is playing the fight. You had no Bart this time.
I mean, you did this once or twice or thrice now. However, it doesn't matter because the ADCs are actually going to fight. We got to go back, though. Rhino is trying to keep them in place, give time for Sam to get there. But the ADCs, the big thing is they have danced the dance of death. Big damages between the two. Both of them now losing their flashes. And Sam trying to start up this dragon. And I don't think Iconic is going to challenge it at all. Oh, well, hold on. They were on a ward. I only said no because I was wondering, where they were. But yeah, they drew the X to doubt across my screen right there. They are actually fighting, by the way. They are going in. That's going to be another double knockup. The shove gets 2, and they stun as well. Zyko, though, in that Unbreakable Will is going to be taken quite low. PCL had enough time to recall and walk his way back to this dragon after a third attempt between both the teams. The fourth shall go the way of Maryville.
This seems to be a signature of this particular series, Overlord. The fact that the fights are never really over when you think they're over. Even now, watching Iconic do this, I'm watching everybody abandon Iconic, and I'm thinking Iconic might get caught out. It's bait.
Oh my
gosh. Over the wall.
Rhino, I can't keep saving you. You still live. That is ridiculous. This is now the 5th time these teams are fighting, and it's given to Ole Miss.
Zyko.
Rocket
Oh,
from
the
downtown.
rocket!
You know what? Just the icing on the cake. No one knows what's going to happen. Shogo gets another snipe between these two games.
Well, I don't know what sort of cake that you normally eat, but beef cakes to me aren't dessert. That's it. I can't believe that just happened. That was what a weird series of events. I was hoping to see a team fight break out between these two teams, especially Ole Miss. They are the team fight composition, but I expected that they needed a little bit more time. And you're already seeing how strong this comp can be in these sort of set plays, especially when you're stuck in that choke point like that tri-bush on the bottom of the map. And now I'm very, very worried for Maryville because this early on already, you're struggling with the team fights. This early on already, you're struggling to kill Shogo, right? The Weaver's Wall came out. That little gap, Shogo had no ghost. If not for that little gap, Shogo dies. But it's these sort of little errors that later on will cost you not just an objective, but the entire game.
And the fact of the matter as well is this top side is not going in your favor either. Right now, this is N9 having a fantastic time. And because of that, Iconic has not really had as much control over, kind of full focusing the spot side. Because of that, Shogo and Rhino now have the priority. They now get to rotate out and look towards that mid lane, relieve Sam of their duty, give that big man a break from the mid lane, and then take their chances in other spots. Zyko now, though, doing the Rhino and having a little bit of a wandering path. It's going to be the Storm to zap away their health, but they're going to be okay. Still, though, 2 towers down in the blink of an eye does give Ole Miss a 1K lead.
I feel like every time I look at Zyko on my screen, he's just like ducking and he's doing the serpentine. He's like going back.
Not just Zyko. It's Zyko and Rhino. Every so often we're just like, okay, what situation did they put themselves in this time? Because remember, around the dragon, it was also Rhino that walked in for a second time.
True. These supports, man. Like I think that's what we just need to keep the cameras on. Is where are the supports? That's where the action's likely to be.
Where's Waldo? Where's Waldo? In the middle of the enemy. I don't know where else. Sorry.
Just camera lock. You mentioned top side though. Let's go back to that for a little bit because I do think that's actually a really, really important point that you mentioned that PCL had to roam down, and that gave Nem9 an eternity up in the top lane. All that fun we were having down there, Nem9 was up there hard at work clearing minions, taking down the turret, and because of that, not only is he like half an item above PCL right now, but he's got levels as well. Zyko, bro. Serpentine, back and forth.
Both of them still think that they're like utility supports that have a lot of move speed and like they like have smaller hitboxes. Nah, bro, you are two beefy boys that are having fun. Zyko though said, "Hey, I don't even care. I see no one on the side here. I'm gonna go ahead and use that gate." Look at all the pings going down. The minimap is just a wash of blue as everyone on the side of Maryville is like, "Where is everyone? We need to spot them." However, battle lines currently drawn between 3 and 3, and that's gonna be dangerous. Iconic has to flash over the wall, and that is a rough spot to lose your flash. And yes, the tower goes down, but that still hurts to lose a flash over that.
Part of me is like, why are we brute forcing this bot side so much? So it's flash, you'll be fine. Like why are we? I understand why they're doing it. They wanted that turret, but at the same time, it feels like a lot of attention has been paid to this bot lane. I'm gonna be honest. Oh, Uncle Sam, why did he come back?
Uh-oh. What?
I don't know what I'm doing anymore.
I would like to. Nope, I can't. No.
Rocket.
Come on, land off screen.
Ooh.
Okay, it did not land on Zyko. A good guy get back, body blocking that.
Yeah, that's a real mid right there. Body blocking for your support, making sure.
Absolutely not. A real mid would have walked away. You know that, RMC. You 100% know that.
A good mid would never die for a support. A great mid would make sure neither of them dies. And get back was a great mid. Iconic getting zoned out. Oh, he caught this time. No flash.
Yeah, hey, look at payment. Just a minute ago, you lost your flash, and now it's not only Sam, but also Iconic that is losing out. Now we get the Feather Storm in the mid because Scary got scared and had to burn it to stay safe.
Like Iconic thought he was mid laner. Oh, hold up.
Good knock up, but the Magnet Storm is
good.
still going to draw him in. That's going to be get back taken under tower. Uncle Sam coming in to try and get the lasers down. Needless to say, this is still 4 mid, so control over to Ole Miss if they want to try and take this tower. Meanwhile, again, the top side is pushing, so this 4-1 working in Ole Miss's favor.
Yeah, unfortunately, the Iconic's still dead. Even if you have Weaver's Wall, even if you have those Hextech gates, yeah, just stepping up there costs Maryville a lot. And it goes back again to the composition. You're seeing it. The lack of engage power for Maryville. Now, if Get Back was accelerated, which he kind of is. He's 40 CS up from Uncle Sam, but that's not far enough. We haven't seen the Mirror Mana come through yet. If Get Back was ahead, maybe you can poke them off. Maybe that's enough. But if Get Back isn't ahead, then what are your options as Maryville right now? How do you even look for an engage? If Iconic steps up looking for the pick, well, he just steps back to base. Herald being taken down right now as Dragon is up. Ole Miss, specifically Nem9, has TP available if they want to 5v5 this.
Well, the chance might actually come with the fact that Uncle Sam is currently fighting one-on-one, but actually winning it out. Take a look at how long this fight is going because of that. That is actually going to be Get Back stormed out. Now, keep minds on how hard this split is. Sam, at this point, you're in full retreat mode. You are just trying to burn time, and you're doing it. Take a look. The feather's not landing either. You're baiting for it. Look how long Sam is living. You're actually going to clear out the wave as well. They're getting nothing. And because of that, the long lane of top lane will go the way of Nem9. And even through all that, Zyko is only one to pick up that kill.
And now this is why it's really unfortunate for Maryville again, because now you want to do Dragon, but you have to be wary of a 4v4 happening. Because Uncle Sam's really strong, but Shogo and Nem9 are the two major threats on to this team. Ole Miss, though, they're not going to coin flip this. They're just going to give this away. I respect that. There's no need to coin flip this. They're not going to coin flip this. They're not.
You're saying that, and it is taken. However, the ensuing fight might be there. This is a 3v5, though. I'm not sure how much they really want to take this. Back is going to grab 2. Rhino trying to body block, and Geiger comes in for the backside. They are going to win this fight. That's a shutdown on to Scary Jerry. Still Nem9 looking for another PCL, getting shredded by the scissors, and that's going to be a blown up to Leah in the Dragon Pit. For the Dragon, you pay 3, and Ole Miss go, thank you very much.
Baron?
No.
I mean, right now, like, Iconic's down for 20 seconds. You have a very, very fed Jinx who is IE completed already. No, they're just going for the push instead. They're going for save. So, I'm glad overall. It wasn't the 50-50. At least not the one that I was worried about. They didn't just run in to try and kill that dragon. Instead, they went for the ensuing fight. And it popped off. Look at those gold numbers right now, both in top and in bot especially. That's like a 2+K difference in the top lane, 2K in the bot lane. And in the mid lane, where Get Back actually has a CS advantage because of the kills, because of the global, or what kills? Uncle Sam's all 3 right now. Because of the global pressure in the turrets, he's not that far behind. So Ole Miss right now, they're dominating where they need to dominate. They're accelerated where they need to be ahead, and their late game comp, it's starting to look almost like late game for them. Uncle Sam. 4-0 now.
Sam's gonna be stuck in mid game for a while, I think. 0-4, just like, yeah, that's all you really got. However, you were just talking about the current situation for Ole Miss, Maryville. This is where things got a little bit testy back in game number 1 as well. This is actually where we saw a lot of desperation start to come out. I think specifically between Iconic and Get Back, we started to see them look for those opportunities, look for those chances to get fights down. And it was around this time, once they find a pick, they're looking for those kills, they're looking for those engages, and sometimes they push a little bit too far. In this situation, though, they do have the player advantage, and they are happy about it as well. Looking to get some wards down, they do. Not as many as they would probably like, but it's enough.
Okay. Ole Miss right now, it strikes me as kind of not weird, not unfortunate, but well, unfortunate for Maryville. Let's go with that. That you get the pick onto Uncle Sam. They're doing really well on that front. And notice that Maryville couldn't find any advantages of that. Heck, they couldn't even get that vision you were talking about, Orbital, down. It's Ole Miss who was getting all the vision down. They're the ones who secure the scuttle. And Maryville, with a technical numbers advantage, can't really push in. And now that Ole Miss is all back up, yeah, you still want to play the side lanes, and yes, the TP is on Uncle Sam, but even at this point, if Uncle Sam gets picked, I think Ole Miss just go for Baron, and they find the kill. Or they just group up and brute force right now, because 5v5, I think they can start diving turrets.
I think just one player they can. I mean, Nem is looking at it while the rest of the team is pushing out. Take a look at where Sam is. Sam is again thrown into this top side. Icelandic, though, looking for a chance and actually burns that flash out of Iconic again. Remember how much pressure, by the way, Maryville were putting down in the draft phase, just trying to keep Icelandic down in the dumps. Right now, working fairly well. Currently 2 items up with those Merc Treads in tow. And I mean, strong enough to force Iconic out of their own jungle role. As long as you keep track of where Talia is, it seems like Ole Miss are going to have a good time.
Overall, I just realized Ole Miss is playing like old Maryville.
Ooh.
They've got the split pusher. Back in the previous iteration, it would be Niles doing this in the side lane, where Niles just gets ahead enough. Oh, hold up. What happened here?
Rhino decided to cosplay Zyko and walk into 4. Icelandic might actually have the same issue there as a giant rocket
Oh,
lands on their
jeez.
face, and the rocket from behind
That's a
will finish
reset.
it. Magnustorm behind, and now we get to see the pop-off. Zyko tried to get in range, but even
Oh, you
the
don't run
Unbreakable
from
Will
this,
won't be able to
Uncle Sam.
stop you. Now you get to try Scary Jerry looking more like a kitten as they fall 3 dead in the blink of an eye, thanks to Rhino's help.
Oh!
However, the fight back is real. Get Back says, get back from my bush. I'll at least take your life as payment. The chase down, though, you will pay your own life as well. There is no way you get away from the scary, scary horse lady. I mean, you can bounce him back as much as you want, but take
It's fine,
a look
no
at who's
matter.
coming through that teleporter. Welcome to death. It is going to be the slice as the kill is granted to the Gwen.
I really wish we had a replay function to catch what happened with Rhino there. That's when you type /alt worth.
Yeah.
I refuse to believe the comms was Rhino get picked. But hey, if it works, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. They get even more kills. It's snowballing, and that just speaks to how strong Old Miss's composition is, that they can make a misplay like that, and it doesn't even matter. You saw how quickly Shogo just shredded through multiple members of Maryville, and right now, if you're not PCL, Shogo's couple crits, you're dead. Like 3 crits and you're dead, and 1 crit and the fight's basically over. It feels like with Shogo right now, especially with the Super Mega Death Rocket ready to go. So for Maryville, I don't know, man. I'm waiting for a miracle, but it's not looking like the rematch. This is brand new 2-0. It's looking like for Ole Miss right now.
And the fact that if it does go 2-0, I know some people might be like, it doesn't really matter, but this will actually be Maryville's first 2 game losses of the season as well.
True.
That's pretty impressive right there. Maryville have been undefeated in series and game score. They're 8-0 across their games. The fact that they already lost game 1 feels kind of bad, but to lose 2 in a row would be a pretty interesting hit. And I mean, that'll be fun to watch maybe in the playoffs later as well to see how far things go. Taking a look at the breakdown here, though, getting into it, that is going to be Soul Point sitting for Ole Miss on all dragons as well. It is going to be that Hex Tech. Right now, though, Nem9 about to get the Uncle Sam treatment here as 5 are currently corralled around. Look at that bounce house takeoff, and even still being able to slice out just shows how strong Nem9 currently is.
Hold up. Shogo? You can
Round
clean
2,
house.
baby. That's going to be another rocket and just 1 more hit granted to the Aftershock. And now Zyko has to get out of town. Another zap lands with Shogo now caught on their own. They might have bitten off a bit more that they can chew as the slice comes through. Icelandic about to get knocked up. This is where that composition starts to come into play. Maryville able to slice and keep everyone in that spot. That is going to be 3 dead, 4-1 as Iconic will pay their life.
Oh, bro, Maryville has found the solution. Apparently, killing Uncle Sam's not the issue. It's killing everyone else. That's easy. Just leave Uncle Sam alone and just kill everyone else. It kind of works. And unfortunately for Ole Miss, they're really, really strong. But Shogo was caught without his front line for about the only time this game. Rhino wasn't by his side. And while Icelandic Hero tried to be the front line he needed, when all of Maryville is collapsing around, you do need the extra bodies. That's why they drafted the Braum in the first place. In Maryville, they're trying to make maximal use of this. Those picks, key. Uncle Sam showing bot side without TP, key. And that's going to be free Baron for Maryville.
Taking a look here, though, Rhino's going to try and play big, scary monster here. Rocket may be coming through here. TP straight behind.
Wait, no, show
and it's
us
going to go
here,
down.
here.
It's very, very quick. It is gone, and it is
Did he get
taken.
out?
All 5 members are alive at the current moment. However, the chase forward needlework actually goes a little bit right. The rocket will take it away again. Shogo, the absolute marksman with these shots. That's going to be 1 Baron taken away. Not as many as we were expecting, but they do live. Maryville get away with 4.
Yeah, and for Maryville, that's a win. Right, sure. You lost Iconic on the back end of it, but you got Baron. You get the objective bounty. Now, the big problem is how much are you going to lose while Iconic's dead? You can see Shogo already shoving in, Nem9 already shoving in as well. So that's 2 more turrets to their name. That's a negative Baron power play to start for Maryville, unfortunately, if we don't include the objective bounty. And for Maryville, I don't know how much they can push with this Baron either, because so far they've been catching Ole Miss overextending. But if Maryville overextend, that could just very well be game in one fight.
It feels more like it was that moment of we have to take it, right? I mean, it's the objective. You can't let it go to waste, especially when you get those kills. I think even when we were watching, it wasn't the immediate call to go to Baron. It was a very slight recall into going for that Baron. Now taking a look here, though, it is going to be a chance once again. This is now the second time Nen9 is getting 4-man punished for taking a wave or 2, but you still get that kill. Iconic. I mean, you'll take that trade. You're happy about it. That is another kill on board. Of course, it's not the Baron. Iconic had fallen earlier as well, but it still feels bad. Or no, that wasn't Iconic. What am I talking about?
Yeah,
that was Scary
it's
Jerry.
Scary
Okay, you took
Jerry,
Baron
yeah.
off.
That's 2 Barons off. And again, we already mentioned that it's not like the Barons were going to be pushing Barons anyways. Those were stalling Barons to come through. So if Maryville wanted to stall with it, it's fine. It's a bigger issue more that Scary Jerry's dead, because you wanted Scary Jerry to be picking up as much farm as possible to try and continue popping off in these fights, stopping any threat from coming through. Well, not that a lot of threats have been coming through. It's just been Shogo kind of firing artillery from a screen away, it almost feels like. But for Maryville, it's critical that it took that much to kill Nem9, and he still got the kill. Because look at what Nem9's building. Stopwatch and inventory already there. So the next time that happens, it's going to take you longer to kill Nem9. If he can answer 1 for 1 and stall you long enough for the team to come in, that's what Ole Miss is looking for.
In this current situation as well, those 1-1s can be very, very important depending on where the team is currently drawn. We have Dragon coming up in a minute, which will be Soul for Ole Miss if they're able to get it. So these next couple kills, how many people Maryville actually want to send up to deal with Nem9 will be very, very important. If they send more than 1 or 2, expect the rest of Ole Miss to just be like, we'll take it. Whatever we can get, we can take. They are quite strong. You take a look at the items in the inventory as well. We even have Zeke's Convergence coming out here, which I have not seen in quite some time, which is obviously landing in Shogo's pocket. That is massive. You get so much extra damage from it. I mean, I'm terrified for what a full team fight will look like. Maryville also probably wondering the same.
I think a full team fight orbital will look a lot like just missiles blowing up everywhere. That's Runan's Hurricane completed for Shogo a while ago. Actually, we haven't seen a team fight since that has happened with the Zeke's Convergence, as you mentioned. Maryville looking to try and start this fight because Nem9 has put them on a timer of the split push.
Oh, not just that, take a look at that quick recall coming in, but PCL I think is being seen on that recall. It's going to be timed out? No, I thought it was quick. It's not. That's actually going to be an inhibitor down without the Dragon even being touched on. Well done by Nem9, and PCL I don't think has enough firepower to actually deal with it, because you got to jump in, and now we get those rockets. Now we get the firing damage, and look at that split once again. Sam getting some revenge on Iconic, gets that solo kill on the side, and is now going to force the rest of Maryville as they scatter. PCL has to teleport in, but the fight's over. You have to get away. In comes Nem9 over the wall. Needlework going to land on one, slow them down enough. Zyko might pay with their life. On the back end, Scary Jerry was able to finish off Sam, but it's not going to be enough. Look at that ghost. Look at that damage. Silly Billy, you're running for the hills like a billy goat out of water. Another snipe lands as Shogo is stacking that get excited. At this point, you're running rampant. That is 3 dead on the side of Maryville as they can just try and push for the win.
Get Back is sandwiched between 2 tanks. They can't kill Get Back, but Get Back can't kill them either.
Oh my gosh, this is looking like it's done here. They're going to try and go forward. Yeah, they're not even caring. That's going to be Get Back to try and stop them all. The wave is cleared at least, and it looks like they've done the job. They're going to lose their lives in turn. A huge trade, though. PCL gets the kills. But the main one is still there. Nem9 is alive. Icelandic, you have served your purpose well. The double kill went PCL's way into 3-1-3. Most importantly, though, Dragon is available, and Iconic could try and go there. Oh,
Uncle Sam has TP down. Those are 2 huge damage dealers. If Maryville walks blind into them, Uncle Sam's walking blind into them.
All right, they're slow. They're slow. That's enough. But look at that. Now it's Zyko going, oh, crap. I got to get some help. They're going to pin themselves against the wall. Take a look at this. That's the worst place to put yourself. Iconically swings themselves into death once again. Sam is going to get bounced back, but the lasers are just too much. PCO gets there late, and MU falls straight into death. There is not a chance in the world that you win this out unless Scary Jerry is allowed to live. That storm, the stasis field, will keep them all at bay. But look at the needlework. Look at the scissors. They are snipping straight through PCL. This problem will continue. The damage will persist. And with Get Back now jumping in with the teleport, they're going to try and continue this fight. Cue the Benny Hill music because it's on point. We are fighting till
Shogo's coming. Rocket.
Look at this rocket. Rocket! Let's go, Shogo! Shogo says, get out of my house. You will not cross the river.
They keep going. Icelandics found the flag.
It's not done. It's not done. All right. Here we go again. That's Scary Jerry up into the front of the storm. You're not getting caught. That's Get Back going down for the second time within a minute. And out goes Scary Jerry. Icelandic is trying to run that one, but the Dragon will be taken. It will be Soul for Ole Miss. Of all things, the lasers, the electricity will be Maryville's downfall.
I keep asking this, but Orbital, how are they not? These objectives don't go down. The fights don't end. We have 33.5 minutes of gameplay in Orbital. We have, 38 kills, and it feels like we've had 40 minutes worth of fighting between these 2 teams because they just keep on going. And it speaks to the mechanical skill of these players that the fight's not over when you think it's over, because especially when the damage dealers are up, they know that, hey, I can still facilitate this catch. Hey, I can still make this happen. And while Maryville staved off disaster, it looked like they're going to be able to bounce back. Instead, they're not going to get anything. That's Seoul to Ole Miss. That's Baron, the way of Ole Miss. And that was a lot of money, the way of Ole Miss.
I mean, at this point, I don't even think the money really matters as much because it's really about where that money is held. You take a look at where a majority bulk is on Shogo, right? Shogo's had a great time, by the way. Shogo has not cared, and in multitudes of these fights has not even been on screen. You take a look at the kill count, 10, 3, and 4, 18K, with still sitting on 1,200.
Jeez.
I would also like to point out, you have a GA for safety. You don't really care. You're fine. We're going to take a look at the spot side, who currently has 17,000 in their pocket, and M9 is looking to shred through, and that's going to be the kill. Iconic is just shredded. That is a ridiculously quick kill. Now you're looking for another. The Zion is not going to do too much, but look at that mid lane. They all have to get back as quickly as possible. Hey, namesake. PCL trying to run away as quickly as possible. 422 crit on the tank. Of all things, you will not last a freaking second. Now the rest of the team is here. Get back trying to hold them off, but this Nexus tower is going to fall very shortly. Zyko getting the knock up, but look at how quickly you shed. You do not have that ultimate. You do not have any sort of resistances, and the base is open. Look at the rockets flying away. It will be the Magnet Storm to keep them all in place. And Ole Miss say thank you very much. Ace to end it all. 26-18. Ole Miss 2-0 Maryville.
Shogo Jinx. This was why it was banned game 1 overall, because it feels like you can never keep Shogo down. This is why he's one of the best in collegiate. He went from pop bottle rockets to like a bazooka RPG launcher to ICBM stuff, flat out Marvel Skybeam by the end of the game. Like, those rockets were just raining down, absolutely melting everyone. And Orbital, not only is this Maryville's first 2 losses in the NECC, but more importantly, this is their second loss to Ole Miss within what, 3 days? 4 days?
Yeah.
Maryville used to be undisputed kings of collegiate, but right now, you know, that throne looking real shaky.
Yeah, one of the legs have been cut off, maybe sawed twice. So it's kind of like the little balance act that you have to do. Right now, though, it's so much fun to watch. Ole Miss have given us such a taste of what is to come, maybe the start of a flourishing rivalry or anything of the sort. The players are more than excited. These are players that we know and love as well throughout the collegiate scene, and I expect to see even more so next time around. I got to ask you, RMC, I know this was a 2-0, and I mean, past the midway point, it did seem like Ole Miss consistently had that power in their back pocket. Taking a look at Maryville, what do you think needs to happen for them to be able to bounce back?
I don't know. A lot of that felt like draft to me. In game 1, I excuse this, they were taking a risk. They were trying the Lucian. I don't think it was wrong of them to do so. That was fine. But game 2, that Zaya, I felt for Scary Jerry. There was so little he could do that game. And just in general, game 2, I felt like that was more a draft issue than anything else. We saw the mechanics. We got to see a lot of good trading between the players. We saw PCL and M9 going at it. We saw Get Back popping off. Scary Jerry, the laning in game 1 shows that they can go toe-to-toe with Ole Miss. So it's not about the hands right now. It's about the head and about how they're playing out these games.
Alrighty, well, there you go. Maybe some mental checks there and making sure that they're good to go for the next series, because, I mean, it feels bad and you can't keep letting it happen. You can't let Ole Miss get in your head. So maybe when the next time we see them, we'll be in playoffs, maybe for the crown or something of the sort. For right now, though, it is Ole Miss that came out with the dub. Of course, there is more League of Legends action to be played at the top of the hour, I believe, in about 40 minutes. We are going to see UCSC Black versus Texas A&M Maroon playing at the top of the hour. That'll be another best of 3 to round out the night. Please don't go anywhere. The NECC will be back after this extended break.
With each new one starting, I recall you came into my life just like another season. Not for long, just a time, just like another season. Maybe this time next year you'll reappear for no reason, but I'll cherish every day until you come my way this season. Each time of year carries memories, like a never fading whisper in the memories. Oh, we will keep on changing all over again. Yeah, we will keep on changing. Just like another season. Don't want another day without you by my side. Oh, this season. You came into my life just like another season. Not for long, just a time. Just like another season. Just like another season. Is it okay if I'm to say I'm catching feelings from all the dealings? Am I astray? What do you say? How are you feeling? Is it the same? I hope you're not planning to waste my time. To my surprise, that was her reply. Now we vibe. It's been a while and such a ride, the stars align. I love the fact I didn't let her go. She loves the fact that I just let her know. Now we're together, it's a different mode. We getting crazy in a different role. I love the fact I didn't let her go. She loves the fact that I just let her know. Now we're together, it's a different mode. We getting crazy in a different role. We getting crazy in a different role. She loves the fact that I just let her know. We getting crazy in a different role. We getting crazy in a different role. She my do or die, my bona fide. My up when I'm down, she's always beside me. She makes me feel alive, I won't deny. Her love for me is real and kinda suicide-y. She's not the same, she's such a rare type. She's far from plain, at least in my eyes. She said if I cross her, I'll be in the grave or under her type, but yeah, that's still my babe. I love the fact I didn't let her go. She loves the fact that I just let her know. Now we're together, it's a different mode. We getting crazy in a different role. I love the fact I didn't let her go. She loves the fact that I just let her know. Now we're together, it's a different mode. We getting crazy in a different role. We getting crazy in a different role. She loves the fact that I just let her know. We getting crazy in a different role. We getting crazy in a different role. Getting crazy in a different role. We getting crazy in a different role.
like. You can watch me go, 'cause I don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. You can say hello, but I don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like. You can watch me go, 'cause I don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. You can say hello, but I don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like. You can watch me go, 'cause I don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like. You can say hello, but I don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like. You can watch me go, 'cause I don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me.
When you dream, do you see beautiful rays of light shimmering, guiding you through the night? I know it feels like the night's getting longer and light is harder to find. I promise I'll always be there. I'll remind you when you close your eyes. If they send for me tomorrow, even if I leave right now, you'll find comfort there in knowing whenever in doubt, you can find me when the lights turn out. When the lights turn out. Of miles away, I can see you and me like it was yesterday. I know it's not the same, but I'm still behind you every step of the way. Look in yourself and I'll be there. I can guide you. All the love is the same. If they send for me tomorrow, even if I leave right now, you'll find comfort there in knowing whenever in doubt, you can find me when the lights turn out. When the lights turn turn out. You can find me when the lights turn out. When the lights turn out. You can find me when the lights turn out.
I need a second to take a breath, to keep me guessing with what you said. You're in my head. We're under pressure, we're sinking deep like stormy weather. Can't seem to breathe when you're with me. If you're gonna break me, I know I won't stay. I don't wanna wait here, you push me away. If you're gonna choose, you don't know what to do. I don't wanna lose you, but don't wanna lose me too. message from a new world I'd never known. Something about it felt like it'd been waiting my whole life. Is this home? I can hear each sound calling my name, and I feel angels around when I start to sing. And suddenly it feels like heaven is not so far away. Tell me, can you hear the symphony? Panic, panic, I can't help but think that it's meant to be, that I'm finally right where I'm supposed to. If I let you into the secret, would you listen? I can hear each sound calling my name, and I feel angels around when I start to sing. And suddenly it feels like heaven is not so far away. Tell me, can you hear the symphony? Panic, panic, and before too long, I found where I belong. I can hear it, I can hear it. Oh, I can't stop the rush. Every note I touch, I can feel it saving me. Oh, tell me, can you hear the symphony?
Where you look, where you touch, where you feel, yeah. Where you look, where you touch, where you feel, yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Can we talk about me and you? Can we talk about the truth? I wanna know, I wanna know. Can we talk about me and you? Can we talk about me and you? Can we talk about the truth? I wanna know, I wanna know. Can we talk about me and you? and you? Can we talk about the truth? I wanna know, I wanna know. Can we talk about me and you? Can we talk about me and you? Can we talk about the truth? I wanna know, I wanna know. Can we talk about me and you?
Will you look? Will you touch? Will you feel? Yeah. Will you look? Will you touch? Will you feel? Yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Will you look? Will you touch? Will you feel? Yeah. Will you look? Will you touch? Will you feel? Yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
I wanna know your dark side. I wanna know your secrets. I wanna be your lifeline. So I wait for you, wait for me. Wait for you, wait for me. Tell me you're more than just a highlight. Pretty pictures on the outside. I hate to stare at you through these lights. So I wait for you, wait for me. Wait for you, wait for me. Click and scroll, I can't let you go. They say I'm addicted to you. Click and scroll, I can't let you go. They say I'm addicted to you. Oh, oh, this ain't love, no, no. This ain't love, no, no. This is artificial. This ain't love, no, no. This ain't love, no. I need a scarecrow after what you did. 'Cause all of the birds know that I'm almost dead. I'm barely breathing, I'm barely awake. You left me in pieces, there's no more to break. Don't wake me up, not in this century. Don't wake me up, 'cause you're just a ghost inside my head. You're just a ghost, you're never there. You're just a memory on my lips. 'Cause you're just a ghost inside my head. I need an angel after what you did. 'Cause you were the devil, you mess with my head. You lied to my mother, you lied to my friends. You said that you'd be there, that this never ends. Don't wake me up, not in this century. Don't wake me up, 'cause you're just a ghost inside my head. You're just a ghost, you're never there. You're just a memory on my lips. 'Cause you're just a ghost inside my head. You're just a ghost. You're just a ghost inside my head. You're just a ghost, you're never there. 'Cause you're just a ghost inside my head. You're just a ghost, you're never there. You're just a memory on my lips. You're just a ghost inside my head. Oh, you're just a ghost inside my head.
Side.
myself in my space. I spend my time down the rabbit hole again, and as I fall I can feel the pain. You can't tell me where to go, so I don't know, and just go with the flow. I go with the flow. I'm falling up, I'm falling down, from the sky and from the ground. Up above just like below, and I don't know where I should go. 'Cause I'm stuck in limbo. I'm out of love, but I guess I deserved it. Trying to hide, to pass you by. I'm getting down, feeling fine. I'm light as air, no one can reach me. Lost in a dream, lost in between. Let's keep on flying, let's keep on breathing. I'm falling up, I'm falling down, from the sky and from the ground. Up above just like below, and I don't know where I should go. 'Cause I'm stuck in limbo. Cause I'm stuck in limbo. Cause I'm stuck in limbo.
Living in the same routine, like the seasons I'm on repeat. It's a long way down. Trying not to follow suit. Don't like the color, I'll change the shade of it. I'm not afraid of it. I know I'm holding on to this, holding on. I know I'm holding on to this, holding on. Don't let me repeat it. Don't let me repeat it.
And off we go again. Second series of the evening. We are excited to be here once again. And I mean, last series, it may have been a 2-0, but it was one that you definitely wanted to watch. A lot of outplays, a lot of fun, and a lot of silliness to be had. This next one, though, we are dropping down from the Legends Division, but only a single step. We'll be headed to the Champions Division to go ahead and watch UCSC Black coming out against Texas A&M Maroon.
So we've got Masters players in these games. Orbital, it's still incredibly high leveled. And what's interesting to me is we're in week 5, and yet of the 2 teams tonight, UCSC Black has managed to play one actual best of 3, and Texas A&M Maroon has not played their first best of 3. So it's week 5, but it feels like we're back to week 1 or week 2.
Yeah, and I think that is something to, of course, all these schools, I mean, very gracious for coming out, being on stream, and also just trying to get around schedules. I understand you're playing in so many different leagues, and I think that is something to be said. Thanks again to all the teams that are participating in the NECC as well, and making sure that we have fun to cast here. I think, making sure the matches are going to be good. That being said, we got some players that are coming in that are hopefully giving us a run for the money. I know a couple programs are also bringing in some other fun, amazing players here for UCSC Black. It will be -0, Worm, Fodlicus, I believe is the way we say that, and Kinuryu, and then Yunjia coming in at the support role.
I just say Poopy Worm as their jungler and Slugs as their mascot. That's awesome. I love them already. Texas A&M Maroon on the other side. One of the 2 Texas A&M teams in this division. We've got Tracks of Trades in the top lane. Jimothy Jamil or Jimajam in the jungle. Senator Kova in the mid lane. Coat as their bot lane. And Eric Zender as support. Is that supposed to be Alexander or something? Alexander?
That's just Xander. That's just Xander for the remainder of the series. I'm sorry. That is Xander. Taking a look here, though, I'm excited to see what they can bring up, because for Texas A&M Maroon, this is actually a continuation. We got a couple players that have stated specifically that they are coming in here looking to fill some shoes, whether big or small. We'll leave it up to the players themselves, but continuing on, hopefully, a legacy of excellence.
Yeah, and then for UCSC Black, let's start with them a little bit here, because they are a student-run club. So the teams coming in, they've had some roster changes up to this point. They're still trying to settle on who their starters want to be. So hopefully tonight is the starting roster that they want to go ahead with. We'll find out, I guess, depending on how this one goes. And this side, Texas A&M Maroon, of course, they're a bigger group, a bigger organization. They're also student run for a few years, but LoL is one of their bigger titles, and they're restructuring a little bit this year. So despite having history behind them, they are too in the midst of some change.
And taking a look, we actually get the fun time. We get to see the live draft. Let's go. We get the live draft. Let's go. I'm so excited. Taking a look here, though, we are getting the early draft situation, and we kind of figured this. Right now, with a name like Jax of Trades, you don't want to let the Jax go over. The Thresh, though, targeting Yunjia in the bot side, one of the primary played champions down there. And then the Kaisa as a kind of an answer. This is understandable. It's either Jinx or Kaisa, or looking even at that Xayah if you so wish.
Colt does play a lot of Kaisa as well in his solo queue games, but I think Kaisa just right now generally is such a strong champion. That's why we're seeing so much focus on it. Xayah is on paper technically a counter, but realistically we've seen Kaisa just burst down with Xayah before they can even use that for the Storm. And even if you don't outright kill the Xayah, if you get enough damage down, Xayah is forced to flee for the rest of the fight, that's your job done.
It's just nice to have. Following up behind the Silas I have not seen in quite some time. The fact that you're banning it out means that Kova is sitting there going, yeah, I've really just... It's one of the good champions. Then as well, these feel a little bit more targeted than anything else. A lot of first round picks that teams may enjoy. And of course, go ahead, pick it up. I know you dislike, but it is going in that mid lane.
It's OP, it's safe, it's hard to counter. And I actually really like the Black Band, because Fodlicus is one of the newer players on this roster that has just been cycled in. So, especially when Vlad's his most played champion by a long shot, banning that out might take away some of his comfort, force him to work with the team a lot more. And when you're a newer player, you might not have that synergy built in just yet. On the side of Texas A&M, the Rakan lock in first. So really nice engage, a lot of mobility. And I like the fact that you're not trying to match the mid right away. You can wait to counter pick that later on, especially if you want to use it like R3 or something like that. I much more prefer this sort of picking up these priority champions first.
Make sure you have the strong picks in there, and then you can rotate out with the Rakan in there. I would also assume that you can go for the Xayah if you wish, but you are going to go for the Galio and kind of try and fight back against the Wombo combo that does come up. However, this does leave open that J4, one that we've seen. That's pretty much a tongue-tied piece, so that's why I was thinking the Xayah would come in. Right now, though, going for their ADC pick here, go for the Caitlyn. Know that you might be playing against that range. And, I mean, if you go ahead and lock that one in, that's a nice one to follow up behind.
Yeah, I was with you over Rosling and J4 actually is that second pick. But
Yeah.
Gallo, we'll have to see how that one works. It works great against Ori. The Caitlyn, let's talk about that for a little bit because it is lethality Caitlyn that has been coming a little bit into meta. She really bullies out in lane. It always feels like Caitlyn's either broken or useless, one or the other, right? And right now the lethality build makes her incredibly strong early. There have been some changes to her to try and promote crit Caitlyn a little bit, but I still think the lethality is a very strong build, especially into something like a Rakan, which is a little bit squishier early on, and with the range of a Caitlyn as well, you really can abuse the Rakan when he tries to step up and get any sort of engaged threat.
Taking a look here, though, pairing it with the Alistar, this is a very aggressive bot lane, and they lead the J4 out. So I would assume this is going to be banned out on either side here in the second half. But the question is, will be picked up here with the Galio. You're also signaling, hey, we kind of want to go in. We want to have some fun on our end as well. Or do you want to match those ADCs? A lot of big questions. And you go for the Olaf, still a run and get in your face champion, but I have not seen an Olaf in quite some time.
Okay, I have seen quite a bit of Olaf at tier 1 levels. It's usually a top lane Olaf. But I see somebody in chat mention that, Jim Jam over there is a bit of an Olaf one trick. I don't know how true that is. It's not showing up as much on his OPGG profile. He has played some games of it. So this might be jungle Olaf to come through. And I like the idea of it in that you can run at people. And for an Orianna, for a Caitlyn, none of your CC works once that Ragnarok gets popped. But Caitlyn and Orianna have a lot of damage. And the hardest CC of all, which even Ragnarok can't cleanse, is death.
That is the most OP ability as well. They should probably remove that out of the game, I think. I don't want to see that anymore. Taking a look, though, we are looking in that top side, and it is just a hammering of that pool. This is kind of what we expected. You leaned into mid and bot side, a little bit into jungle. Go ahead, target the one lane that is the only ones to be fully picked up as of yet. Taking a look at that Ashe, though, I do appreciate that one. You look down the lineup, you want even more engaged, you grab that Ashe. You have a lot of fun. The Camille, though, targeted at Jacks of Trades in the top side. Also very interesting. Now the answer down the road. So many other options, and you're looking at that Ezreal or Jhin. Interesting. Ezreal will be locked in.
Yeah, so generally back when Caitlyn was meta and she was top priority, she was often matched by the Ashe who can actually outrange and bully her in lane with volley or with the Jhin. Ezreal is not exactly a counter because while you might outrange her later on in the game and outdamage her later on in the game, your laning is still really going to be rough. Sure, you can Q poke, but with minions and proper positioning, well, you can't get past the minions, whereas Caitlyn just right-clicks you, and it hurts. So, interesting choice on the Ezreal. I really like the Ashe ban that came through. Gwen being picked up, that could still be a lane that has to play into the Olaf, and it's a little bit risky. Gwen Olaf lanes are very, very volatile. Whoever gets a hit early will keep on snowballing. And what's the jungle option for UCSC here? Keep in mind, Poopy Worm is subbing into jungle a little bit. It's not his primary role, but he has a pretty decent pull. I believe he plays most of the meta champions. So, J4 is still on the table if you want to try and lock down that Olaf.
So many other options.
Oh, jungle Gwen?
I like that. Okay, messing around a little bit. And now, if you have the dashes, yeah, this is, I think, the appropriate answer. I love Poppy as an answer coming out here. That, though, it still leaves up for flexibility. Come on, go for the Poppy. I want to see that Poppy come out here. I want to see a lot of fun, please. Okay, that's the other one.
Okay, that makes a lot more sense to me.
However, we did just see what happened in our previous series between a Gwen, if that is a Gwen topside, or no, it's going to be a Gwen jungle. Tryndamere. Okay, I like this. You know what? Just pop him on the head. Be done with the game. Just pop him.
I love it. Right now, Texas A&M Maroon have just picked a whole bunch of stat sticks, right? Tryndamere, Olaf, these two are both massive stat sticks. If your stats are big enough, you run over people. If they're not big enough, you die. That's just how it rolls. So I kind of love that they've done that. It's really easy execution. I wouldn't have liked the Poppy as much. Sure, it's okay into Fiora, but you need backline threats to chase after Orianna and Caitlyn. What's going to do that? The guy who can't die and the guy who won't stop. Tryndamere and Olaf. So I'm liking this top half for the side of Texas A&M. Now, the problem is I'm looking at the bot side of the map. And that Caitlyn, we already touched on how the Caitlyn-Ezreal matchup is going to go. Orianna into Galio is an interesting one as well, because Galio is a fine pick for in lane. With the magic resistance you have, you can ignore a lot of her poke, at least soak it. But you are still melee into the likes of a range, which means the constant poke from Orianna will still chip you down, and the team fighting from an Orianna can still really mess you up. Sure, you might not be able to kill the Tryndamere, but it'll still be able to pull him back. And for Olaf, if he eats the shockwave, maybe there's enough burst damage from the rest of the team to kill him before he can reach that Caitlyn and that Orianna.
I mean, that only lasts, though, till about that mid-game. After that, it's all hands on deck. You take a look down the line. This is full-on aggressive. I love it from both sides. There was about a point where we're looking at that Caitlyn. It's like, okay, we can kind of understand what you're doing. And then it's just like, nah, just let it roll. We're not going to hold anything back, and I love it. I love the fact that you pointed out that top side of the map is going to be very fun, but taking a look at the rest of the sides, is there any way it leans? I mean, you take a look at that mid lane, it's pretty... I want to say kind of self-sufficient, right? I feel at points it's just kind of like, hang on there, do your best, and then we'll see what we can get you later on. I mean, the focus is going to be elsewhere, 100%.
Yeah, and with the Orianna, we touched on the fact that maybe the Orianna can still try and poke the Galio a little bit, abuse the range advantage. But Galio's kill threat onto your Orianna is not that strong without junglers. So as you mentioned, very self-sufficient champions. Really, actually, on both ends of it, because Galio... It's fine even if you fall behind a little bit. It's all about the utility you bring. It's about the global map pressure. And I find it interesting, Orbital, as well, that UCSC's composition, I think, is a lot more team-based in a way, barring the top lane, right? Fiora aside, with the Orianna, you kind of do want to play with your team to set up that shockwave. You don't have an easy ball delivery system necessarily this time. Ezreal was a very independent champion as well, but not when you're being run down by an Olaf and a Tryndamere. At that point, you need the team to kind of work with you. So it feels like UCSC kind of wanted a bit more independence and not have to rely on teamwork as much, but I think the draft from Texas and A&M is going to force them to play together. So it's a bit of a trial by fire for this roster that has been shifting around and is a little bit on the greener side of things.
And we also get to see some players that are coming out here. Jimmy Jam, as we are going to so lovingly call them here for a little bit, they're also stepping in under the wing of the previous jungler that was here on the roster, and that is always really fun to see. How well is their team coordination, right, compared to the previous times? And I'm sure they're also still getting, I want to say, a little bit of coaching here and there. So it's a nice little chance for them to start kicking up their season. As much as I say kick up the season, it's also your opening match. A lot of people will most likely have their eyes on these teams specifically just to see where they kind of lay in there. And I love the fact that, again, it is all damage. Taking a look here, RMC, I got to ask you the fun question that I always ask because I can, because I will, because I have to. Taking a look at these lanes and these matchups, where do you think First Blood is going to come?
Ooh, First Blood. That one's going to be interesting. I'm going to say bot lane, actually. Ooh. I know we haven't talked too much about the bot lane, but with a Caitlyn, there is a lot of poke and kill threat. And more importantly, both these teams say that their bot lanes are really, really strong and mechanically good. So generally, when you've got really good mechanical players, they're more likely to play at the edge of the line, as we saw last series between Maryville and Ole Miss. They don't stop, right? And so we're saying that mechanical players on the bot lane, then I think that's where we're going to get to see some action.
All right. Well, now we got to ask specifically, because I know you lean on the Caitlyn, who is going to get that kill? Is it still the Caitlyn, or do you think it's going to be a little bit silly? Do you think it's going to be the supports maybe? What do you think?
It's the Olaf. It's going to be the Olaf. Jimmy John's just going to run down there, land an axe, run them, just keep killing them. The Caitlyn's going to overextend. I actually do think it'll be the Olaf getting down there, trying to force the gank, especially if it's a ghost smite Olaf coming up the jungle.
Yeah.
You can indeed run them down.
Okay, well, then who do you think the Olaf is going to kill? This is the last one here because I think we're getting into game here very shortly, and I mean, then we won't have to speculate anymore. But I gotta ask, who is going to die? Who is going to be the one that dies?
Your turn to answer that question.
Okay.
You've been asking. Okay, so if it's in the ball lane, who do you think is going to die?
Oh, man, I think it's going to be that Caitlyn. There is going to be a step forward, and you're just like, yeah, I want to, I don't have anything else. Mostly because I always think ADCs die first. Not because they're bad, not because there are problems, because they look so dang. It's like the kill of kills, right? Like you want to get the ADC and you want to get them behind as quickly as possible. Get the ADC. So I think it
sounds like a support main there, Orbital.
I have been forced once in my lifetime to do so, and there have been some ADCs where I'm just like, look, there's a giant indicator on the ground. There's a giant red circle. Step out of the red circle. Anyone that has played any healers or utility, by the way, you know that feeling. If you're damaged, if your DPS does not step out of the red circle, you're like, I got nothing else. I'm sorry. Taking a look here, we are getting underway. All the questions have been answered. RMC thinks that the kill will be in the bot side by the Olaf. I think it is going to be on that Caitlyn, and only time will tell to see if we are correct or not. Underway, we are seeing that Worm is going to be playing that Gwen and going to be having a lovely time.
Okay, so Orbital. One thing, I should justify the bot lane a little bit more here, and why I'm calling it on the Olaf and why I'm not talking about the Caitlyn getting the kill, despite the fact that I did say Caitlyn is a very oppressive lane, and that's partially due to the junglers. Gwen jungle, I can't remember the last time I've seen it. It almost was like a year or almost 2 years ago where Gwen was that popular flex into top and jungle, but Gwen ganks aren't really why you pick her in the jungle. Like, her ganks aren't the scariest thing. Now, with Ghost, she can run you down, similar to Olaf, but without the axis, it's hard for the rest of the team to keep up. So I do think the junglers might be the biggest factor. Dash Zero dodges the first axe.
Oh, well, you know what? It might be the Olaf. It may not be on the bot side, but Dash
no flash.
still has. But that's going to be the taunt. You can't even get out. That's going to be the kill. Oh, Jax takes it. You tried, RMC. Hey, A for effort. I mean, we'll give you a half a point right now. That was an assist over there. Still, though, aggression all around. And this is, I mean, we want this, right? You take a look at the lanes. You don't want them to be passive. You want to see that aggression come out. You want to see that fight. And we already got it.
So the Ono actually wasn't even about my prediction. It was just that Dash Zero died and Jax of trades got first blood. That is the worst possible situation for this Fiora. You're already going to struggle into a stat stick. If the stat stick gets ahead, it stays ahead. And unfortunately for Dash Zero, no flash, teleport burnt early. The deck is kind of stacked against them. And I love what Jam did. Immediately with that kill, just said, hey, I'm here. I might as well invade, take everything you got. And potentially, we might see a vertical jungle, which is only going to be worse for Dash Zero.
Don't let it get to, but I mean, in these situations, might, however, is going to be pretty happy about these slows. Remember, the Ignite is there. If you get 2 more tags, it might be enough, but we are going to look on the bot side a little bit. Gwen hovering around just in case
go back
things
top.
go
Dash
wrong,
Zero's getting
but
yanked.
it is going to look here. 50% HP. I don't think the trade wants to take this trade.
Okay, yeah. Jax of Trade had an interesting level 1 because he opted for the spin. That means he didn't have the heal to sustain, which we normally see from the Love Jax's level 1. But now that he's level 3, he does have that. He's got the Cry as well to push back the Fiora. And Jim, unfortunately for Jim Dam, didn't quite manage to get the kill that second time round, but we'll buy enough space. And now we are seeing the full vertical jungle. Poopy Worm did recognize that I got invaded on. Let's split the map. And now Colt and Xander should be careful or just look for a kill, because why not? What?
Yeah, going, hey, maybe I can get something, but everyone quite low. I mean, we wanted blood, but I didn't think all the lanes would be this. I have no other ways to put it, but everyone is basically sitting under 50% HP consistently. If they're finding this hard, both Jimmy Jam and Worm are going to be an interesting, depending on where they want to go, especially with the split of the map. Their choices for gank pathing will be very, very fun to watch.
Yeah, and I think it's actually better for the side of Texas A&MU, pardon me. That's a lot of letters there. Just because Olaf is better at diving if it comes down to it. I'm not confident that Gwen will be able to put out the damage. A lot of her damage does depend on landing that Q, especially being in the middle of it where you deal true damage. And on a turret dive of all things, you don't always have the leeway to set that up perfectly. So I think Texas A&M, they're more than happy to play this aggressive early game and just set up Jim Jam, especially as that Ghost is coming up soon. Once it is up, I would love to see it being used into a gank.
Right, pretty much all around, but at the current lane state, Bodlicus is a little bit in damage mode. Has had actually a fantastic time. He wins the war, really chipping away. Yeah. So everyone's kind of at that stalemate now. They sent out all the early aggression and it's been damaging. Jimmy Jam's ready to look for, again, clearing out a majority share, realize the jungle gap is there, and now we're gonna get that fight. It's actually cooked beef on the menu. Just a simple gank gives Coat a kill in the bot side.
Okay, I've never worked on a farm, but I will say, oh, that's close, man. I will say that chucking an axe at a cow is probably not the best way to get beef. I believe that would kind of ruin the meat and make it a little bit tense. But hey, on Summoner's Rift, it does get you killed and it does get you gold. Poopy Worm now hovering around the bot side, does have the ghost to try and run people down, but Cold has flash and Xander's just recon. So good luck trying to catch that.
Not just that, you don't know, but off on the side, Jimmy Jam is currently on Dragon, and because of that, it's a 3v1. If you were to take that fight, it's also Infernal, which is very, very nice to have. Worm is trying to go over, and Gia was able to come back, and now that's going to be a Ghost Burn. And now they're going to fight. That's going to be the ultimate coming in. The Galley is going to try and knock him up, and Worm is taunted and killed. The Slam of the Fist is there, and all of a sudden, TMU looking strong here. The Maroon Squad taking the kills and putting marks on that board. In Ryu, not enjoying that one, has to flash over the wall. You are alive, but massive swing here as Dragon will be started up once again.
And it's just top side.
I was watching this one. I mean, they don't really have all the damage just yet, but that's a flash in, and that's the proc of the Vital. If you can get one more, if Dash is able to get it, you might be able to win it out, but no, Jax of Trades very nicely buffers against it. No Dash will win, and Dash will lose their life.
Inferno picked up by Texas A&M as well on that bot side. And Orbital, let's talk top lane a little bit because it's becoming an issue, right? That's 2 kills now onto Jax of Trades. And Dash Zero took Ignite. The Ignite is an interesting choice because you sacrificed a flash for it. If you're taking the Ignite, you're looking to win the lane hard. Once Tryndamere kind of hits 6, that Ignite is a lot less useful. You've got to time it right. And more importantly, you've got to be able to win the trade in the first place, even through that ultimate, because if not, the Ignite's not going to help you. It's not going to cut the Undying Rage. It'll only cut the healing after. And now that Jax of Trades has an advantage, you're seeing the price you pay without the flash. You can't run away from Tryndamere, and even worse, he can dive you to turret.
Right now, they're getting chased down, but doesn't have the ult, and because of that, you are dead. Trying to get to that wall to spin out, but not going to happen. Because of that, you are able to help out a little bit more. Cal, once again, on the menu. This time, it's a little bit of a proc, and that's going to be very, very nice, but this is leading UCSC having some struggles here in the early game.
Yep. We do have to note, though, Kinu Ryu is still up CS, right? The Caitlyn is still doing its job. It's unfortunate, though, that with that early gank, it feels like a lot of what UCSC wanted to do in a lot of their lanes is kind of falling apart at this point.
I mean, I gotta agree. You can take it there, right? That early trade just shows how confident Alexander and Coke currently are in this bot side. They are looking so happy. Dash Zero also trying to get a little bit of extra speed thanks to the Grand Challenge. And I mean, you're going to be safe. However, keep this in mind. You expend that ult just to try and stay away. Because of that, Jax of Trades is going to have a great time once that Undying is there.
Yeah, and more importantly, neither Jax nor Jim Jam blew any summoners to make that happen. So again, once the ghosts come up, and keep in mind, ghosts is a shorter cooldown than flash as well, right? So you're not waiting for 6 minutes or 5 minutes to get each gank off. You're looking at close to like 3 or 4 minutes where you can keep revisiting that lane over and over again. Now it's good that Poopy Worm got the kill on Jax though. There was a bounty there, and we didn't touch too much on this Gwen, who hasn't been able to get ganks off, but we mentioned it before a little bit. Gwen scales. That's why you pick her for that late game. So Poopy Worm just wants to farm as much as possible and wants the lanes to stay safe. Don't die is the name of the game right now for UCSC.
Let's see if they can pull that off. Right now, thing is leaning still a little bit more into the favor of TMU, but for right now, that vertical jungling has split off. You can take a look at the situation with the junglers. Jimmy Jam currently up in a little bit of the score in terms of 3 assists. The kill, though, going the way of Worm, who is also a little bit further ahead in the camp stacks.
Yeah, Kova has perma pressure in this mid lane. I feel like every time we look here, he's just shoving this wave. And sure, it's not creating a CS lead. Yeah, I'm actually more worried for Galactus trying to push up on that. You don't have vision on Jim Jam yet.
I like how every time we're talking about this, it's a little bit different because now Dash is getting dope under tower. Good attempt at a repulse, but I mean, I think the Ignite might take it. No! Oh my lord, Jax still lives. That was on a fragment, single digits at least. And all of a sudden that top lane is fully gone. You were talking about it earlier, you know, hey, the chances are there. However, first time's a proper mistake. Second time's a problem. Third time, I mean, it's over.
Yep. And that's the risk we're talking about with Ignite, right? It's not going to finish off the kill unless you already won the fight prior to that. And now, Jax of Trades isn't just Dash Zero's problem anymore. It's everybody's problem. And even worse, Jim Jam's everybody else's problem. Right now, Jim Jam has been focusing that top lane, getting this Tryndamere ahead, and that's given Kinryu and Yunja the sort of peace of mind to be able to push out with this Caitlyn, which is exactly what we want to do. Yeah, that's not happening anymore. Now you do have to be very worried about that Olaf coming to the bot lane. You do need to make sure you've got the proper wards covering the entrances.
And that, I think, is appropriate. Worm already drops a pink ward down, trying to get a scope of the one of the main entrances into the spot lane. Really, really keep eyes. And I mean, damn you, Coat and Alexander are just being annoyances, I think is the best way to put it. I have no other words for it. Just like constantly stopping recalls here. This is frustrating, by the way. For a Caitlyn who needs to spend their CS lead, to be stopped twice feels kind of bad. It's not all game ending, right? Don't get me wrong, but it's frustrating as heck.
Oh, they're gonna do it again.
Oh. Third time would have been ending though. I would have been like, all right, no, that should not happen at all.
Third time would have cost them the dragon at that point,
Yeah.
because at that point Kinryu can't reset and actually get to the dragon in time. If Texas A&M are actually set up to take that one, then they just have a numbers advantage. As it stands, Kinryu will be there, and that's important because UCSC needs some wins on the board. Bot side is still one of the places on the map they can try and play to, but they are in a bit of a power trough. Noon Quiver is not equivalent to Sheen when it comes to fighting.
Over 2-5 broken alive. Be able to survive. One more axe should take it,
One
or
more axe.
another crush to the head, and it works. Jacksonville might be able to win this out. Great repose to keep him alive, and it's not going to happen. Jacksonville trades with the flash, able to get the kill, but Worm is going to try and finish it off. You are able to do so, but you sacrifice that and dragon.
You know what? That's not bad for UCSC on that top trade, because Poopy Worm still answers 1 for 1, and Poopy Worm, I guess, is the scaling threat now. The problem is there's bots out of the map, right? The fact that we talked about Caitlyn still being one of the stronger points, but because Fod Lacus got run down, you can't contest that dragon. And Cloud's not that big a deal, but giving 2 Drakes stacking over to Texas A&M, and it turns out to be a Hex Soul as well, now that's going to be a problem. They have to contest later. I don't know if they've got the strength to.
See what they can do. I mean, this is
Thing.
I don't
what?
really have words. It's just like if as a mid laner, it feels bad watching that happen, but it's so necessary sometimes. Oh, okay, this is the proper response though. Coat is gonna get jumped on. Exhaust goes down, but Yunji is currently all alone, and that ace in the hole is not actually gonna do enough. And because of that, Kinryu actually takes a lot of tower damage. Two-shot barrage is about to grab 2, but it's not gonna happen. Instead, the cleanup will be there. Jacksonville trades is actually getting hit up as well, and now the axe, a double knockup is almost there, but that is gonna be the cloak to work. Kill goes in for Jimmy Jam, and Dash 0 is getting cut down. You are dashing your way to another 0th kill. Not a chance in the world as wins across the board for Texas A&M Maroon.
Texas A&M Maroon walk softly and carry 2 very big stat sticks. Jacks of Trades, Jimith Jam, they're taking off. It just feels like it's kind of Jover or UCSC. And you look at their composition, you kind of knew that, okay, they needed to get some sort of early lead, and it didn't pan out, and Texas A&M has just not given them any space to breathe. They've been pressuring constantly, skirmishing constantly, and for UCSC right now, they're praying to slow down the pace of this game. They need to give time for People Worm and Dash Zero to come online.
Oh my gosh, and Jax actually knows exactly how long it is
got
until
ult.
that ult comes up. You are fighting for multiple seconds and saying, hey,
Oh,
I can
Xander?
fight this because my ult comes up in about 2 seconds, and you both live. That is ridiculous. TAMU allowed to walk out of the jungle against UCSC's completely healthy members.
Allowed to, Orbital. UCSC didn't have a choice. And Senator Kova, I love, the Ramis with sunglasses, thumbs up on his way out. Kova knew that he just facilitated that escape. Good on UCSC to recognize that the moment that Galio, the hero's entrance, showed up on the ground, they could not fight that. 3v2, they can still win those, but the moment Kova shows up, they're done.
Oh, now Yunji, yeah, this is unfortunate. Thankfully for the Unbreakable Will, you're okay, you're alive, and you're happy. However, that would have been your 5th death, almost matching Dash 0, and that sounds mean, but it's the hard truth that UCSC have to face right now.
It's fine. Ninja will survive 2.5 minutes, so Dragon comes up. That ult will be up in time for that fight. They're just going to have to surrender Herald, but gonna be honest, they have no business fighting it. Shockwave is still down for Fodlakis, and to me, that's the bigger ultimate I'm looking at right now. It's got to be some sort of wombo combo, or you got to find a squishy. Somebody you can burn quickly, but Orbital, who on Texas is squishy? There's one person, Colt, and so far Colt's positioning has been immaculate.
They have been so good, and it's gonna continue here. I mean, if you're talking about cut through, this is yeah, Coach just like, I'll do it. I'll style in your face right now. There's not a care in the world with the Trinity Force already built. Now Worm is gonna do the same. If you win this one, that is gonna be ridiculous from Coach, but Worm should have the chase down. Smite goes in. I mean, these should be the scissors. Finished them off, but still took out a chunk because you drew down the jungler as well. There's no one to really defend mid, and TAMU makes the best out of a situation where their ADC died. They're gonna take 2 towers.
Shockwave is available for Fodlakis, but they're running out of mana real quick. Herald, can Shelly get a third?
I think so. I think they're going to try. No, that's going to be the knockup. They're going to say, no, we don't allow it. That is going to be a forced engage coming out of Yunjia just to stop that Herald from crashing.
I'm sweating over. We are 15.5 minutes in, and Texas A&M are knocking on the base doors of UCSC. If that charge had gone off, I don't think the inhibitor is going to last the 20 minutes at this point. So that's massive for UCSC that they managed to block that and buy themselves more time. 6k gold disadvantage. It's huge. It's big, Orbital. But it's not game over yet. UCSC, they've still got a chance. I just don't know how they're going to facilitate it. Because their comp doesn't really have a proper engager to set up the Orianna. And we kind of mentioned that in draft.
I think you're leaning on Worm right now, right? 3-2-0, and we've seen Gwens get very, very scary. If you get the best opportunity, I'm saying this again, it's a shot in the dark, but I mean, you already got 3 kills on him, right? You are praying that this Gwen becomes a monster, and this doesn't happen, but it does. And your ADC and support are bullied out of mid lane, not a chance in the world. Jacks of trades, making sure that kills are made in their honor before Dragon pops up.
Yeah, and with the way Texas A&M are right now, they don't need to send everybody to Dragon. They can actually continue the siege in the mid lane and just send Jim Jam. Oh, Dash. That should be fine, right? Yeah, okay.
Dash has the dash.
We had to ask, well, Dash Zero, though. What's the full name of Dash there?
Oh my gosh, we're not even getting a chance right now. This feels a little bit forced. They're trying to go in right now. UCSC trying to make something happen. However, the good shot of the barrage lanes on so many. The exhaust doing absolutely nothing in the back line. It's a triple kill of all people. The Galio grabs it. The Winds of War. Kova sends them to the grave.
Put some respect on that name.
Do it.
Get that pit.
Oh, Code! You are terrible. 9x Code. 9x Code right there. That was a Galio Penta.
Bro, Code, you just stole a potential Penta from your team captain. Are you not afraid to get benched? No, that's Senator Kova, though. That wombo combo, that bounce house. Unfortunately for, I think it was Poopy Worm, like their foot never even touched the ground. They just got knocked up repeatedly, and we're saying that, oh, well, Poopy Worm's got gold. Doesn't matter if Poopy Worm can't put out the damage. The fight continues because respawn timers are so low.
And I mean, Jax, also the ult timer is quite low. However, you try to use that gate, and by the way, for everyone that doesn't know, any sort of damage will knock you out of it. It's just like, it's frustrating.
Wait, Yunjia?
All right, Yunjia says you ain't getting away scot-free. Let's fight this out. I mean, you don't really have any HP left to work with, but it is going to be death. Coat, though, is ripping the damage apart. A great stopwatch keeps Alexander alive, and because of that, you might be able to fight back. However, that Fed Gwen that we talked about is going to be there. A trade back on the backside. Dash Zero is able to get this huge shutdown bounty off the top of Kova, but Jimmy Jam wants it. In comes that Ragnarok Ace. The hold though. That is huge. That Zero collects not 1 but 2 total bounties of all things that happen. Yes, your base is destroyed. Don't get me wrong. It's bad. However, that main damage dealer in the top side might have just come back online.
And the dragon and the bounty that's going to come from this orbital. We're saying UCSC, they kind of need a miracle. It's looking dire, but it could still happen. Is this the miracle we needed? Probably not. They're still 8k gold.
Like, we got to be realistic here. We got to be honest.
Oh, can they steal this? There's no jungler here.
Jax I think this should be fine, right?
He's running into
yeah, it's gotten. I was like, there's no way Jax actually gets here in time, right? So that's okay. Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! Kova's coming back for it. Kova went ahead, TP'd in, and tried to get a funny flank off. Unfortunately, it doesn't pan out. So I mean, instead of getting the entire base, you get an inhibitor, a bunch of towers, and a lot of extra gold in your pocket. I mean, I think Tim, you are okay.
Did they stop the channel? No.
Dang, that feels bad. Okay, never mind. RMC, you're not allowed to talk. I don't care what you say. You're just not allowed to say anything because we're getting another fight. Jax literally just came back up and is already down at like no HP. Coat is going to watch as their top laner is going. Are you kidding me? No, that is illegal. Jax lives in that entire. Are you freaking? I would uninstall right there.
Take your Gwen is immune and introduce it to the version 2.0. Tryndamere Undying Rage. Just undying. He just will not die. Right straight to Baron as well.
Wouldn't that technically be 1.0?
Or like beta version, I guess, technically.
Yeah,
but it's
I mean,
better
like,
Orbital. It's winning. Tryndamere's winning this broken out war.
How does that work? Come on. Like, Tryndamere came out first, so Gwen would technically be the 2.0. It's just 2.0 isn't better, right?
More isn't always better, Orbital. It's not about the size. Sometimes it's about how you use it, you know? Yeah, so in this case, I think Jackson Trade's all being much better utilized. And it really sucks because for UCSC, a lot of this happened in the laning phase, right? It felt like the game snowballed out their hands within the first 7 minutes of the game. But if we ignore that, if we look at how UCSC has been playing since then, they're playing the mid game well, as best they can considering the gold deficit they're playing at. Yes, the fights look messy, but the fact that they're even fighting equal at all with this goal deficit speaks a lot to the individual mechanics of the players. And I think you kind of just look at this and go, okay, we maybe just look at game 2 instead.
I can agree with that, and this, I think, showcases why they're doing well as well. Tim, you are starting to get a little bit funky with it. They're willing to go, one player in, but that's the thing about these mid-games. The reason that you can play well is you have to learn how to, fight when opportunities come up, and I think that's one of them, right? Yes, Jax will go ahead and heal that up as best as possible, but you gotta find those moments, and there it is, the shockwave lands. Yes, there's not a whole lot of damage, but maybe some work can be done. In goes Ragnarok, doing a lot of damage, and Worm has to get the heck out of there. They can't get through the wall. That feels so dang bad. Dash was able to get behind them. And you know what? It looked good. They had the right idea. However, the damage is not there, and instead Jax gets free reign on the bot side. This is looking like GG as that wave is pushed, and no one is stopping them.
Super's coming in the mid lane with Baron buff to root and down Poopy Worm. That's a lot of your damage not available.
Oh, okay. The taunt is almost there. I mean, this is that last fight. This is going to be that last ditch effort. Final inhibitor tower falls. Inhibitor will fall behind as well. Kova is getting looked at. Jax is straight up man moding here and saying, I mean, they just do not care. These players are playing on a nice edge, and honestly, I love it.
But with a Tryndamere out, you can dance at that nice edge for all you want. It's already back up. The cooldown is so short. Now, Poopy Worm is back up as well, but the poke from Colt right now is hitting. That's something we didn't see earlier, because Colt was stuck on an inhibitor turret. And now that Colt's actually chipping away at the Nexus turrets, you can see how effective Nexus is.
I mean, this is just a siege of siege. Like, this has been going on for 30 seconds. And the wave clear coming out is so nice. However, Fadlicus needs to get back and get some more mana. These towers are going to fall. You get one last chance at a major fight, and that's what they're going to hone their edge on. That's going to be a triple knockup in. Shockwave not really going to land. It only lands on one in the back line. And because of that split fight is going to be real, Dash is almost able to nuke Code. Code is about to die. Code does die. However, the damage has been done, and death is all around as it's a triple kill for Jackson Trades and an ace for Tamu Maroon. Game 1 in dominating fashion will go the way of Texas A&M.
23 minutes, Orbital, and a 20-minute Baron. Texas A&M were speed running this game, and right from the very get-go, right from that level 1 fight where they picked off Dash Zero, they just never let their foot off the gas. You love to see it. This is a mark of a good team who knows how to win. And for UCSC, block this from your minds. Like, forget this game ever happened. Because I'm going to be honest, like I said, the mechanics are there. They had a bad level 1, which kind of snowballed out of control. I think you need to make sure that this doesn't get to you. Because fundamentally, UCSC, they're not a bad team. This was just a bad game to have to play in.
I got to agree. I mean, the stat check, the stat 6 in the top side, maybe not happen in game number 2. We don't know. But it is one of those games where you look at it and just like, bro, I don't know what else to do. I mean, that would have been an FF15 for me, honestly. Taking a look at things, though, we are going into game number 2. As I said, hopefully they wipe their minds, and we'll see if we can do the same. We got to look at game 2 with an all-new, fresh set of eyes. So go ahead, take a break. Go ahead, grab a snack. We'll be back here with the NECC for game number 2 between these two awesome teams in just a bit.
Started as a whisper, message from a new world I'd never known. Something about it felt like it'd been waiting my whole life. Is this home? I can hear each sound calling my name, and I feel angels around.
Where you look, where you touch, where you feel, yeah. Where you look, where you touch, where you feel, yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Can we talk about me and you? Can we talk about the truth? I wanna know, I wanna know. Can we talk about me and you? Can we talk about me and you? Can we talk about the truth? I wanna know, I wanna know. Can we talk about me and you?
Where you look, where you touch, where you feel, yeah. Where you look, where you touch, where you feel, yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Where you look, where you touch, where you feel, yeah. Where you look, where you touch, where you feel, yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Can we talk about me and you? Can we talk about the truth? I wanna know, I wanna know. Can we talk about me and you? Can we talk about me and you? Can we talk about the truth? I wanna know, I wanna know. Can we talk about me and you?
Where you look, where you touch, where you feel, yeah. Where you look, where you touch, where you feel, yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Where you look, where you touch, where you feel, yeah. Where you look, where you touch, where you feel, yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
I wanna know your dark side. I wanna know your secrets. I wanna be your lifeline. So I wait for you, wait for me. Wait for you, wait for me. Tell me you're more than just a highlight. Pretty pictures on the outside. I hate to stare at you through these lights. So I wait for you, wait for me. Wait for you, wait for me. Click and scroll, I can't let you go. They say I'm addicted to you. Click and scroll, I can't let you go. They say I'm addicted to you. Oh, oh, this ain't love, no, no. This ain't love, no, no. This is artificial. This ain't love, no, no. This ain't love, no, no. This is artificial.
I wanna know you inside and out. Wanna know what's behind the light. Wanna feel that real love from within. Let me in. I want real love, real highs. You're just enough to get me through, get me through. 'Cause you're officially perfect for me. me deeper, just sinking. Will you love me? Clicking scroll, I can't let you go. They say I'm addicted to you. Addicted to you. Clicking scroll, I can't let you go. They say I'm addicted to you.
And in we go again. Teams are raring to go. The chat is popping off as well. And we're excited to see a lot of awesome fans come out and watch what could be the start to a Game 3 as well later on down the road, because these teams are looking to fight back. Game number 1, Tim, you Maroon came out hot with the stat stick and beat their way to a Game 1 victory, the fastest of the evening as well. UCSC, though, hoping to do the same here in Game number 2 and reclaim a little bit of honor there.
And if you're part of Tamu, how excited would you be? This is their first game in NECC this split, at least for the League of Legends division, and they absolutely just stomped on it. So they must be riding a high right now. They must be confident in their playstyle. UCSC, though, they need to just forget Game 1 ever happened. They've opted for Ridside, which I think is really good, because I think Tamu took great advantage of the counter picks that came through, and hopefully for UCSC they'll find a bit more favorable matchups, because like I said, a lot happened because of that level 1. If that doesn't happen, I think UCSC has a much better showing.
You're going to already see a little bit of an adjustment there. The Rakan taken away, saying,
Yeah.
hey, we don't want to deal with that one. And I mean, I don't think it was the main problem. I think it was a very high priority one, though, right? You take a look at the other champions that became a problem later on. You're not sure that's going to come out right away, and maybe you have an answer there, too. Taking a look, though, bans on the other side. Thresh and Senna still very much the same. Do you want to change anything up? I don't think anything really caused a problem. Yeah, keep it the same. No worries.
Yeah, I mean, Texas A&M on the red side didn't really care about meta picks, right? So it's all targeted bans. There should be no reason for them to change. I will disagree, though. I do think Xander's Rakan orbital was actually huge. I don't think the only reason why it didn't look like a bigger problem was because the 2 stat sticks popped off. But if not,
True.
I was watching that last dive. Xander danced under the Nexus turrets. Not actually like slash dance, but like the way he was hopping in and out, cutting off the entire backline, and he survived. That's worth the ban now that you've actually seen it.
All right, well, taking a look here, that's the only one that has changed. Rest of the champions are still very much up and available. Of course, right now, taking a look at the pick here, I think it was an Orianna when it was flipped. So do you actually want to go for the Orianna, or do you want to leave it open? I mean, your answer has been pretty good. However, you're going with the Seraphine. Okay, coming out with a little bit of a singer, kind of a throw there to Heartsteel, saying, listen, you can't take my stage.
Okay, I believe the changes to Seraphine, was it this patch or last, but this patch, has actually shifted her a little bit more for support compared to when before she had a bit more scalings coming through. So yeah, I mean, it's a great pickup to come through, but it's a very different style from Rakan. I'll say that much for support. I mean, Xander does play more Seraphine than Rakan, but still, it's like day and night.
And not just that, you take a look on the other side, a good answer coming out. The Melio could be there, but Dash actually getting their Renekton early and blind picking it as well, saying, I can't give anything away in that top side. That's going to leave it to Jackson's Trace to get a great counter pick if they so wish.
You know what's open, Orbital, from the ban changes?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's open. It's
open?
open. Do it. Do
It's
it.
his namesake.
Don't. I
It's a
know.
great pick
If
into
they
Renekton.
don't do it right now, I'm going to be pissed. I think at this point, like, we have psyched ourselves into this, I think is what we're seeing here. Come on. One more second.
He's gonna troll
We're
us just because
watching.
he said that.
You
Orbital.
can,
He's
you
gonna
can
troll
literally
us.
see me looking. You can literally see me looking right now. Do it. Do it.
Yes, he gets
Yeah,
locked
there
in.
we go.
Okay. No, it's a great pick, right? It's your namesake, it's your most comfortable champion, and it's a good pick into Renekton. So I think Texas A&M is going to be very, very happy with these 2 picks they've already picked up. Now the big question is, what do they round this one out with? And J4 that we were talking about in game 1 is still open as well. If Jim Jam wants something aggressive that can continue ganking, the Maokai is... Oh, okay. The Maokai is what they actually ended up going with. I just say Olaf is also open if they want to keep playing that aggression, but they're playing a little bit safer. They have dive, though. They have ways of getting past front lines. So normally if I see a Maokai, I'm like, oh, maybe Jinx is not a bad idea. But into the likes of a Seraphine and a Jax, it's very dangerous.
Ooh.
Ash kind of falls that similar role as Jinx. I don't feel like she's very, very safe, but she's got Enchanted Crystal Arrow, so I guess you don't have to worry about being on the defensive if you're the one kicking off fights, maybe?
I mean, I can agree with it. At the same time, it's like, I mean, you take a look at the champions on the other side. I would have liked to see something else, but at the same time, as you said, those arrows might be the big charmer. Looking at the ADCs banned away here, this is a heavy lean by UCSC to basically say we're going to target that bot side. Coat needs to be taken care of. The Ezreal from last game was very, very impactful. Not going to have it this time. And then the Gwen, I think this is a proper response. Worm did have a decent game at the end.
So it's interesting. Colt's most played champions are Ezreal, Kai'Sa, Ashe. Two of them are banned. One of them's been picked. So Colt will have to go further down in terms of priority. But honestly, with the setup you already have, like there's so many things you could pick, right? You could pick a hyper carry if you wanted something like a Jinx. You already have so much peel, so much safety, so much frontline. And even better yet, it is on UCSC, pardon me, Black, to pick their champion first. So if it's not a diving champion, I actually think this is a good spot for a Jinx.
All right. Well, let's see if they go ahead and grab it. I mean, that is, okay, leaning into even further than we wish. We're still looking for a jungle and mid coming out here, and they are going the long-range squad. Now, here's the thing. If you're going artillery squad, I like the Xerath more, mostly just for fun, mostly because more skill shots. But that Ziggs is going to bring a lot of power if we see the rest of TMU Maroon grouping up. And I think I like this call as well. This is going to be the Kalista. Stay away, stay safe, and dance around the opponents so nicely.
And Orbital, that six?
Nope.
Oh, yeah, that, okay, if they change their mind, the Yoni might not be bad. Okay.
Oh my gosh,
I like
yes,
it.
let's
It's
go.
strong dive, right? Into the likes of an Ashe, the Ziggs, not the most mobile champions. But let's talk about Ziggs for a second as well, Orbital, because sure, it does great, you know, with this team comp, but also, Colt, remember I said he got targeted? His top 3 got banned. Guess what's number 4?
Ooh, what's that?
Ziggs.
Tell me. Yeah.
Ziggs. So they are fully target banning Colt with all these picks as well. Is Colt going to fall back on the Caitlyn? Caitlyn's not a terribly mechanical champion as long as you can get the trap pacemaker, pardon me. As long as you can get the EQ combo right. Kate's not a mechanically tough champion, and picking it here is very interesting to me because we mentioned before, counter to Kate, Ashe. You just picked it into your own counter, and Ziggs can also mess her up. So if Colt can win both sides of this matchup against the Kate and as the Kate, that's huge for Texas A&M.
At the same time, we could also see some other sides come out here. You now have a Yone and a Jax, and now the Amumu to try and answer. I like this call out here. We are going to see some grouping up, but this feels like a very defensive squad coming out from UCSC in a situation, and at the same time, you know, you can fire back, but it does require some decent coordination. I'm very interested to see how UCSC pull this off.
Yeah, I'm thinking about that because you're right. You see things like a Ziggs and an Ashe, Milio, and Mumu. It does feel kind of defensive, but I'm actually looking at the UCSC comp and going, I don't think you actually can play this comp defensively. It might want to in terms of the champions that got picked, but into the likes of a Seraphine and a Maokai, a Yone and a Jax, if you get hit by an Encore and you're all lined up, you guys are dead to rights. So you can't play defensively. It almost feels like UCSC has to play aggressively. They have to be the ones making the picks with the Enchanted Crystal Arrow into maybe the Amumu out, into the Ziggs out. If not, I don't think they win a lot of these team fights. Ashe will outdamage the Caitlyn, sure, but with the Jackson Yone dive potential, nothing is really going to be able to stop them from coming into that. And for Texas A&M Maroon, they've got a bit of an interesting comp too. I like their solo lanes, but their bot lane still concerns me a little bit. I don't know how this Caitlyn Seraphine is going to do into the Ashe Milio. There's a lot of poke that can come down and a lot of sustain. It almost looks like that bot lane might be a bit more of a handshake until the junglers can actually show up.
Oh, that's going to be quite fun to see. Not just that, the supports themselves have also gone to a very drastic no. We had the engagement before, so that's the other side of it, right? So that bot side, going to be one to watch. Taking a look at that mid lane, a little bit safer options here. A little bit of a fun shadow bans, as I like to call it. But let's take a look at that top side once again, right? This is a matchup that I think UC expecting, right? You take a look down the list of the bans, you had to know it was open. You had to know it was kind of coming here.
Yeah.
Do you think this is the appropriate response? Do you think leaving the Jax open and going into a blind pick scenario as well, you grab that Renekton and basically gamble that you're getting the Jax? Do you think that is correct?
I think it was an appropriate response from Jax of Trades. For UCSC, I don't know. I'm worried. I really am. Because I do think Jax is the winning side of that matchup between Jax and Renekton. Yes, a Renekton can win the lane early, but it's a can. It's not a should or not a will win the lane early. In fact, if the Jax plays carefully, they'll be perfectly fine. It feels like a lot more of the proactivity actually comes from the Jax's side of things. Like if you don't mess up, you'll be okay. And again, it's one of his most played champion. Dash Zero's most played champion is Renekton as well. I should mention that. So it's not like it's an awkward pick for Dash Zero that he's going to try and force to make it work. It just feels a little bit difficult. And looking back at game one, it's very hard to tell how these two will match up skill-wise, because we talk about the matchup, but a lot of it comes down to player skill, player expression as well. Good players or better players will win even bad matchups. But we can't tell because of how level 1 went in game 1. And Dash Zero got just run down, killed. First Blood went over to Jacks of Trades in that lane. So I think this game will tell us a lot more if Dash Zero can win this.
Or if Dash Zero can get a lead.
Well, yeah. And if UCSC win it and bring it to a game 3 with this matchup, then I think it's going to be massive for UCSC. But that's a big if to ask right now.
You know, maybe you wait till level 6 and maybe see a cross-map arrow come by and just like, hey, look at that. You know, we don't know. But at the time, I mean, no matter how much we talk about the rest of the lanes, I'm still looking at that top side. It was the one that got out of control. And not only that, the jungle attention, I don't think is going to be as high as before. Remember, they were going at it pretty early on. They were vertical jungling and everything. They were getting in your face. And this time around, it does feel like maybe they'll be a little bit more cautious, right? A Maokai coming in here is not going to have the same firepower. It can, but may not be as exciting as before.
I don't know, because Maokai, pretty gank-heavy champion. And, you know, with the Jackson Renekton, that lane can be rather volatile in terms of the damage and the trading back and forth. And when you see an Amumu as well, Amumu is a ganking jungler. Like, he farms perfectly fine, but with the bandage toss, you know, you do want to get active with him as well. So I am expecting junglers to kind of get in to make things happen as fast as possible. And kind of because of the bot lane and the lack of damage and the healing and shielding that the supports provide, I do actually think it should be the solo lanes that both junglers should be looking at. I just think it's a little bit easier for Texas A&M, especially in the mid lane specifically, with that Yone versus Ziggs. Trying to assist the Ziggs in a gank, trying to assist a Yone in a gank, that's where the action happens.
I have to agree with that one. It's mainly because we just saw, I think, the Olaf willing to take like duel after duel after duel. It may not be that sort of situation. It's the run into lane, help out the team, and maybe get a kill on the back end. That Yone Ziggs matchup, though, is one that I'll be very, very interested to watch as well. We've seen, I mean, this is the other stat stick, right? This is the other lane that just about anyone that's played solo queue knows if you make one wrong step and the Yone either gets a kill, gets a CS lead, or gets any pressure on the tower, or like HP advantage in the HP trades, you're done. It's toast. Without your jungler, you are in the ground. And I mean, we have to watch it because last time there was almost no attention paid to mid until something really popped off.
Yeah, if anything, the mid laners were the ones roaming out, right? The Orianna, the Galio were facilitating everyone else. I mean, Senator Kova got a triple. Could have been more, you know, if Colt didn't steal it. But again, that's mostly in team fights. That wasn't in the lane action, whereas this time it will be. And as much as we talk up the Yone, keep in mind, it is still a melee into a ranged matchup. So Ziggs going to be able to enjoy that early on before the Yone really scales up and actually has the damage to be able to all in effectively.
I would honestly say I prefer Vigar, 100% Vigar over. No hate to Ziggs. I just couldn't find a Vigar statue, but Vigar's my boy. Vigar also sucks in this matchup, by the way. Don't take my advice at all. Please, don't actually take my
I was thinking for a second, I was like, wait, how does that work? Because you can dash right out of the
No, you just get owned, pretty much. It sucks. Looking at this here, though, we will be keeping track of that one, and I think keeping track of how well Fodlicus is able to get that CS and work some magic. Bot side already, the shields, the heals coming out here, and already some of the stasis coming out of Eric Xander. We'll keep eyes on HP trades as well.
Good dodges so far from Kinuryu to make sure you don't get tagged by any of the poke coming out from Xander. Top lane Jacks of Trades already with the early level 2 bullying out. And watch junglers a little bit. They both started top side, but you could always path into the top lane and try and make something happen, especially for Poopy Worm.
You can see they're also, I wonder if this is actually going to make a difference. Jimmy Jam is currently on track to have a little bit faster pacing, right? You go ahead and see they did take those wolves quickly and are moving on to their 4th. It's a recall coming out of Worm, and that's going to be the problem, right? Worm thought about maybe helping out that top side, but he can't. Jax is happy about the current status.
Yeah, I mean, Dash Zero got chunked so quickly that if Poopy Worm had tried to force the gank, maybe you get the kill. But you probably don't get first blood. I'm worried about Dash Zero under the turret right now.
They're actually going to go in, but a good dash
great
back
dash!
might be able to trade out dash 0. It might not be the first blood that you really wanted, but it's the first blood you desperately needed. Well played from under the tower.
Dash 0. The 0, I guess, refers to the amount of kills his late opponent's going to get. That was beautiful to dash away from that Counter-Strike. And Jacks of Trades went a little bit too deep, went a little bit too aggro, and it completely bounced back. The other thing to note is while all that pushing was happening, Dash 0 didn't drop actually that much CS. So Dash 0 is going to be getting the kill, didn't lose out the early pressure, and should be able to come back into lane with a bit of an item advantage. Especially this early on, 300 gold is worth a lot.
I will say, though, that is not one that you... I feel in certain trades, as much as, yes, it got the kill, it feels bad that it was gotten because of a tower dive, right? Maybe you were hoping that you actually got it in HP trades. However, it's still a dub, and now the wave's pressing against you. You have a little bit of a lead in that situation, but Jacks of Trades still more than willing to try and duke it out, even in a little bit of a minion wave. Look at the chunks, both ends right now. Dash hoping for another spin, can't find it, but Jacks of Trades really did not enjoy it. Gonna go ahead, recall, get back with the teleport.
A lot of that's that pickaxe different, right? That early gold that Dash 0 gets means he wins these trades. A lot of times with Conqueror, you have to be careful about these short trades that Jacks of Trades wants to get. You need the extended trades, but you're scared to keep going on in. Well, with the pickaxe, you're not anymore. Poopy Worm has flash and isn't afraid to try and go in on this one. Fodlicus doesn't have that much mana though. Oh.
I mean, not a whole lot of mana there, and also not in the HP trade. Kova actually had that one up. However, the threat of the Renekton roaming down here was enough to stave off any further engagements. So very well done on the side of UCSC.
Flash was blown by Poopy Worm in that exchange to survive though. So we'll see if Tamu can take advantage of that. So far, Jimmy Jam, that was his first attempt at an invade, and he was doing it with that mid lane pressure. If Kova can continue to apply that, expect to see more hunting of the Amumu.
Looking here with the camps respawning, Dragon is currently up and available. Neither side really hard read on it. Ward's currently on for TMU Maroon, but not overly aggressive, if that makes sense. Everyone's just kind of like, keep eyes, because we want to make a move if we see someone step out of line.
Yeah, I think they're trying to find a significant advantage before they go for that. It doesn't necessarily have to be a kill, but if you get level leads, or hey, if you can force Fodlicus to base without a TP, maybe they go for that. We should touch on the bot lane as well, a lane that we've kind of largely ignored. It's gone not exactly the way I expected. It's not interactive. I mean, both sides are not really able to do anything against all the healing, but Colt has already found a CS lead in that bot lane somehow against an Ashe lane. So huge props to Colt. We'll have to see whether it's going to be the lethality or crit chance build. Crit got buffed, and Noon Quiver usually suggests more crit than the lethality build that we saw a lot of last patch.
I mean, you're also looking at the first strike, right? So I would assume lethality. Might correction there as well, though, but I think that might be it.
True.
However, we are seeing a taken out. Jax and Dash are both playing with fire once again. This might be a little bit of deja vu. You see it here, right? I'm watching this one with a honed edge. This is exactly how they died last time. However, level 5 versus level 4 Coat trying to get a little bit of advantage. Great range coming out here, expanding that range, not just with the volley, but now just straight up with auto attack. That's gonna be a flash in though. Catch from behind and a knockback, perfectly done. That is how you take a kill back, and Coat is going to thankfully grab that kill.
Now, that's coordination right there. If I pull that off my solo queue, that knockback from Maokai knocks him off the stun from the root from Xander. But they chained the CC perfectly, and even with the flash, Kinuru couldn't quite get away. Unfortunately, the buffer probably kind of messed that up. Kova doing a lot of damage, positioning well to not step over the mines on the way back.
Well, actually, the thing is you actually didn't do as much as you thought. Fodlicus was actually able to dash out most of the keys. That's your life. I played that straight up perfectly, and Kova falls instead. You do lose your life, however, your team gets a dragon, but still, that mid lane did not pan out like I thought.
And honestly, that mid lane fight had nothing to do with the dragon, right? So, Fodlicus, that's not like, oh, we got a kill at the expense of dragon. No. Fodlicus just won the 1v1, and that is beautiful to see, especially when the last time, or every time we've looked at the mid lane, it has been Kova pushing up. So I'm glad that Fodlicus was able to take advantage of that, and you have to keep doing that before the Yone starts to come online.
That was so important. Now taking the rest of the top side is feeling a little bit more than Worm is actually going to be for a chance at a game over the wall. Going back. is going to go back in. But that is going to be. You do not have flash, double knock up there, and now you're right back. You're able.
Kova wants to keep going, doesn't have the ult available, but Dash Zero, he's got the flash, he gets in! Not again!
No! That is pain. Dash is having a great time right now. It's like Signature versus Signature. I'm currently winning.
I can't believe, but that's the second time overall somebody's tried to dive Dash Zero under that turret, and this time, Dash Zero didn't burn flash, just stood there knowing that Senator Kova was not going to be able to make it all the way through. And this Renekton, Dash Zero is picking up a lot of gold. Now he's got to pick up the responsibility that comes with that gold and start transferring it elsewhere as well.
What a time to be here. I mean, it was so good to watch that my internet decided to just freak out. Like, they wrecked me on this side. That was so much fun to watch. And now taking a look at the rest, you're watching Jax is pissed off. That is some anger to bring up. Jimmy Jam, just like, we got to shove this in. I'm so done with the losing in the situation. And now they're going to try and invade into that jungle side. Fodlicus saying a little bit of a dangerous scenario here. And Kova finally winning in some HP differences.
Yeah, Fodlicus has to be careful of the dive. Poopy Worm sees everybody collapsing in. We've seen enough of these Maokai behind the turret dives. And with a Jax, with a Yone, they have enough burst damage.
They do, but they don't want to take that chance. However, with Xander, that might be a difference. Coat has to play smart.
Goodness.
They're going to roam around. They're going to continue to deny the camps. And this is straight up bullying. And this is also just forcing, I think. They drop the Herald. They get 2 plates. And that's all they get. That's straight up Tim. You were like, nothing else is working. We're just going to straight up go through the front door.
So, when you're ahead, like Tamu was last game, these sort of plays work really, really well. But when you're not, the mid lane play actually eats up a lot of people's time. Jax, this is a little bit. Oh, they catch Fodlicus.
That should be enough. The last time that Kova died, the reason is because they missed the Qs. When you're tethered and rooted, I mean, you got the Qs.
Yeah, got missed those. Good collapses.
If you do, it's just my solo Q games now. True story, by the way. It was a painful time. I don't want to live through it again.
Getting the PTSD from that. Well, thankfully for you, Orbital, we don't have to worry about your solo queue games right now because the gank did go off successfully. I'm more worried about what happened before that gank, because the gank is sufficient, right? Like, jungle goes in, gets kill. But before that, they rotated Xander up and Jax down, and that yielded nothing, and that actually cost Coat a lot of lane pressure. Poopy Worm now sneaking in there. Did he get spotted?
Oh no, he wasn't, and because of that, that's a great move here. Coat should die. I say should because it's a very, very difficult way to end it, but Worm is able to grab one, and Yoon Jia finds the other, but at least Ryu is able to get a little bit of tower plating.
The cleanse, unfortunately, coming out a little bit early on the first stun, but not enough to actually get you out of way of, or enough space for you to escape away from the curse of the sad mummy. So the CC still comes through, and overall, this is what we're talking about in game 1. If UCSC didn't have that bad level 1, this is what they're capable of. They have a lead. They are playing the early game well, and hey, with the ultimates unlocked as well, I expect to continue seeing them find these sort of picks, be proactive out of lanes.
Hopefully we get to see it even more so for this composition. It's starting to be a menace, and with 20 seconds left on that Drake, you can put a lot of pressure onto your opponent. Now remember, game number 1 was a Hextech Dragon, which allowed for a lot of those silly teleports to come in here. I wonder what we're going to get here. Right now, UCSC, though, prepped themselves with the wards around to at least contest around the riverside. A ward dropped by Eric Xander should at least see a little bit of an invade, but by no means are they willing to fully challenge it. I say that while Jimmy Jam is getting ready to go over the wall and start it off the rip. Okay.
This is dangerous. This is really dangerous for Tamu. This early in the game, Dragons actually kind of hurt if you can stop the team from focusing them. But UCSC don't even collapse. I'm surprised. With an Ashe, with the Ziggs, you can make Tamu's life hell trying to pick up that Dragon. But I guess the early shove was sufficient, and UCSC, they're not willing to fully commit to this. Poopy Worm just decided, nah, I'm going top, guys. I can't get there in time.
I'm just surprised you weren't actually looking for that Dragon to start with, right? And the reason that it did start, by the way, Jax actually spotted out Worm, so they knew where the jungler was. However, now that's going to try and be answered on the backside. Full dive on the bot side while a fight is happening out on the top side. Bomb from long range isn't going to get the kill, but it's enough to cause some damage. Kova looking to be a little bit more dangerous as well, but Kinryu getting up in their face with all that aggression. No one dies, and honestly, TMU expend a lot for what could be a massive loss in the top lane. Jax now under tower. Gonna get a little bit of TP help. Worm, though, dropping the curse to Sad Mummy just to try and fight. Kova gets a knock up of one. Jax is about to get away, but no, you do fall into 1-for-1 trade. Gold went back to Kova, but Dash Zero still coming out on top 3-0-1.
With that Gore Drinker as well, I don't know if Senator Koba wants to go in. Senator Koba has not picked up his mythic just yet, so you go in against a Gore Drinker Renekton, then things could go south real quick. Likas is going to take the turret.
I mean, you can't really do too much, and now Jimmy Jam is actually in a little bit of a worrying sort. Remember, the actual damage that comes out of his Ziggs is very surprising at points, I would say, especially if you're sitting on top. And when you go Ludens as well, Jimmy Jam is just like, bruh, really? That's annoying. So, well done to get the tower. UCSC grab the first tower and get all the extra plates as well.
And that infusion of gold has widened the lead. We're looking at about a 1k gold lead before this now. It's almost 2,500 for UCSC. And with Fodlikas taking the mid lane turret as well, one of the hardest turrets to take, you've unlocked the Ziggs to begin sieging up the other lanes, and I want to see this Ziggs Ashe combo start working together. The poke they can put out is disgusting, and the single target pick potential is really, really strong as well.
Hopefully they can start utilizing that a bit more, but they don't have to. They're happy. They're content with the current situation. Dash Zero, though, not content. Remember, this is about the same score that they had last game. It's like deja vu all over again. And I'm kind of curious if they continue and just be menaces to each other back and forth. That would actually be really fun. Taking a look here, though.
hit 3-0-1 at some point last game?
Yeah, oh yeah. They were pretty dang far ahead, I think. Like they were
the Fiora that got killed at level 1 in permacapped?
No. Opposite direction. I was saying
Jax
Jax was hella fed at that point. Now though, we're getting some retribution. Remember, there is no flash, but too far extended. Can't follow up behind it. Instead, Kova is going to try their best to get some damage. Worm, though, saying I want a chance once again.
It's funny overall, because I would have thought that, the conclusion I could draw from that would be that, red side OP in top lane, counter pick OP top lane. But let's not forget, Dash Zero blinded this Renekton.
Right.
And it's working. It's actually working. It's the man who calls himself Jax of Trades, who got his signature champion into a good matchup. Props to Dash Zero, man.
Now, what was it actually Dash Zero that came out with that dub, or was it Jax just getting a little bit too ballsy?
Hey, I mean, he did it to two different people. Senator COVID died into the turret too. Just saying.
All right, well, taking a look here. That is going to be advantage into an arrow, into everything. Cleanse comes out of Cope, but Xander's got none. That'll be a kill drop. Now a flash in. Everyone's joining in this bot side.
Well.
A quick cleanse ensures that Kova will die, and things are turning for the worst. TAMU wondering what the heck just happened, and UCSC said, we'll stat stick you right back. A bloody 3-0 in the bot side grants an extended 4K lead to UCSC.
And they can keep pushing with the Ashe. Do they have enough damage between Ashe and Ziggs to kind of chunk this turret?
Oh, yeah.
Maybe not. The minions are thinning really fast.
Oh, okay. You know what? If Jimmy Jam wasn't there and Xander wasn't there, they would have. That would 100% been another tower. Right now, just a little bit of a tether, but that's a flash forward. That was Kenny Ryu trying to help out. However, this is going to be a little bit of a problem. Take a look at the shields that came out. Tim, you can't cut through those shields.
Yeah, and Coat, unfortunately, when you pick this Caitlyn, you pick it to dominate the lane. We've started hitting that power trough for Caitlyn, where she just doesn't hit quite as hard as somebody with a Kraken Slayer, for example. Stormrazor, again, great for poke, great for extended sort of laning situations, but not enough to actually secure the kill on anyone. And now the shoes on the other foot. It's not just the top lane anymore, Orbital. It feels like the entire game is game one over again with Red side getting a massive lead.
Well, keep in mind as well, yes, they were in the lead, but it was also TAMU's willingness to go for these harsh plays, right? Willing to kind of step up and smother any sort of chance that UCSC could come back. I want to see UCSC do the same. They have a composition that can do it, I would say, even better if you're well coordinated. You got that Curse of the Sad Mummy, you tether everyone up, and then you just roll through them, right? I want to see the likes of this squad. UCSC, I want to see the slugs just roll over the opponent, and that starts here with the dragon. You can see it here. This is going to be a third dragon for TAMU if they're able to get it, and if they are able to secure, that would honestly be a big step back into this game.
This time, surely UCSC will contest, right? They've got... we were?
That's going to be a Christmas set. Mummy only landing on one, but the bomb is enough. That's just destruction. No more tree. And Dragon is handed over. Well done. Just 2 ults, and Dragon is secure.
Here I was thinking, Ash Ziggs, they can make your life hell if they're even on an objective, but in their head, they just send you straight down. Jim Jam had no chance whatsoever. The burst damage is coming through. And Jim Jam's not building Tank Maokai. It's not the Radiant Virtue. It's a flat-out Demonic Embrace. He's AP at this point.
Oh, now a trade on the bot side, though. Podlicus starting to feel the burn. Kova was able to pick up a couple significant kills on the top side, so this mid lane matchup is not exactly as nice as Podlicus would like. But at the same time, you can see the bombs really doing some work here. Dash 0, though, clearing out the wave. And still granted a lot of time, so taking a look, UCSC pretty much have everything in their hands. What's the next step, right? Because we do have Baron in about a minute, and TAMU took it off rip. Do you think UCSC can do the same?
Ooh, that's a little bit sketchy, because their comp is really good at poking down people on an objective. It's good at poking people around objectives. It falls apart when you're stuck into a very narrow area where TAMU can just pow on the AoE. So they have to be a little bit careful about that. Dash 0 doesn't know, now he does.
Got a little bit of heal came from the brush, and they're like, no, we don't want to. However, the stuns are coming out here. Jax has to get over the wall, and you are safe. So at least a little bit of teamwork is going to keep them alive. But we're taking a look here. Jimmy Jam is another one that we're sitting there going, man, we really want to see this Maokai come online and have a little bit of value. Remember, it was banned in game number 1, and this time in game number 2 is being sufficiently shut down as well.
Yeah, and a lot of that coming off of UCSC just having a much better time of their laning, which then enables Poopy Worm to pick up some of these kills, keep down Jim and Jam. Now, you ask me what UCSC should do? I don't think they can take Baron on spawn, but I do think they should be applying pressure around it. They can look for that top lane. That is the last standing outer turret. And for Jacks of Trades, this is not a safe turret to be under, especially if you're getting collapsed around, which is why I'm happy Xander's putting vision around it to prevent that eventual collapse. But UCSC, they can just brute force there. And as long as TAMU doesn't have equal numbers, that turret is not safe.
Not at all. Kinryu is getting ready, and that's just going to be a
There
take.
you go.
Well done. Flash for flash. At least you have your life. A good jump away. The arrow's going to land, and the counter-strike is up for the moment. Now a stun link is there. They're going to try and fight under the tower, and it is going to be enough. A quick little snap of the kill, and it's going to be done. Teleport in the back, though. I'm not sure this is where Kova and Jimmy Jam want to be. Out
they're in a
goes a
danger
little
point.
bit of a world, and they're going to get the damage, though. Take a look at the HP bars. This is a problem. That's going to be a great encore to get them all locked up. What is this turnaround? The fight's coming out. Look at the damage. It's unreal. Kinryu finally falls to Kova. But honestly, a 4 for 3 for TAMU Maroon. What a moment. That is better than I thought would happen. Jimmy Jam's looking for the last Yordle, but, I mean, Ziggs is gone. Ziggs is out.
And look who got the shutdown orbital. Senator Kova, the Yone we were talking about that can turn the tides. That's a scary thought for UCSC, that they've just given that much gold over. The gold lead, however, still favors UCSC. And if they play carefully, they'll be fine. The problem is they can't let themselves get caught like that. Another position, trying to overextend, trying to accelerate the pace. If they want to play like TAMU did last game, they've got to play a little bit cleaner.
You get one mistake, maybe 2, if you do it very, very nicely. However, that's going to be an arrow across the board. Jimmy Jam is going to go in and try and knock him away, and is able to survive. That's a flash forward, though. Worm wants to go for this.
That's a
The
flash.
ult is not up just yet, and because of that, the slows are
slows
there.
enough.
I'm not sure if this is exactly what you want. Kova gets back over the wall, but Dash is ready to go.
Oh,
Good
the flash.
stun. Flash is out, but, I mean, the Twisted Advance is going to be enough. The vines keep them all at bay. Take a look at how much was expended for that, though. That was so much used to try and get more kills. And honestly, the fact that TAMU Maroon are allowed to live is crazy in its own right.
I love the fact overall that like, so much was expended to secure some kills. I don't know which team you're talking about because TAMU was still looking for kills as well. Initially, they were the ones chasing in to make that happen. UCSC, though, have fallen back onto Baron, and critically, TAMU didn't have vision. They have TP on Jacks of Trades. They could have stopped it if they knew about it, but they've lost sight of the major objective in the heat of the moment.
I think that's okay though, right? Like you try to get the towers, you were able to gather a few, and you allow a lot of pushing from Jax. At this current, I love that redirect by the way. That's so much fun. It's one of the wonkier ones that you also see if it's flying in the air at the time, right? And you just see the hard, sharp curve. There is a YouTube video, a very funny one, of the ace in the hole getting redirected straight down a lane and clipping someone and just killing them on the spot, and everyone's just like, what? But anyways, I digress. Funny situations. However, mid lane is not a funny situation at all. That's going to be a jump in, and Worm is currently alone. I don't know if this is worth your life. A support for a jungler when Dragon's coming up. TMU going, okay, it's not the worst situation to be in.
I almost want to say it's worth almost, because killing Seraphine at an objective is massive. That's a lot of sustain taken off the table. But nothing beats a smite. So
yeah,
yeah. At worst, unless UCSC can find another pick here or shove out the members of Tamu, they're trying, right? They're trying to retain that zone control. But I love what Tamu's doing. They're saying, okay, if you want to control that dragon, by all means, go ahead. Poopy Worm still did for 10 seconds. We'll just straight up push your lane, and Jax of Trades is doing what Jaxes do best: split pushing.
I mean, the bomb came up, and I think it's going to be enough to shove him off. So Dragon is going to be started up by one side. Worm is now alive, but it's going to take about 15 seconds to get there. Unless you take those Hextech gates. Right now, though, 3 currently split. Take a look off on the side. Kova down on the bot side. This could be a flank of flanks. That's going to be the roots coming out here. And this could be big, but they push down to the bot side. So well played from UCSC to divert that fight. But that's the smite. That is the grab. You're on soul point. Now the fight breaks out. Now you're going to try and chance it up. Worm looking for it, but the taunt comes out. The charm was enough, and because of that, you delay. You got the dragon, and you only lose one. And I mean, Baron's still in UCSC's pocket, but honestly, Tamu get away with just a couple scratches.
And look at the lane states, Orbital. Because of the setup before from Tamu, mid lane was shoved all the way in. Okay, unfortunately it does get cleared out and gets cut, so the push is coming. But the idea was good, and UCSC aren't going to be able to maximize the Baron. They get 1 minute of Baron, and that's it. You got the kill. Good for you. Tamu got soul point. They are more than happy for that trade. And once again, Jax of Trades was picking up CS, was pushing lanes, was getting turrets the entire time.
Oh. That is the Ziggs of my dreams right there. Ziggs is having a great time. A lot of bombs, a lot of damage coming out here, and Xander might not want to be on that side of the map. We are flicking between the two because right now it's a big battle, and mid, not so fun on the bot side. At this point, it is starting to seem like Jax is getting the better of the trade, so we really have to keep watch for the rest of the time. Mid lane currently being pushed up, about 30 seconds left on this Baron, so the wave is going to be a very, very big one. Good knock up. Worm not allowed to stay there. Range is extended, but UCSC trying to siege as best they can.
Jax, okay, this is what I expected the Jax Renekton matchup to be, but not at this stage. Jax of Trades was down 2 levels, 30 CS, and I don't know, items wise, like half an item, a full item down from Dash 0, and is still winning that 1v1. That is kind of disgusting. Jax of Trades is also getting collapsed on.
I think they're going to get the recall out, and also I want to say they traded out their boots. I think Jax got tired of all the stuns coming out here. I don't think it was their first boots choice. So finally got the Merc Treads, and they're going to be happy about that situation. But there it is. The Hull Breaker is in. That does mean that TMU have locked in their strategy. Keep that in mind. We are going to see that split push Jax forever. If they ever group up, that means things are seriously bad for TMU.
Well, or they need to fight for a major objective. Because Orbital, 2.5 minutes, Baron's coming up, and split push is good. Hull Breaker is good. It is not as good as a Baron buff. 26 minutes in. Tamu still down about 4k gold, but keep in mind, they've actually stabilized the gold deficit, right? Like, sure, it's not ideal, but it also hasn't grown in favor of UCSC in the last, what, 5? 10? Well, let's say 5 minutes. I think 10 they had their major lead. So for UCSC, a lot of that early pressure, the advantages they had, is starting to get nullified. They are still very, very strong, but you can no longer kind of just slap Tamu around with your wallets anymore. You actually do need proper setup. You need proper poke from Ziggs and Ashe before you hard commit to the fight, and more importantly, you need to make sure you see flanks coming from Kova, from Jax of Trades.
I'd also like to point out that we are seeing some nasty rings on the side of UCSC. Go ahead and see the stacks flowing in. But besides the point, okay, Moonwalk Cannon, that's interesting to watch. That was fun. Taking a look here, I love the fact that you pointed out that the poke has to come down, because now we get to see this long-range artillery. That's going to be a bomb coming out, and Cleanse is up, but you don't have to use it. You are still alive, but however, you got slowed. That's going to be a flash forward. A couple more hits. Onk goes out, but it doesn't land. Kinu Ryu is going to try their best, but the knockup is there. You trade your life once again for a support, and it's a question mark all the way around. That's Zero trying to get in the back line, is able to get it. Dash Zero wins it out, and now Jax and Trace is gonna get bumped back. They are getting pushed around all the way through, and the curses that add money to slow them down. But Kova goes straight in the back line, almost gets more, not able to find it. Well done by UCSC to divert those threats. They win the battle 4-2, and are now gonna push for the end.
Not gonna lie, Orbital, I thought it was done for UCSC. When the pick didn't happen onto Colt, when Kova found the flank, I thought Tamu was gonna reverse it, but Dash Zero, all the gold that was pumped into him early is paying dividends now. Xander back up 10 seconds for Colt, but can they stop this push? Food Lacus is wrecking turrets.
I think they can. The HP bars are a little bit too low. And I think they have to run. Oh, Dash got caught. Dash got caught. And the worst thing as well, that's going to be Dragon. Keep that one in mind. Oh my god. A single bomb. A single bomb. The shield comes out. They're still running. Eric has to stay alive, and Eric is able to survive. But my gosh, Fodlacus just saying, bruh, you can't keep stepping up like that. Brutal showing as Baron will spawn right now.
I mean, a heart attack here watching that over. That is down to the margins. Heck, the minions were about to finish off Xander if not for the shield. And UCSC, they're undeterred. Poopy Worm was flanking the entire time, watching for a good angle. Couldn't find it. Never mind. We go straight for Baron. But what are they trading the Baron for? That's a Hex Tech Soul Tamu is staring down.
So this is my big question. One of the things that TMU, Maroon, and I are having trouble with is actually securing those kills and chasing them down. We saw how well Dash Zero could run away. If you get the soul, you have so much stopping power. You have the ability to kind of solo him out. But that's going to be the stun. You found it again on the support.
Xander's dead!
9,999. That is so true. And now Christmas had money to follow up. They tried. TMU tried to set themselves up for a dub, but it's not going to happen. In goes the crocodile. Chomp, chomp, chomp. Your tree is gone. Jax will get burned. Sometimes you really do need a real weapon. 4 dead in a flash as Coat is the last one alive, and there ain't nothing that a Caitlyn can do in the face of these villains pushing down mid.
Double super minions in this mid wave because of the stack. Baron as well wearing the royal purple, and Colt can't even wave clear through it, much less stop the charging champions. Orbital, we have ourselves a game 3.
I mean, I did have questions, right? Taking a look at this composition, taking a look at this team, I said, hey, if you had this sort of lead in the early game, I want to see you close it out as well as TMU Maroon did. And honestly, with the composition, you did it about as fast as you could, right? You made sure to get your objectives. You made sure to set yourselves up properly. It could have been a little bit faster, sure, but it looked clean. Those last 2 team fights, very, very good.
And the biggest problem to me as well was, we mentioned before, the fact that, hey, if you blind pick the Renekton for Dash Zero, you give up the Jax to Jax of trades, and you win that lane. What then, right? Does Texas A&M feel like, hey, we think we screwed that up a little bit with the 2 turret sacrifices. We think we can win it if we don't just int the turret. Do you dare say that in a game 3 when everything's on the line? Like, okay, I shouldn't say everything's on the line. We're only in week 5. It's not playoff hopes yet. But still, like, do you want to kind of gamble on that at that point? Or do you just say, no, we ban the Renekton? And if we ban the Renekton, then the bans change, right? What opens up at that point, and how confident are you of letting those through?
Well, I'm not confident at all. I ain't dealing with either the Renekton or the Jax. What I am saying is both teams are trying to put their best foot forward in what we can consider one team's real first series win. I say that with all the love in my heart because both teams currently have wins on the board, but they want to say we won it by our own strength. Let's go ahead, get ready for game number 3 and the finale to the NECC Week 5 League of Legends matchup. Please don't go anywhere.
need you to like. You can watch me go, 'cause I don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. You can say hello, but I don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like. You can watch me go, 'cause I don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. Don't need you to like me. When you dream, do you see beautiful rays of light shimmering, guiding you through the night? I know it feels like the night's getting longer and light is harder to find. I promise I'll always be there, I'll remind you when you close your eyes. If they set for me tomorrow, even if I leave right now, you'll find comfort there in knowing whenever in doubt, you can find me when the lights turn out. When the lights turn out. Even now, laying down hundreds of miles away, I can see you and me like it was yesterday. I know it's not the same, but I'm still behind you every step of the way. Look in yourself and I'll be there, I can guide you. All the love is the same. If they send for me tomorrow, even if I leave right now, you'll find comfort there in knowing whenever in doubt, you can find me when the lights turn out. When the lights turn out, you can find me when the lights turn out. When the lights turn out, you can find me when the lights turn out. I need a second to take a breath, to keep me guessing with what you said. You're in my head. We're under pressure, we're sinking deep like stormy weather. Can't seem to breathe when you're with me. If you're gonna break me, I know I won't stay. I don't wanna wait here. waited. Don't mess it up, feeling frustrated. It ain't enough to fix a love. If you're gonna break me, I know I won't stay. I don't wanna wait here, you push me away. If you're gonna choose, you don't know what to do. I don't wanna lose you, but don't wanna lose me too. Hand on the wheel, got my pistons pumping, all 800 horses running. Oh baby, 125 in the middle of the night, got my engine thundering. Dream machine, racing queen, I'll take you wherever you wanna go. Let's slow us down, break the speed of sound. Tonight we all know crazy. Dream machine, racing queen, you make my heart beat. You make my heart beat. Dream machine, racing queen, you make my heart beat. You make my heart beat. Red on the highway, lights flashing behind her. Dream machine, racing queen, you make my heart beat. You make my heart beat. Born to ride, Mustang 65, got that V8 engine with a fuel injection. Drop the clutch, pedal to the floor, turn that giddy button to a lion's roar.
It is time to write the final chapter. It is going to come down to this climactic battle between these two amazing teams here in the Champions Division. They have fought long and hard through games 1 and 2. Both games pretty lopsided in terms of the advantages granted. And I mean, the teams are ready, right? We take a look, and honestly, my eyes are still drawn to the top lane, but the draft will possibly tell a different story.
Yeah, and UCSC, pardon me, on the blue side, this time Texas A&M going back to the red. And so far, red has been the winning side, Orbital. It's kind of weird because both these teams feel like they're really good at snowballing leads, so early game should be the focus. But the Caitlyn, who's one of the early game queens, has lost both of these games so far.
All right. Maybe a little bit in there. Let's go ahead. Don't play Caitlyn if you can. Right now, though, some major bans coming out here. The Olaf, once again, now on the blue side, saying we can't deal with that. And these are the adjustments that we are really curious about, right? Always keeping eyes on what you don't. And now, 2 targeted bans, leaving open some other options. The Ziggs, I think, is a very appropriate answer. Fodlicus had an amazing time there. I think if the 50-50s went a different way, Fodlicus may have fallen, but still, ban heavy on specific champions. A massive meta pool open.
Yeah, the Rakan open for Xander this time, potentially, unless we see the first pick come through for the side of UCSC. And Yunja does play the Rakan. I feel like a lot of supports who main the role, at least, have picked up that champion. And I think we had that little bit of a discussion over where you didn't think the Rakan was the scariest thing. And I'll agree, that game it wasn't. But I do think it's a terrifying thing in the hands of Xander.
I like that was a
Aatrox
quick,
was
a quick swap over Samira into the Aatrox. It's like, no, not that one. But the Aatrox blind pick. Dash is actually throwing down the gauntlet here, and I love it. So Jax, do you actually lay it down as well? Do you go for that Jax here, which I don't think the matchup is as nice anymore, but still, that is Dash straight up giving a challenge card over to the other side.
Yeah, and it's also Dashido's second most played champion, Jax of Trades. You wouldn't think it. His name's Jax, but his most played this split has been Camille. So they are just they're just going for comfort at this point. Yep. The Graves being picked up for Jim Jam as well. Not his most played, but definitely a champion he's very comfortable on. And they're looking for that early pressure. Remember, we're talking about how strong, how important the early game is for both of these teams. Well, Graves is one who can certainly take control of that.
And I love the fact that they're going back to the straight damage dealers, right? I think that was a huge point for them in game number 1. They went full damage. However, this pickup here, it was banned in games 1 and 2. Specifically, I think in game 1, it was first round ban, and then game 2 was second round ban. But then the Vlad's also coming out. This is straight up everyone getting their comfort picks. I wonder if the second round of ban phase is just leave everything open. Let's go full comfort. Let's go full solo queue. Let's have a blast.
I'm going to be honest, bro. These 3 picks already, Aatrox, Senna, Vladimir, are terrifying together. There's a lot of ability to lock somebody down, get that Hemo Plague off, and a lot of AoE to follow up on that. I need to see answers from Texas A&M. Even if the answer is just, we're going to smash them so hard in lane, it doesn't matter. Right. That's a potential answer too, but it needs to start coming through. Syndra. Wow.
I'm slightly stumped here. I saw it come out and I was like, I mean, I see it at the same time I don't. Late game is gonna be interesting if things spike out of control, and I mean Fodlicus on this Vladimir will be able to sustain through most of it. Let's go ahead and kind of move past that as we get into the support bans here. It looks like that is gonna be a Rakan ban in the second half, a Tom Kench ban on the other side. So still looking here. This is gonna be interesting.
Yeah, I'm just really, I'm still stuck on why we're slamming Syndra at this point. Like I like picking a counter. I think that would have been a fine idea. But the problem is I don't think of Syndra as sort of like the big counter necessarily to a Vladimir, especially as Vladimir gets tanky and you can't actually one-shot him. And now you miss a chance to pick that Rakan through. And I love the fact that UCSC has just banned away that Rakan right away. You don't want to give that to Xander. And they can continue to pinch that bot lane pool because they already have the Senna, which can play either the support or AD carry, even though support fasting Senna is probably the better option here.
Well, the fact is, they also say we just don't want to deal with the Kaisa. I think that is appropriate as well. Coat has done an immaculate job through games 1 and 2, and saying, hey, let's go ahead, just keep that one off the table. Let's keep those out of the hands.
Colt really do be saying, I can do anything you can do. If you can lose on Caitlyn, I can too. If you can win on Ashe, I'm going to go and try that. It's not a bad idea. If you do get onto the Senna, you can run her down. And also, a lot of the Senna pairings, if they're melee bruisers, a lot of times, Ashe will do very, very well into them. So I like the Ashe. I think it makes a lot of sense. But you can pair other things with Senna besides bruisers. Ooh, Bel'Veth's jungle?
All right, I like this. So the other side of it that I didn't mention just yet, but this one kind of solidifies it for me. This is the lifesteal composition. This is the composition of staying alive through our own inherent abilities. And with this pick itself, just throwing a random blue guy in there, go ahead, I don't really care. But the thought here, if I don't see any sort of grievous wounds on the side of TMU, I'm going to be very, very frustrated, right? Yeah. This is going to be like, I don't care how bad the items are right now, right? Like, I don't care what anyone says about it. You have to have it right now.
Yeah, if Tamu doesn't build grievous wounds over, I think they'll be very frustrated and try to deal with all of this. The amount of shielding that's coming through from the side of UCSC right now is terrifying. And they're trying to fight fire with fire. They're picking up some sustain of their own, hovering that Soraka here. Yeah, it feels like you're trying to fight fire with fire, but you've got a little match compared to the forest fire if you're going to just try and match healing the entire way. I think a lot of it's actually going to come down to this Ashe, that sustained damage that cuts through. I think a lot of it's going to come down to the early game, because if this goes late, I just don't see you cutting through everything that UCSC is bringing to the table. And Senna as well. AD carry Senna, non-fasting Senna, farming Senna, does not stack quite as well as fasting Senna. But having gold does a lot of damage. And she still does skill, it's just slower. So as the game runs long, UCSC, they're happy to just sit back and let it happen. So it's up to Texas A&M to really take charge and run over this game.
And that, I think, is going to start in that top side once again. I have to look there. And I don't care what anyone says. I don't care how all the other lanes look. I mean, I don't even care that we get a Belveth, right? Like, the fact of the matter is both of these games, the previous games, have actually hinged on Jax and Dash Zero. These two have been pivotal, whether they like it or not, in how the game breaks down. And we got to dive into it, right? Game number 1, we saw Jax win out in very specific early game situations, got a nice first blood, and was able to steamroll it. That is one thing. Game number 2, Jax tower dove twice, chose to tower dove, by the way. I'm not saying that in a bad way, but chose to dive under the tower and paid the price for it. In game 3, I personally need to see Dash Zero initiate some of these kills if they want to get ahead, because I think I want to see that advantage come through for them.
I'm crossing my fingers over that you're right, and that it has to be Dash Zero initiating, because I've seen plenty of Camille's go turret diving, and they don't come out the other side.
That's true.
Right? So I am interested though, because I do agree with you. I think a lot of these games have been influenced by how the laning of the top lane has been going, and I actually want to see the junglers actually start getting involved in those top lanes as well. It has been more the 1v1 at this point. Well, I guess I shouldn't say that, considering that the level 1 action involved multiple players to help Jax of Trades get that level 1. But hey, if that works, then send your jungler up again to get the Camille ahead. If she is ahead, and if you can accelerate the pace of game like you did in game 1, where you take down that top lane turret pre-15, and Jax of Trades is allowed to roam, Camille's a very effective diver under turrets, right? Especially when she's ahead, and then she becomes an absolute menace to the rest of that team.
It's such a tentative situation. I'm sure they had targets on their back, and I know I gave them such like a huge task there. But I do agree the junglers are going to have a time as well. The Graves coming out here, yes, it's a nice stat stick as well if you can get ahead. But it's still, I'm not sure if it's going to outperform the likes of the Belveth later on in the game. It's one of those things that you also need to get a pretty extended lead if you want to be that powerhouse, you know, that big puncher in there. Looking into the mid lane as well, we're seeing a little bit of a swap up there. So many things, so many fundamental pieces from games 1 and 2 now kind of colliding here, and it's making a big mess of things, I think, for both teams.
Yeah, and we talked a lot about comfort picks coming through. I think UCSC got way more comfort picks than Texas A&M did, right? Like Vladimir's Fodlik's most played champion in that mid lane, and we already saw what he was able to do in that game 2 on that Ziggs, right? Imagine what he can do on his most comfortable champion. Whereas Syndra for Senator Kova, it's not up in that top 5 of what he's been playing this split. Now, Senator Kova's been playing a while, so maybe Syndra's in his wheelhouse from previous splits, but how comfortable are you against a Vladimir, especially one who can just kind of pull and dodge a lot of the damage that Syndra wants to be able to pump out? So I am a little bit concerned about how that matchup goes. And again, it feels like I keep going back to the jungles, because then I'm looking at Jimmy Jam to try and swing that, right? And hey, Graves, again, a champion who can do a lot. Belveth got nerfed. Let's not forget. Last patch, 13.20, she got nerfed a little bit. The World's patch, she's really strong. But after that, her early game has taken a hit. So I don't expect her to be able to match the Graves early. And it just goes back to that whole scaling thing, right? If you can't shut them down early, if UCSC is allowed time to grow, then the Graves becomes kind of useless.
And then looking into that bot side, you were punching it a little bit in terms of kind of the focus as well. That Ashe that sustained DPS is calling into question as well. I'm interested because it's still another gauntlet, right? Like, I love player mindsets. Don't get me wrong. I understand the meta's there, but I will always look at the mental side of things. And this bot lane has also had some very tentative power swings, right? We've seen both sides actively look to aggress underneath towers over and over again. Do we see that level of aggression once again come out of TAMU Maroon because they have the champions? Or are they going to be forced and relegated to kind of take that back seat until level 6?
Man, TAMU needs to be earlier than 6, ideally, with their matchups. You touched on the bot lane, and I kind of want to talk about that a little bit too, because I did like the Ashe into the center Braum. I don't like the Soraka, because that's not a champion that wants to accelerate the game. Soraka is a champion that wants to go late. So that bot lane, which could have been a lane that you win out and play from, has now become the insurance lane instead. I don't think we're going to get to see them accelerate the pace from that bot lane. So if we want to see that heavy trading, it's going to come from the top side from Tamu.
Well, we already see a little bit of a shakeup here. UCSC giving a taste of TMU's own medicine. Invading here, trying to get some information. But no information actually granted back. Take a look at the difference here. Completely dark on the flip side. So TMU not able to use that information to decent effect. But Kenny Ryu, happy about that one stack I believe they were able to gather.
Hey, a stack's a stack, and that is not a fast center. So those stacks don't come all that easily. For the information that UCSC got on the invade, they didn't actually drop any wards behind. So they won't know for sure which side Jimmy Jam is starting on. And that's a little bit surprising. It feels like that was more of a brute force. Like, hey, we want an early kill. We want to coin flip this. Instead, Tamu's the one who actually gets deep ward on the red buff for UCSC. So Tamu, it's kind of weird. Like, I kind of expected the flip where Tamu's the one like trying to force plays early. But instead, the other one's like with the vision and will be able to play a bit more strategically instead.
Well, for right now, we already see Fodlakis stepping up to the plate. And also, I would like to point out, Fodlakis has never been, I want to say, on the proactive end, or not been allowed to, I think is the best way to put it. So this time, really trying to use that Vladimir to a very, very strong extent. We'll have to keep check on there as well. Both junglers also opting for a pretty quiet start here. A couple camp difference for the Bel'Veth, but in terms of the Graves, dancing very nicely to the start.
Ooh, Kniru taking a lot of poke from Xander right now. Xander's landing all the Qs, and mid lane, Senator isn't. Worth noting, Senator started Sapphire Crystal, so you're not getting the combat stats from Duran's Ring. You were kind of saying that, oh, Vladimir's weak early. Well, kind of yes, but the way Lucas is playing it, kind of no.
At the same time, I would also like to point out, just for fun's sake, Jax and Dash in games 1 and 2 were the ones that basically had free fun over their HP bars dropping. This time around, it's mid and bot side that are actually losing large portions of their HP. So I love that kind of change up here. Now, granted, of course, pretty much all the lanes have some sort of sustain. You have the potions and all, but it's just funny to see, I think.
Yeah, and for the bot lane especially, I feel like low health is a bait.
Yeah.
They've got heals, they've got shields, they've got ways of sustaining through. The mid lane, though, is the one where if they get low, I am a bit interested in seeing if these ganks can come through. Syndra is a bit more of a less mobile mid laner, right? She doesn't have any escapes, so if she does push up, she's vulnerable. Fault Lucas, on the other hand, much harder to gank. Between the pool, the ghost, and the flash, unless you can kind of one-shot him or like just go in one full rotation, I don't think Jimmy Jam and Senator Cobra are going to be able to find anything that mid lane easily. They have to burn the pool first.
That's an ask that we'll see how they deal with that current situation later on. Right now, though, both junglers finally completing up their routes and actually going to meet on this bottom side. And right now, actually, Worm decided to recall. So it's behind I want to say a 15-second gap. And because of that, you actually lose out on that scuttle, which should be identified. You should already know about that. You're going to rotate back for some of your early camps to try and hit level 6 as soon as possible. And instead, Jimmy Jam is actually going to look for a chance here. Going to be the slows. Good little smoke screen going down. Great shield out of Yoon Jia to negate a lot of that extra damage.
Yeah, and great position from Kinuryu as well to make sure that there was somewhere for Yunjia to jump away when the lockdown started happening on the Braum. And the Ashe is good. We're seeing the Ashe, get some poke. But in these short trades, it's not quite enough. You need the longer lane to be able to run people down for kills.
Oh, wow. Coat really trying to lay down the damage once again. Xander willing to step up. And as you said, those low HP bars, but those low HP bars are that bait, but I love the fact that we are still seeing them aggressive time and time again. Now taking a look, this top side is now going to be challenged as the junglers will actually meet between the two. That's the first recall for Jimmy Jam, but top side Jax losing out on that trade. Now they are going to meet. Worm has to run under the tower and might not be in a great spot. A great clip by that Q is going to give value back over. Now Kova in the mid lane is going to try and dance their best. This extra mana is able to allow for a bit more sustain, but the TP was already used and the lost chapter is back in their pocket. So a lot of things happening all at once as teams are trying to judge each other on how much can they push, how much can they get away with in this early game.
And huge props to Dash Zero. That topside dive was set up by Dash Zero. You look at the CS and it looks kind of even between Jax of Trades and Dash Zero, but Dash was stacking the wave in his favor at that time. That was what was setting up the dive. So the fact that he can do that is a good sign. If he can continue to do that, it makes it so much easier to set up ganks. Oh, Cole got stunned.
Oh, Coat, you walked up thinking that you're safe, and I think this might be a kill. You do have to flash away, and Kino Ryu is fine, and because Xander does have flash and heal, you're okay. But man, Coat, you tried to get a bit greedy and you actually lost out on both summoner spells.
Getting flashbacks to last game when we saw
just
Tamu
a
getting
wee
diving
bit.
turrets. Yeah, like that's both summoners down. Oh, Poopy Worm has snuck into the bush. Jax of Trades doesn't know.
Oh, this could be the bait. Dash is trying to bait it. They have been dueling out a little bit, and when level 6 is hit, you know Jax of Trades wants to go in. That's going to be a slap. Ooh, good little how Jax smells something's up. Definitely smells like, hey, someone's in the bush, or just might be hanging around on the backside. Well spotted. I don't care what anyone says. Jax, with the sixth sense, diverts a possible first blood situation.
I was so worried when Jax had to use the hook shot to get out to safety. But yeah, you're right. Like Jax knew something was wrong, right? Like didn't step up, kind of took his time, kept waiting and baiting Dash to come in, even at the expense of some of these poorer trades are missing a little bit of CS as well. Now the problem is, even without the jungler, Jax of Trades is not winning these trades right now. So Dasher doesn't need Poopy Worm. Poopy Worm is just being opportunistic in that gank.
And for right now, I mean, as you said, this situation occurring, UCSC are currently okay with it. Not just that, Dragon is currently up, and it is taken at 650. So TMU Maroon, once again, getting the start on the Dragon. Keep in mind, game 1, they flew through those Dragons like butter. Number 2, game 2, they were able to grab 2 at the start. We're not able to convert afterwards. So that is something that we really do want to keep track of and see if they can, again, get control over this global objective, especially since with no kills down, those global objectives are actually very important.
Yeah. And I'm very mixed feelings about not seeing any of these kills go down at 7 minutes. So far, Jimmy Jam hasn't really tried to gank because he hasn't had the opportunity to. But getting these early objectives is really solid as well. And I kind of hope that Tamu is able to get kills if they want to keep getting the lead, because I feel like the objectives alone aren't enough. UCSC scaling will outscale even a Soul at the end of the game. If the game goes long enough. And I kind of hope it doesn't, because it's getting late, Orbital. And a 50-minute game was not in my bingo cards for tonight.
Oh, it was in mine. I think I had like a 70-minute. It's in the top right corner, though, and nothing else is around it, so there ain't no way I'm getting bingo anytime soon. Kova, though, on the bingo card, is keeping Fodlicus low. And remember, we did say we want to see them get some pain, and that's going to be a hit. Both mid laners trading ults, and in that situation, honestly, Kova came out thankful that they didn't die. Now on the top side, though, this is the call. World Ender coming in, and that's a massive shot. Great gank coming out of Jimmy Jam. It might not be the quantity, but the quality is A1.
Hey, they got a kill. That's all Tamu wanted, right? And Jim Jams is the one who's able to pick that one up. Jax of Trades will still be fine with that because TP is not available for Dash 0, so that will be at least one wave lost. People are now looking to try and gank bot. Xander's still not sick, so only has the summoner heal.
Well, I mean, it's also spotted out here, so this is Coat and Xander wondering if they should stay or if they should walk away or try and pinch on the farther side. Worm, I think, was actually pushed off of both camps, so hey, big dub there for that side. TMU Maroon making sure that Jimmy Jam is allowed to keep their side of the jungle. Not just that, Jimmy Jam actually took that time to go for the Rift Herald, and as we said, these global objectives in games where you do not have a lot of kills, yes, it might not be optimal, you might want the kills more, but at least you're getting something, right? At least you're gathering some sort of objective claim for your team.
Yeah, and again, Poopy Worm, it's okay to not be on point for all these early objectives. You're the one kind of looking to scale. Xander canceling the base. Wish is now available, so this bot lane dive is a bit dicey. It's not impossible. There is a lot of burst damage to come through, but you have to be careful. And Junja has been doing a great job landing those Braum Qs on both Colt and Xander so far. I feel like every time I've seen it tossed out, it's landing. I think he's putting out more poke than Xander is, which is kind of insane when you think it's a range versus melee matchup.
I think the other side is how quickly you can actually proc it. Like, you take a look at the lane matchup, the Braum and the Senna, you're like, maybe it could provide that poke. How quickly you proc those stuns and the damage is crazy. Like, it will surprise you. So really watching that one, I want to see how it goes. However, this is going to be Jax of Trades actually finding a mode of weakness. Dash didn't have any Qs, but look at the auto attack trade patterns. That is just from auto attacks. Dash is like, hey, eat that one.
Yeah, and it looks good for Jack of Trades, but what we've got to remember as well, Orbital, is the Conqueror stacking from Dash. So Jack of Trades is treading a fine line where he wants to maximize his damage output, and the immediate burst that can come out from an Aatrox can be quite shocking, but you also can't overstay your welcome, lest the Conqueror starts proccing, and then he starts healing, and you start losing that trade.
Well, this might be the bait. Dash is able to bait it out. Flash
Ooh,
knock
knockup
up there.
lands.
And I think that's going to be the Hextech ultimatum. Hey, look who's coming out from the side. Junglers are meeting, and it will be the kill coming out. What a flash coming out. Dash is allowed to live. What
Arrow?
a moment. But that's going to be the arrow landing. Jimmy Jam trying to
wasn't
get
ready.
in. However, the World Ender is still alive. I don't think Jimmy Jam wants this one. Now in the mid lane, Kova might get dove here. Fodlakas does have that die, but a good stun against the wall will deny that initial fight. What a play. UCSC using everything in the artillery to get Dash back in this one.
Game 1 overall, when all hope was lost for UCSC, we still said they had hands. And here in Game 3, we are seeing those hands, the micro mechanics which are allowing them to do this. Now, Senator Kova did a great job in the mid lane, deterring that dive. Really well played Scatter the Weeks. And if you can continue doing that, then maybe you can offset a little bit of the pressure that Jaxel Trades is suffering topside.
Not just that, I mean, you could see Senator Kova actually going in for that unleashed power. Thankfully, Fodlakas did have that pool available, but it's looking dangerous. Now bot side as well, Coat and Xander are starting to be able to sustain through a lot of this early aggression. That poke coming down from Xander is going to be punishing. With a lot of items also being finished, I do expect to see some sort of heal cut come out, at least on one player. With that Leandri's, I would expect Kova to grab it, but we'll see what truly happens. Wall and shields going up as both teams are still vying for a chance to get a big pressure mount on this upcoming Drake.
And as you're speaking of that Drake orbital, it freshly spawned pretty much, and right on time, Tamu was there cutting through it like butter, as you called UCSC. You've got vision on it, but I don't think you can actually contest it. Yunja would probably die if he showed up.
It's also Cloud, right? It's not the worst one to give over, so you're like, okay, it's a little bit of move speed, I understand. Mountain Dragon, though, this is one that I think will be so nice if you're looking at the side of UCSC. Not only do they have the same, but they get the innate armor and MR that you want. Like, that is so nice for sustained battles. Right now, Worm, though, trying to good step away. Kova like, nah, we ain't dealing with this one today. What as I said, now flash forward and dashes away from the scout of the week.
That's a kill.
That's gonna be the finisher. Fodlaka says thank you very much. A kill in our pocket.
That's the kill. That's the comfort. Now they're going for dash. Jimothy's up there.
I think they are able to get it, but look at the lifesteal. Keep eyes on that one. Look how much the wish comes in to try and sustain through the top side, and a knock against the wall. Thankfully for collateral damage, you're able to finish it off. But man, was that a bit too close for comfort.
Yeah, I didn't think they were going to be able to get the kill with the way the healing, the damage was coming through from Dash. Thankfully, Gold Drinker not completed yet, or else truly, I think Aatrox would have been at least able to trade 1-for-1. I'm more worried for Tamu, though, about the mid lane dive. That's comfort from Fodlikas right there. He knew exactly how much damage he could do. And you could see in his eyes, like, okay, I can kill Senator Kova. We are diving this. There was zero hesitation, and Poopy Worm followed along. He can do that consistently on this Syndra, pardon me. I'm not sure there's any point in this game where I'm going to be looking at Senator Kova going, oh, you're not diveable anymore.
That's going to be a chance. However, a flash coming out of Yunjia, the one that we were also kind of watching for. And keep in mind, they did go for those steel-plated boot caps, saying, hey, we don't want to take that auto attack damage. In the meantime, that actually does mean that there's going to be a challenge on the opposite side, because now you get the cleanse coming out of Kiniryu, who tries to survive a fight in the mid lane, though. Remember, this is one that you were talking about. Fodlakas having a great old time. Another sun comes out, and just the finisher. It's easy, light work. UCSC starting to press their advantages, with Tamu Maroon trying to do the same on the bot lane.
Do you see how much damage the Syndra ult did to Vladimir?
I didn't. Yeah.
Yeah, I saw how little damage it did. Like,
Yeah.
that's a problem.
What damage? Oh, Code. Okay, thank God the heals are there. I keep forgetting. Okay, never mind. Don't worry about me.
Oh, but top lane might be in trouble as a massive flank from UCSC is happening right now.
I think Jax should be... Nope, never mind. They don't have flash. Keep that in mind. This is going to be a tower dive.
Yeah.
Look at the juggling coming out, and no ult as well to stay alive. That's just a kill. This is brutality at its best. Oh, my lord. Worm lives by a worm's width.
If Worm died, Poopy Worm deserved it. Like, Fodlikas had that on lock with the Hemoflake second tick. And he went diving in to secure it. So, you know what? Poopy Worm takes the risks, gets the payoff. But overall, UCSC is starting to turn on the pressure. Fodlikas is starting to come online. Proto Belt just got completed as well. And I'm certain Jimothy wasn't able to pull off the bot lane gank that he liked with that lethality build. And if you're not popping off early with lethality, things go from bad to worse once you hit that mid game.
Oh man, and Kova really wants the tower, but is not able to complete it. Bot side should be able to fall, but These are almost consolation prizes. As you said, these situations that are occurring, UCSC are starting to pick themselves up here. Coke now getting chance on the bot side, and this is one that you do not win. You're trying to output the damage. Arrow lands, and a follow through. Jimmy Jam says, hey, I can help out. Gets another shot off, has to reload. And look at the healing coming out, by the way. That is ridiculous. Kova in the mid lane has to save off another possible fight. But honestly, all the kills being funneled into Jimmy Jam, whether by force or not, I mean, this is making the rest of the sides weaker, right? Rest of the team having some trouble laying the damage down.
Yeah, and it's kind of a catch-22 because now Jimmy Jam needs to be everywhere to spread that goal, but he can't. And unfortunately, UCSC is doing a great job collapsing in and just punishing all these side lanes. Even look at the mid lane. Noon just saving that turret as best he can. That's a support into a mid lane and not even feeling afraid.
Oh man, Jax not allowed to do anything. That was a flash Q coming out of Worm, trying to lay down the last few fragments of damage. But now Jimmy Jam is ready to go with the Herald being dropped top side. Yeah. Dragon should be coming up in about 40 seconds, and they're able to survive. Now Jax is looking for a chance back, but this is damage control coming out of this Maroon squad.
That's 3 people to stop a 2-man push. Tamu needs a numbers advantage right now. Good for them. They did stop the Herald, and that is very, very important. But like we said in every single game before this orbital, it feels like whichever top laner is winning often snowballs the game. That is probably the best indicator of how these games are going to go. And now Dash Zero has been unlocked into the rest of the Rift.
I would say the same about Fod Lacus. The mid lane tower did fall against them, but you do have this the same. Proto Belt is made. We do go ahead and see that Grievous Wounds coming out in the orb on Kova, nice. But it's the only one. Keep that in mind. It's only one. Dragon currently spawned on the map. Everyone kind of flooding their way in. TP coming up for Dash Zero in just a little bit. But the rest of TMU Maroon currently here already. Watching this fight break out, it's going to be the slows, it's going to be the Qs. Ryu, though, taking quite low, and now back to the back line. Arrow lands as well onto the Braum. Those are 2 big target items taken away, and that's what it is. But look at the Vlad. Vlad trying to get in the middle. Worm is quite low. That's a scout of the week, catches them all, and into the Unleashed Power. You will not die today, but Dash Zero going to try and do cleanup. Look at the slows, look at the damage, look at the moves. That's going to be a final Q to take it, and now Dash Zero with the double kill, looking for it a little bit more, trying to turn around for the rest of the team. Dash turns it on Code. Code is dead, and the last 2 members do not have any heal cut. Dash Zero still in the World Ender vibe. It's going to do some work. Waiting for the knockouts, waiting for the damage. Gets another one. Jimmy Jam is down! Dash. Are you kidding me? Dash Zero is straight up annihilating. You are on an unofficial quadra kill and waiting for just a bit more. There comes a sight from downtown. Dash Zero ends it all. That is going to be 5 in a row for UCSC. Dash Zero single-handedly saves that fight.
Dash Zero on Aatrox. Ender of Worlds, Ender of Tamu. I can't believe they turned that fight, and it started so well. Tamu fought a 5v3 and lost. Orbital Dragon is still up, but I don't think Tamu wants round 2.
I don't think they even have a choice. You can see the poke, the fragments coming out here, and taking a look. I mean, the slows are there. Maybe they try and look for a little bit more behind, but they're quickly getting collapsed on. These are only 3. Keep that in mind. They're not the tanky members either. In comes Jimmy Jam, the one that has the most kills, 5, 1, and 2, going for that squishy build as well. Fod Lacus, it's out with the Proto Belt, but I mean, UCSC, what a play, what a moment, what a move. You're back in just slight control and gold, but overall, way better for how it could have been.
I'm looking at Tamu right now, Orbital, and trying to figure out what's their angle back in, because this game has been so fast-paced. It felt like the moment the jungle started getting really involved, it sped up. Even though we've got less kills per minute than we did in game 1, and I can't remember what the kill score was in game 2, but it feels like game 2 had high kills too. And for Tamu, I'm looking at Jim Jam because that's where all the kills went, right? 5, 1, and 2, double lethality items, Ghostblade picked up, Collector picked up. And who are you actually trying to pop down? Because Kinuryu is the only really squishy one. Everybody else is just going to build armor, and that's why we're seeing so many plated steel caps come through. Literally everybody except Fodlicus is building armor, and Fodlicus doesn't care because you can't kill him when he's in Sanguine Pool. So Jimothy needs to kill somebody, but I don't know who he can actually find.
It's a big question for everyone, and with the wards going down, it does look like UCSC are also looking at this Baron. I mean, they do have the sustain. It's very, very easy. However,
insta-cleanse.
they're hoping for a bit more. Yeah, insta-cleanse coming out here. That was almost a Captain Jack, if I will. That was very, very quick right there. Shout out to Captain Jack, by the way. That was that's one that you don't see very often anymore. It makes me sad, but it is there. And right now, it is a giant question mark. No cleanse anymore. No arrow behind. That means Worm is going to look for that chance to get a stun on the Braum, but that leaves Kova very much alone. You don't have flash. You don't have anything, and you are pretty much dead. Dash comes in. A slam on the ground. This Aatrox is destructive. A final brittle shot from Yoon Jia secures their first kill of this game. 11-7 is the score as UCSC turn towards Baron.
You're just sniping people. He wants that role of AD carry, man. He's saying, Senna, own my drink. Faultless just kind of buying space, buying time. Jimmy Jam can look for the steal, almost has to look for the steal, but they have no vision. They have no wards.
I mean, you're going to try Jimmy Jam walking forward, and then over the wall. It was a bait. It was a bait. It was a masterful bait, because now there is no jungler. It is pretty much all UCSC as they're slowly tightening the reins on their horse. They're charging ahead in this race, and they are pulling ahead leg by leg.
It was a bait. It was a poison chalice, and they had no choice but to drink. Jim Jam. Yeah, you could argue that why would you do that? You're going to die because you have no choice. You take that chance, even if it's a 10% chance, because right now the game is falling apart for you. UCSC is just starting to take over. I mean, they're so tanky. They're not dying anymore in these fights, and that's when you know you've hit the critical point. It's not like we're losing the fights. We are just straight up unable to even kill them in these fights.
And again, that is going to persist time and time again. We are watching this game slip out of TMU's hands, and I mean, at this point, I don't even fault them for not having any real grievous wounds coming out. You only have one person currently holding it. I don't even think you have the time. You just need damage stacking, right? That's the thought process here. So, I mean, eyes are open, and honestly, huge props to UCSC as well. They are fighting catch after catch after catch, using the collateral damage to just even try and get away. And Kova has to run. Look at that. The Wish is going to do nothing. Guess who's in once again? Dash from the back line sends them all to 0 ground. Look at the barrage. Look at this flurry of blow. Dash does not freaking care. Literally waltz through Coates' attacks and survives. Yes, it was a 2 for 2, but the main focus is the top and mid are alive.
And unfortunately, the moment Kova dropped there, the heal cut expired, and therefore Dash was able to survive way longer than he should have. The Trinity Force Kraken Slayer from Colt is doing damage. In fact, if not for the lack of heal cut, Dash probably would have been able to drop there. So Tamu's still got options, and I love the fact that, hey, if you're behind and you're trading equal numbers, that's a win as far as I'm concerned. Now, my only concern is you blew all the ultimates early. Dragon's coming up in 30 seconds, and that's the one you need to fight. UCSC has majority of their ultimates up for that one. And if they get a pick before that happens, that's a UCSC Dragon.
Red team's turret has been destroyed.
Let's see what they can do. Right now, UCSC went back and bought. They are all sitting pretty with about 2.5 items. And the thing about them is they're more than happy to buy those Grievous. You can see the swords as well as the Bramble coming out here. It feels bad, man. Right? It feels bad for TMU. Dragon going to be handed over, not even attempted by TMU Maroon. They're just going to try and farm up as best they can, get a bit more gold into Coates' pocket.
Yeah, and that's the right call, right? Having seen that last fight, not having all your ultimates necessarily available to make that happen, not having a turret to retreat from Kova. Oh, that's actually really good for Kova.
Oh, that Scryers. Scryers is a lifesaver, people. Please buy it once you hit level 9 for all that is good and holy. Like, that is your lifeline in these dark, dark times.
Ward save lives. And while all that was happening, Jax Betrayed's able to pick up the outer turret as well. Kind of just farming that one up. Now, UCSC, they're really tanky. They're really strong in team fighting. But one thing that we haven't seen them quite pull off yet is be able to actually siege turrets this early on. Senna does have a lot of range, so it's not like she can't. But the rest of the team is fairly short range, and they do have to be careful about getting picked.
Right now, it does seem okay. TMU Maroon once again playing very, very far back. Kova just trying to wave clear, but you can't. It's just too hard. Look at this. You are trying your best. Almost gets knocked up behind. That's just another tower brute force. If you can't really siege, go ahead and just stand in front of it. Don't even siege. Just say, we'll take it.
And good call from UCSC as well. They get to kind of brute force that bot side turret because of their rotations. There are wards in the jungle, but UCSC has cleared out the path they wanted to walk. So Tamu didn't see the full rotate coming through, and they didn't send the reinforcements. So Senatorkova was kind of left alone in a 1v4 situation. Sure, you can wave clear, sure, you can look for the pick. They don't have enough to actually kill anybody, and UCSC have a lot of bodies they're willing to throw at you to kill you and the turret.
Right now, it's all back to quiet. Baron up in a minute and a half. Dragon up in 3, not really that much of a worry considering the current state of things. I mean, if we actually get a soul, that'll be either, I think, a big mistake by UCSC to even allow the game to get to that state, or TAMU just absolutely coming up with a miracle. So everyone just kind of trying to gather as much XP and gold that they possibly can here, making it for a little bit of a camp, right? Just silently camping out.
Yeah, the silence here is more because the teams aren't interacting. They still have things they need to do. And at this point in the game, a minute and a half before Baron, you need to be pushing out all the lanes best you can to set up optimal laning. And you need to start controlling vision. So UCSC, you can see they're setting up an ambush. They know where Jimmy Jam is. Jimmy Jam doesn't know.
Oh, that's... I can't even... I can't really fault them either. It's just like you're trying to do your thing, right? Like you're trying to do what you need to, and it's just unfortunate that you ran into that one.
And look what they're doing as well, right? They just move up that ward line. They continue to encroach into Tamu's jungle. Actually, it's not even Tamu's jungle anymore. They just continue to encroach into the jungle because it's UCSC's jungle if they're there. And with that vision set up, they're going to be able to try and catch Tamu again, moving towards that Baron. And Tamu have no choice. If you give up Baron, it's going to feel like GG. 5k down with a team which their only struggle so far has been pushing. You give them Baron buff, they have no struggles.
I mean, taking a look here, though, Jax is trying to out-split push a fed Aatrox. I'm not sure if this actually works, but you saw the pings go down, and you are able to match right now. However, Inhibitor Tower has been broken.
Maybe not.
Recall, yeah, I was about to say, Recall's coming back through. This is going to be stopped. Jax is not going to be able to get that Inhibitor Tower, and it might actually pay for their life. You can see the jump over. Worm is dashing, and that's a perfect dash scenario. You are fine. That's going to be a little bit of a cleanse, and a little bit of jump back in. Worm just goes, thank you very much. I mean, you did what you could. You got a little extra gold back in your pocket, but now Baron is available, and one of your strongest members is, I mean, I'm not sure it's going to work out for you if you try and go for this Baron, TAMU.
No, 100% not. But what choice do they have, right? Once again, it feels like the Jim Jam, like, heroics at this point. Baron steal or bust. And this time, UCSC, they've got enough people that they don't have to send everybody into the pit. There are people physically blocking the way in.
All the doorways are blocked. I mean, the greatest one to hold the door is Braum. Baron is in the pocket of UCSC. All the pieces of the puzzle are here. Now all you have to do is assemble the masterpiece. UCSC just a few moments away from taking the series.
Dragon coming up in 40 seconds. UCSC, they can just push bot, push mid, go with the 4-1 split, collapse back on Dragon whenever they're done pushing or whenever they just feel bored. Or maybe, heck, send Poopy Worm to solo that Dragon. Because in a 3v5 situation, if the 3 members of UCSC include Dash, Zero, and Faultless, I think they could actually win a 3v5.
You know what? I'm not even going to say I think. I know they can win a 3v5. Like, this squad is just... They are.
I still hold out hope for Tamu.
Yeah. All right. I'll let you do that one. Right now, though, we're gonna see what could be the final team fight. You can see TAMU desperately clearing out this mid lane. Are they gonna trade? I mean, I could see this, but they're gonna try and force it. They're gonna look at Dash. Dash getting away though, and has the GA available. He is fine. And the tower is barely... Look at this. They tried their entire time to get that, and they have to run. It was a good call. I like the attempt. It was desperate as desperate gets.
So even if they don't kill Dashro, even if they don't get the turret, they did complete their tertiary objective, which was to shove the lane and burn out Baron timer. That's why I called for UCSC to go for a 4-1 split push. And if you are going to go for that Dragon before Baron's up, send minimal people. Code Scott. Oh, good flash.
Nope, the follow-up, and I mean, Fod Lacus, I think is going to have this chase down.
Slow,
okay. The volley was enough. Volley is good. And you survive, but again, you don't have any summoner skills. This time around, though, good out.
Yeah, well, you traded both of them for Fodlicus, and I'd argue at this point that the Vladimir spells are more important. The less ways he has of diving your backline and getting a 5-man Hemoplague, the better it is for you. Sure, Code has to position a lot more carefully, but you can trust your team to help you, whereas nobody can really help Fodlicus find a 5-man engage.
All right, well, here it comes down to, this is the final defensive. Jax is still off on the edge, by the way. Jax does not care. Jax is not with the team. Their base is getting annihilated, and they're still taking that chance, which, I mean, maybe you say, hey, they can't finish a game, but I think they can. Minions are currently up. Inhibitor is going to be taken. I think Jax needs to recall right now. Jax needs to get with the team. No wave, though. All right, maybe I'm not the right one to be a playmaker, shot caller, IGN, or whatever. The recalls are coming out here. One is there. Arrow does land, and you catch the cleanse out one, and now the fight comes right back in. A challenge behind us to get the kill. That's the execution. You get one. Coat looking to try and turn it around. Dash is trying to back up as well, but that's a huge Hemoblade getting in the back line. Look at the burst damage. Look at the damage. It is running them rampant. You teleported behind, but only to your death. Xander is the last one alive. You flashed to safety, but you're a lowly support. UCSC storm their way forward and take the game. GG and a mini reverse sweep. TAMU Maroon fall.
-0, ender of worlds, we called him, ender of games, ender of series, as UCSC pick up a win. And TAMU, you gotta feel for them. This is their first series, and they started off so well. But unfortunately, it just wasn't enough. The experience of UCSC, at least this split, at least in this league, prevails for the night.
And I will give props where props are due. If you take a look at TAMU Maroon, they do well when they have the lead. This is the most efficient team that is more than willing to push the envelope when they have a lead. But if they don't have that lead, it seems that they do struggle a little bit in trying to find it back. So very curious to see how well they do in the rest of the season. Again, this is a squad that really hasn't had that much time to shine in the actual matches so far. So I want to see what more they can do in the rest of the season. Taking a look here, RMC, I mean, both these teams played a very fun series.
Yeah, and talking about all the things you want to see, I'll tell you what I don't want to see, Orbital. Don't give Fodlicus Vlad again. His Vlad was disgusting, and he looked so comfortable on it. Even at the end, we were talking about the fact no flash, no ghost. Can he find that sort of 5-man Hemoplague? I don't think he caught all 5, but that last Hemoplague was massive. And here we're talking about 3v5. You know, can they win? Yeah, because 2v5 they won. That was mostly -0, and Fodlicus towards the end just brute forcing that win once there was no turret. So UCSC, their pocket picks are really scary. And the fact that they managed to get them through, I think, speaks to the champion pool, the alternatives that this team has as well.
All right, well, there you go. Final thoughts are done because the match is done as well. Congratulations to this squad. The Slugs do prevail over everything else out there, and I'm excited to see what more they can do. Thank you so much to everyone who tuned into the NECC here today. Thank you so much for tuning in. My name is Orbital. With me is RMC, Random Minion Caster, the best minion to ever wander off the rift. We got to send him home now. He's tired, probably. Thank you to our production, Shiro, Pita, as well as Unaimed Gamer. They were here today to give us the best views possible. Everyone, please have a good night because we have more action tomorrow. Make sure to tune in, I believe, at about 6 p.m. EST to watch those matches as well. Everyone, have a good night.
I've got the Samsung 990 Pro series. Shall we get started then? The speed exceeds all expectations. Reading speeds are 40% quicker than before, and writing speeds are 55% faster. Through the in-house controller, the per watt performance has improved up to 50%. The 990 Pro's nickel coating controller for its smart thermal solution technology controls you. Playing computer games? Obviously the best.
Catch me when I fall. You know you keep me warm.
The seasons come and go like thoughts of you. Like a wave returns to the sea, into the blue. They change but in a cycle that I can't lose. Each painful but delightful to live through.